This is The Sea Witch's Debt, written by Aisha Urooj and read for you by Myriam Berger. Chapter 1. The Siren Queen's reign of destruction and power, an unlikely alliance at the ultimate hour. The Sea Witch decides on the final destination, 1,000 years of peace or an eternity of devastation. Ursula's troubles began with the prophecy. The Sea Witch would have gladly waited for the world to end. News of the wars and the rise of the Siren Queen had reached Ursula's castle, but she hadn't paid much attention to it. That is until the prophecy hit her. Hit was the perfect word to describe the feeling, as the prophecy left her feeling struck by lightning and struggling to breathe. It created confusion and chaos in what would have otherwise been a calm morning. Now it consumed her thoughts completely. Of all the witches in the sea, the prophecy had to fall on me? Ursula exclaimed. It isn't even helpful. Who am I supposed to ally with? Why should I bother risking my life? With her day already ruined by the prophecy, she saw no reason to salvage it. But now she was left wondering what steps to take next. Life was brutal under the sea and unforgiving, where new enemies rose and overthrew old queens and kings in the blink of an eye. But Ursula was safe in her castle. No, her sanctuary. The Sea Witch hadn't survived 1,000 years by jumping into every battle or by making useless and weak alliances. She was patient and cunning, two traits that had saved her life countless times, and they would do so once again. Ursula could watch the world burn and emerge to trample upon whatever remained amidst the ashes. Why should she bother about the state of the seas? It wasn't her war, whatever the prophecy said. Why would she care if there was an eternity of devastation? It would be for others. No, she would watch where the tide turns. Then she would strike. Nothing would change her mind. Ursula would watch out for the only thing that mattered in the world, her own life. The Sea Witch was still deep in her thoughts and contemplating her next move when her scout abruptly rushed into the throne room. "My Empress!" he cried and hastily gave a bow. Ursula had given the title of Empress to herself. Within the castle walls, all of her servants addressed her as such, or else faced her wrath. If it were up to her, the entire ocean would know her as their Empress, and they will. That fate was inevitable. On any other day, addressing Ursula properly would have soothed her temper. Unfortunately for the scout, the prophecy had completely ruined her morning and her mood. "What do you want?" Ursula asked, irritated. "It better be worth my time." The scout eyed Ursula's deadly expression and the sea snakes circling around her arms with fright. He gulped. The scout before him had made the mistake of delivering news to Ursula at an inopportune time, and in return, she had given him a life sentence as a stone statue in her dungeon. Another had committed the same error, only to be bitten by her poisonous sea snakes and dying a painful death. This new scout was following the doomed footsteps of his predecessors, all of whom had met with tragically unfortunate outcomes. Fully aware of his impending danger, he knew that any missteps on his part would lead to a horrendous fate. "I have news from the ocean," the scout said, trembling. "The Siren Queen has taken the Selkie Lord, Silkfur, as her prisoner." "Is that so?" Ursula said. "Silkfur is a fool, so it was bound to happen. Do you have any news from the Siren Court itself?" "No, my Empress," the scout replied. "We haven't heard anything of late." "Do you have any other news to report?" The scout slowly shook his head in response, more than terrified. This was it. He was surely going to be doomed. He closed his eyes and held his breath, waiting for his punishment. Fine, said Ursula dismissively. She was unimpressed by his report, but luckily, she also appeared distracted. You can leave. The scout sighed a breath of relief. He scrambled away from the throne room before Ursula's mind or mood changed. So, Silk Fur was caught. Ursula couldn't help but feel elated. Their relationship hadn't ended on the best of terms, and she worried about him spreading untruths, but now she wouldn't have to worry about him at all. The sea witch smiled. Besides, there were more urgent matters that took priority over her former lover. Why don't I hear a single thing about the Siren Court? What is going on with them? Ursula wondered. The sirens are much more secretive than before. Their new queen must be the one to blame. She is controlling their every movement. Ursula needed an insider in the Siren Court so she could ultimately change the outcome in her favor. She didn't like the game the Queen Siren was playing. It was a game she knew too well. In power and politics, knowledge was power. The right information could help make powerful decisions and form ruthless strategies, and the Sea Witch could use it to destroy her enemies when they were at their weakest. There cannot be two dangerous queens in the ocean. The siren needs to be taken out. Ursula spoke softly to her sea snakes. Her pets flicked their tongues back at her, listening intently to their master. Perhaps I won't have to lift a finger. She made a mistake in capturing the sulky lord. Silk Fur is well liked and far too popular for his own good. Most likely, she will end up killing him, and when she does, all the kingdoms will turn against her, particularly the Sea King, Brutus. The Sea Witch wore a dangerous expression on her beautiful face. Her sea snakes coiled around her arm, and she petted them with fondness. Brutus deludes himself to be the protector of the oceans, Ursula said with disdain. Her pet snakes hissed at the mention of the Sea King. Ha! He is as much a protector as I am. We all know he is just as power-hungry as anyone, whatever label he hides it under. Her sea snakes nuzzled against her face. Two can play that game, my pets, she said, smiling, and I can play it better. Someone burst into her throne room, forcing her to pause her thoughts. A guard quickly bowed before her. This was an unwelcome interruption, marking the second within a mere 5 minutes. What is the matter now? Ursula snarled, making her displeasure clear in her voice. The guard casts an anxious glance from side to side, searching in the dark corners of the large throne room for any hidden creatures. He wanted to avoid accidentally being overheard. Lowering his voice to a hushed tone, as if he feared voicing it aloud, he said, "My Empress, it appears to be one of your clients." "I was not expecting anyone today. What do they want?" Ursula asked abruptly. In the past, her guards would announce the names of the visitors, only to have her punish them for doing so. Ursula had no interest in knowing the names of the sea creatures she dealt with, not even the barest details. Behind her back, they were starting to be known as her victims. The Sea Witch was not ignorant of what her servants said about her in secret. She was fully aware. Ursula even liked that they were afraid of her. She much preferred that the creatures serving her remained terrified of her and her powers. The more they feared her, the sooner they understood not to expect mercy from her. The guard spoke again. "The merman says his payment is due tomorrow, but he came early to request an extension." "He expects leniency from me? Does he take me for a fool?" Ursula scoffed. "Where is he now?" "He is just outside the room, waiting for your answer." "Send him in," Ursula said icily. "He needs to understand who he is dealing with." The guard shudders at her words. Ursula watched as the old merman swam into her throne room, a face full of wisdom and kindness, and his eyes a vivid green. He looked better than the last time she had seen him, when he came pleading for her to save his daughter's life. The merman had appeared half dead back then. The sea witch addressed him haughtily. "Have you come to make my payment?" "No, I cannot give what you ask of me," the old merman replied, his voice frail. "You knew the price when you made the deal," Ursula said. "Do you remember our terms?" "Yes, I remember," he said with sadness in his voice. "A life, for a life." "Your memory is not at fault, at least," Ursula said with a cruel smile. "Where, then, is my payment?" "Please, I was desperate to save my daughter, but I cannot take away who she loves," the old man pleaded. "Did her so-called love come to save her when the humans trapped her and rendered her helpless outside of the water? Or when she was desperate for a single breath?" Ursula asked. When the old man stayed quiet, she answered for him. "No, I didn't think so." "My daughter will never forgive me," the old man said, trembling. "I cannot do that to her. The boy wasn't to blame. He is just a poor fisher, caught against the sea merchant's men. They threatened to kill him and my daughter both." "Then he should have died," Ursula said coldly. "Your daughter should never have gone to meet a human on the surface." The merman pleads, "Please, my daughter is all I have." "Then I hope she doesn't forget what you did for her," the sea witch replies. Undeserving as she is, she thought viciously. The old merman now had a wild, desperate look in his eyes. "Will you spare my child and her love?" The sea witch was unmoved by his pleas. "No, I demand payment," she said. "Tell me now, whose life should I take?" He lowered his head and became obstinately quiet. Ursula was tired of waiting for an answer. "Since you won't take her lover's life, I will take yours," she said with a wicked gleam in her eyes. "A bargain is a bargain, after all." Ursula waited for his resolve to crumble. The sea witch firmly believed that the old merman, with his life in jeopardy, would change his mind and plead for mercy. However, instead of doing so, he appeared relieved. The old merman asked with a calm voice, "Will they remain unharmed, my child and the human she loves?" Ursula was stunned, speechless. When she nodded her head, the old merman heaved a sigh. "Thank you," he said. "It is not too late to change your mind," the sea witch offered. "You can save yourself." It was a rare occurrence for her to show concern for any creature other than herself, but she couldn't help but be moved by him. "Thank you for sparing their lives," he said with a smile. "That is all I want." Ursula was more than puzzled by the old merman's decision. "Why are you doing this to yourself?" she asked, astonished. "When you have a child of your own, you will understand what I am doing is the only option," the old merman replied. Unlikely, Ursula thought. I know myself well enough to know that will never happen. She, however, was done trying to change the stubborn creature's mind. Impatiently, she uttered the words of the incantation that would start the spell. "A father's soul for a daughter's vice, life for a life is the price. See that the spell is retained, a deal is done, a bargain paid." By the end of her chant, the throne room glowed momentarily with an ominous green color. "Your payment has been made." She had said the final words to complete the spell. Ursula watched as the merman's body shuddered violently, and as it transformed from soft flesh into solid stone. Ursula felt a surge of power as the old man's life seeped into hers. Once his vibrant green eyes lost their luster and turned a lifeless shade of gray, she knew it was the end for him. The sea witch had to avert her eyes away from him. She despised seeing the serene expression on the old man's face and knew it would soon be haunting her nightmares. Nearly all of her stone statues had grotesque expressions, which made more sense. She much preferred the murderers over the martyrs. "Take him away and put him somewhere in the back," Ursula ordered her guard. He had been silently watching the entire interaction from the corner of the throne room. The guard startled at her command and could not hide the expression of horror that still lingered on his face. Perhaps she went too far this time. A feeling akin to guilt pricked at her, but the sea witch forcefully suppressed it, burying it deep within herself, determined to never confront it again. The guard quietly dragged the heavy stone statue of the old merman away from the throne room, the jarring, scraping sound inflicting one last torment upon her. That fool, Ursula thought, and that stupid, undeserving girl of his. Love truly makes a fool of the wise and a martyr of the selfless. It is a good thing I am neither, Ursula thought grimly. I will never let anyone make a fool out of me. That is a promise. Ursula was not the only sea creature with immense power. Deep within the ocean's depths, there existed another formidable force, a foil to her wild, dark magic. Like Ursula, he was feared, but unlike the sea witch, he refused to simply watch the seas succumb to the hands of the Siren Queen. He was Brutus, the mighty sea king, ruling his underwater kingdom with complete authority and power. Despite his brutal and merciless rise to the throne, he proved to be a fair and worthy ruler. The Sea King lived in a floating crystal castle, which, usually coral in color, would turn golden during times of celebration or black during times of war. The bedrock of Brutus's kingdom was like a living creature that fortified itself during times of danger, protecting the citizens living in it. It was a visible extension of his power. As long as the Sea King was well, his kingdom thrived on it. Much like the sea witch, Brutus had spent the morning contemplating his next steps. There was only one path forward he could foresee. Having decided, the Sea King called on his most trusted general to his throne room. Vladimir was a striking merman with his mesmerizing eyes and hair as dark as midnight. He was certainly handsome, but he also possessed one of the most courageous souls of the seven seas. Brutus could rely on his general to accomplish any challenging task assigned to him, and the task he was about to give him could prove to be the trickiest one of all. "You called for me, my king?" the loyal general asked. "Yes, Vladimir," Brutus said. "I have an important task for you." "What do you want me to do?" Vladimir asked without hesitation. "Go to the sea witch, Ursula," Brutus said. "Offer her our alliance. Do anything to make her agree. Scare her, threaten her, seduce her. I don't care. Just make sure she agrees." "Seduce her? That is a new tactic," Vladimir said with a slight smile. "You think I'm capable of such a thing?" "If the stolen glances and heavy sighs in my court after your speeches are any sign, you are more than capable," Brutus said. "Just make sure she agrees." "I am flattered by your confidence in my seductive prowess." Vladimir gives a mock bow. "But remind me again, why are we after the sea witch?" "I don't want to worry about another threat while I deal with the Siren Queen," Brutus said. "And the sea witch is a threat. If not now, then she will be if she joins forces with the sirens." "I can see your point there," Vladimir knitted his brows. "If Ursula doesn't succumb to my wiles, if she doesn't agree to an alliance, then kill her." Brutus had a grim expression on his immortal face. She will just be another thorn in our side until we defeat the Siren Queen." "And you are confident we can defeat the Siren Queen without Ursula's help?" Vladimir asked. Brutus didn't seem pleased by his question. "Yes," he replied shortly. Vladimir read his expression and amended, "My king, I didn't mean any disrespect by asking." "None taken," Brutus said solemnly. "I can always count on you to speak your mind, Vladimir. That is why I trust you, and why I am trusting you with this mission." "I won't fail you, my king," Vladimir replied with a solemn vow. "You never have," Brutus replied, smiling. "While you are there, also find out what you can about the Selkie Lord, Silk Fur, although I doubt Ursula would reveal anything that easily." "I will do my best," Vladimir said with another bow. Brutus's expression became serious. "Whatever you do, Vladimir, don't fall for her charms or let her bewitch you," the Sea King warned. A sly grin takes over Vladimir's face. "You said it yourself, that I am more than capable, so you must believe I will do just fine." Brutus sighed. "Just be careful, Vladimir. Don't let your guard down for even an instant. Ursula is beautiful, but she is also one of the deadliest creatures in the entire ocean. She has ensorcelled the hearts of many unsuspecting creatures before you. Never forget that." "That would be hard to forget," Vladimir quips. Brutus remained unconvinced. "I didn't want to send you, but I can trust no one else with this task. The Siren Queen's dark creatures are keeping me occupied. Otherwise, I would have gone myself. I would hate to lose you." Vladimir flashed his most dazzling smile. "I would be more concerned about the sea witch succumbing to my charms, but I'm sure you would rather prefer a different outcome." Seeing his confidence, Brutus' face broke into a smile. "See that you never change, Vladimir." The general gave a final bow to the Sea King before leaving the royal court. "Ursula, the sea witch, what were the rumors I heard about you?" Vladimir mused. "Her beauty is as wild as her magic." He smiles. "This will prove to be a most interesting mission." It was a long journey from Brutus's crystal palace to the sea witch's castle. Ursula was by all means a recluse and kept to herself, and that added to her intrigue. Vladimir had always been curious to know her, but he never got the chance until today. The sea witch rarely visited the royal court, preferring to rely on a messenger. Even if she made an appearance, she insisted on a private audience with the Sea King to be far from any prying eyes, especially his. Vladimir felt a surge of electricity coursing through his veins. "Relax, Vlad," he said to calm himself. "You have been in the company of countless beautiful sea creatures before and emerged unscathed, although, sadly, you can't say the same about them." He shudders involuntarily, haunted by the tear-streaked faces and anguished wails of those whose hearts he shattered. But winning their love had been easy, much too easy. Vladimir didn't even need to lift a finger. Usually his smile was the perpetrator. Despite not uttering a single romantic syllable, he would readily receive their professions of love. His romantic heart craved a challenger. His ego demanded resistance, obstacles, trials, and tribulations, anything but the ordinary. Vladimir was tired of the same. He craved the unknown. He wanted intrigue and danger. He wanted more. As Vladimir stood before the castle that served as Ursula's residence, he couldn't help but wonder about her. For some reason, his heart wouldn't stop hammering in his chest. Who was this intriguing witch who made a mighty king like Brutus anxious about her powers? Her Gothic home, with its unique pointed arches, was unlike anything he had ever seen before. It was an enchanting castle that exuded both a sense of romance and a hint of darkness, potentially reflective of the owner herself. A warning sign was prominently displayed which read, "Enter at your own peril." Was he finally meeting his match? Vladimir hoped so. The courageous general longed for his wandering heart to be tamed, even better if it was at the hands of an alluring and deadly ocean sorceress. Chapter 2. Ursula's irritation grew as she faced yet another interruption, marking the third time this morning. She was close to erupting in fury and punishing the guard for interrupting her peace by turning him into a sea cucumber. Just as she was about to act on her impulse, the guard quickly told her that the visitor was a representative from the royal court. To be more precise, it was a special envoy sent directly by the Sea King himself. "Very well," Ursula said, her patience stretched thin. "Show him in." As he entered the throne room, the sea witch felt time had slowed down to a standstill. His captivating eyes sent an electric sensation coursing through her entire body. Who was he? "I am Vladimir, the Sea King's general," he said in his beguiling voice. "King Brutus has appointed me as his emissary, and I come bearing an offer of alliance." Vladimir? He was the most beautiful creature the sea witch had ever laid eyes on. Vladimir gave a slight grin. Did he notice her staring? "What is the offer?" Ursula asked, recovering herself. She felt a surge of annoyance, fearing her face had revealed her thoughts with a telltale blush. Vladimir carried on, seemingly oblivious to anything that had happened. "King Brutus wants to defeat the Siren Queen, and for that he is asking for your help." He looked intently into her eyes. "Will you join forces with our kingdom?" So, was this the unlikely alliance? The words of the prophecy rang in Ursula's mind, her joining forces with the boy king? The sea witch's heart was still beating wildly after catching sight of the dashing general, but she would not let her emotions dictate her reason. "What am I to gain in this deal?" Ursula asked. "To gain?" Vladimir asked, puzzled. "What can be better than stopping the death and destruction in our oceans?" So, Vladimir is an honorable man? Ursula thought. It made him infinitely more alluring in her eyes. He had something she sorely lacked. Seeing that she was silent, Vladimir asked again, "Ursula, I ask you, what could be a better outcome than peace?" Peace. That word, Ursula thought. The prophecy mentioned that peace was at stake. She watched as another important piece of the puzzle effortlessly fell into place, and she could no longer ignore the truth she had been avoiding. It became unmistakably clear that Brutus was the figure prophesied about. The weight of destiny now hung heavily on her impeding decision. Was it really so easy? The cynic in her begged her to differ. "What makes you think I will agree?" Ursula asked, raising her eyebrow. "Perhaps I have more to gain by staying away from this war." "I know that is not the path you will choose," he answered solemnly. "You hardly know me, Vladimir." "I may not know you, Ursula, but I have heard of you," Vladimir said. "What will I choose then?" Ursula said, smiling. "I am most curious to know what you will say and your reason for it." "You won't choose to hide, and you won't cower before anyone," Vladimir said. "I would expect no less from the most powerful creature in the seven seas." Ursula cackled. "You flatter me, General." She shakes her head. "And you work for the Sea King? Does he know of your thoughts? Or are you lying just to please me?" "If you knew anything about me, you would know I don't lie," Vladimir said, grinning. Ursula had heard of the general and his heroic deeds. His fame had reached her ears and piqued her curiosity. Had she known how temptingly handsome Vladimir was, she would have sought him herself. "I heard you are stubborn, General," Ursula said, giving a seductive smile. And that you won't leave unless you get the answer you came for. Vladimir laughed. Then you heard correctly, he replied. Looks like we are at an impasse. Two headstrong, stubborn creatures. Is there anything I can do or say to convince you? Perhaps, if you can answer my question, Ursula said. I will ask again, Vladimir. What am I to gain by agreeing to join forces with Brutus? You will have me as your eternal slave, Ursula, Vladimir replied with a bow. Ursula was momentarily stunned by his unexpected answer, prompting her to take a moment before continuing the conversation. Perhaps we could strike a deal, she said, much to Vladimir's delight. But on one condition, I might agree, if I were to become your master, General Vladimir. There is no need for that, Vladimir said in a low voice. You already are the empress of my soul, Ursula. Empress? Ursula smiles. So he had done his research well. The mere fact Brutus sent him here on his own was enough to convince her that Vladimir was no ordinary creature, but to have him for her own? That was a very tantalizing offer. Ursula's sea snakes had been eyeing the general with interest. In fact, they were so intrigued that they swiftly uncoiled from their master's arms and swam towards him, circling around him, as if analyzing him from head to toe. One of them lunged at his face, but the general remained unfazed. Be careful, my darlings. He is our guest, Ursula warned. How cute, he said. Are they your pets? Upon hearing their master's command, the snakes slinked back and coiled themselves around her arms once again. Vladimir smiled and asked, I assume I passed the test? In response, the sea snakes wrapped even closer around Ursula's arms and gave a small hiss. Perhaps not. Ursula petted them lovingly. These divine creatures? She asked. Rest assured, they are harmless. That is, they pose no harm to most creatures. For the remaining, they are simply a precautionary measure, just in case. Just in case of what? Vladimir asked, curious. Just in case someone tried to be smart with me, Ursula said, or tried to strike me at the dead of night unaware. My enemies don't get me, but get their fangs instead, along with a slow, painful death. The serpents don't frighten me, but I hate to think what you would do if you were cornered, Vladimir said. The general was smart to think that. Ursula had a dungeon full of transgressors, now turned to stone, a curious and macabre collection that had grown from the growth of her powers and subsequent increase in notoriety. She considered the idea of exhibiting them in her garden. Although to her dismay, her reputation didn't seem to faze the general at all. Or was it all an elaborate act? You don't want to know, Ursula said with a coy smile. Or perhaps you do, General? I was hoping you would answer a question of mine. Vladimir started, but then he paused. Vladimir. The general could hear Brutus's voice in his head. He summoned him by calling his name. Vladimir thought of ignoring it and answering later, but something in the Sea King's voice compelled him to reply immediately. What is it, my king? Are you still at the Sea Witch's castle? Yes. Get out of there. I have an urgent task for you. Don't say anything about it to the witch. Vladimir listened closely to Brutus's command. He realized he must look ridiculous to Ursula, stopping mid-sentence like that and being silent for several minutes. Ursula was looking at him with a bemused expression. Lose your train of thoughts? She asked. Vladimir smiled. Your beauty has a hypnotizing effect on me, but alas, this time my thoughts were hijacked by my king. Brutus is a demanding one, isn't he? Ursula said with a sly smile. Is it going to be like this, I suppose? Your duty before all else? Your duty before anyone else? A pained expression came on Vladimir's face. I wish you hadn't said that. Ursula smiled internally, seeing the conflicted expression on his handsome face. I was only teasing, she said. You don't have to make an excuse, General. I won't ask why you are leaving. You won't ask, but I will tell you anyway, Vladimir said to her surprise. Why would you do that? To show that above all else, my heart is true. Vladimir replied, Brutus summoned me because he got news that the Siren Queen has released Silk Fur. She has? That sounds unlike her, Ursula said. I am surprised that he is even alive. Barely. The Siren Queen has left Silk Fur in the dead realm, Vladimir said gravely. With his injuries, it is only a matter of time before he perishes. I am going there to save him. That is noble of you, Ursula said with a tight smile, resisting the urge to scream. Vladimir raised an eyebrow. I heard that you and Silk Fur were close at one point, or is it recent? Not that I mind a little competition. He delicately emphasized the word little. Ursula smiled inwardly. Vladimir might just be jealous of Silk Fur. Of course, you won't mind, Ursula replied. You would rather hunt, maim, and then conquer your quarry. Vladimir laughed, his hearty laughter echoing in the throne room and within the empty chambers of her heart. That puts me in a terrible light, does it not? He asked. But you didn't answer my question. I'd rather hear the truth from you. Ursula ignored the rapid beating of her heart. Whatever you heard is wrong, she said, her words terse. Silk Fur and I are merely associates. He was once a client of mine. That makes him slightly better than an acquaintance, Vladimir said, undeterred. Will you join me in rescuing him? Ursula shook her head. That is too risky. I will leave the heroics to you, Vladimir. I am no hero. I refuse to believe that. Know me long enough, and you will believe it, too, Ursula said. I will not change my opinion. Vladimir swims up to her and boldly takes her hands into his. This is only a temporary parting, he said, looking deep into her eyes. But my heart remains your captive, Ursula. He kisses the back of her hand, leaving her slightly breathless. As soon as Vladimir leaves, the sea witch's expression turns cold. Ursula had been careful not to let the emotions show on her face, but the information he shared had horrified her. So, Silk Fur was still alive. This was terrible news. Why didn't the siren kill him? Ursula had hoped that the Siren Queen would take care of him once and for all. I will have to find him before anyone else does, she thought. If he exposed her secret, she would be expelled from the seas and labeled as a killer. If Vladimir gets to the sulky lord before her, it could be disastrous. Silk Fur might spill her secret. The sea witch cursed loudly. Blast him, that fool, Ursula thought viciously. The sea witch had to make sure he was still alive. She called out his name, anxiously waiting for Silk Fur to respond to her summoning. It was barely audible, but she detected the faintest reply. Help me. Curses! Wasting no more time, the sea witch set out on a treacherous journey to the most dangerous location across the 7 seas, the Dead Realm, where even the bravest souls refused to enter. Chapter 3. The Dead Realm was even worse than its name. It was a desolate, dangerous place for anything living, but many still tempted their fates to go there. That was because it was the only place where one could find raw magic. Tucked safely within giant oysters on the ocean floor were the pearls of immortality. The darker the color of the pearl, The older and stronger the magic. If Ursula was desperate, she would look for pearls that were the lightest in shade. Although the allure of the dark pearls had tempted her, she heeded her mother's words. "Only take as much as you need, and nothing more," Mabel said. "What happens if I take more?" Ursula had asked. "Then it takes more from you," Mabel said. "What does it take, Mother?" "Part of your soul," she replied. "It will take more, your peace, your mind. You will never be satisfied and always hunger for more. It will make you obsessed with what you cannot have." Today, Ursula was there for a different reason, but she had to risk her life, or she would have none remaining. The sea witch knew she was getting near her destination, as there were no signs of life anywhere, no plants, no animals, not even a trace of color. The once sparkling ocean had transformed into a foreboding shade of murky gray. Ursula could feel her life draining, a side effect of being in this desolate realm, for it leached the life from those who accidentally wandered inside. Any other creature would have succumbed by now, but she was the sea witch, and had her magic protecting her. She floated like a ghost among the gray waters of the dead realm, another specter in its midst, hoping to find Silkfur quickly. But the sea witch was not alone. A strange figure was approaching her fast, and she gasped at the sight of it. What was it? It was a creature unlike any other she had seen. Ursula couldn't determine if it had once been a siren or even a mermaid, but one thing was certain: its soul seemed to have been corrupted, leading to this grotesque form. Its eyes were dark, bottomless pits, seemingly insatiable and filled with hunger. Without warning, the creature let out a guttural cry and lunged at her with its sharp talons, aiming to slice her throat and feast upon her lifeless body. Ursula had no choice but to retreat. She made herself invisible to the creature, swimming far away from its murderous reach. Just before she turned away, her eyes caught sight of something familiar in the distance. Silkfur had been bound and tied to a nearby rock, surrounded by more of these menacing creatures. Ursula felt a slight pang of regret as she gazed upon his long golden hair, drifting like kelp under the water. This was a trap. But who set it up? And who were they expecting to come rescue the Silky Lord? "Ursula, this is the work of the Siren Queen." Vladimir's voice startled Ursula, causing her to turn around. The general, who had silently swum up to her from behind, she noticed he was holding a giant spear in his hands. The general had come prepared. So, Vladimir wasn't bluffing when he said he would come to the dead realm. Ursula felt a mixture of admiration and annoyance at his bravery. "I didn't expect to find you here," he said, raising an eyebrow. "Don't read too much into this," she replied shortly. "It is just business." Vladimir gave a crooked grin. "If you risk your life for a business client, I can't imagine what you would do for those you cared about." "Probably much, much less," Ursula replied coolly. Vladimir threw back his head and laughed. "I know the rumors, the stories about you, Ursula, yet I can't find it in my heart to believe them." "Believe them," Ursula warned. "They will save your life." "What if it is no longer my life to save?" Vladimir said, his eyes ablaze. Ursula didn't know what to make of that statement, but her heart beat faster the way Vladimir was looking at her. Damn him, she thought. Why won't he listen? Was he really that recklessly stupid? For the first time, Ursula considered she might actually be in greater danger from him. Ever since she laid eyes on him, she couldn't get him out of her thoughts. Now, after today's events, she feared it would be even less likely for her to forget him. "What did you say about this being the work of the Siren Queen?" Ursula asked, mostly to divert herself from the handsome general's gaze. "There have been rumors about her amassing an army unlike any other we have seen before. The Siren Queen devours the souls of creatures, typical of any siren's powers. But unlike the others, she leaves a trace behind, corrupting their bodies and transforming them into these creatures you see now. He continued, they are being known as her Dark Sea Army. An army that only listens to her? What a brilliant move! Depending on the numbers, the Siren Queen can even challenge Brutus. But how did she manage it? What was the source of her magic, and could I learn it? Ursula wondered. Silk fur doesn't look well, Vladimir noted with concern. It's only a matter of time before either the dead realm or the dark creatures claim him. I'm unsure of the extent of the Siren Queen's control over them, but they look hungry. The terrible creatures were arguing amongst themselves, biting and lunging at each other inches away from the sulky lord's body. Vladimir was right to be worried. How do you propose we save him then? How do you propose we save him then? Ursula asked reluctantly. I distract them with this, Vladimir said, showing off his spear, while you take him far away from here. What makes you think I would agree to this? The sea witch questioned. Just a guess. You traveled all the way here and have yet to leave. Unless you plan to stay and watch me fight, Vladimir stated smugly. I must warn you, though, you might find yourself falling for me that much faster. He truly is an arrogant mermaid, Ursula thought, feeling irritated. I have no fear of that, she lied. Vladimir gave a mischievous wink. We shall see, my empress. Without giving her a chance to rebut his claim, the general swam ahead and confronted the menacing creatures. They pounced at him from every direction, hissing and snarling, outnumbering him 5-1, yet Vladimir evaded their advances. He effortlessly dispatched 2 with a single swipe of his spear. His skill in combat was a masterpiece in strength and speed, leaving Ursula in awe at the sheer ferocity of his attacks. The sea witch knew what Vladimir asked her to do. She had to release Silkfur and take him far away from the dead realm, yet she could not take her eyes off Vladimir. The general, she realized, had been holding himself back. Vladimir, initially reserved, had morphed into someone untamed and wild, leaving her in awe and unable to catch her breath. By now, he had disposed of all the creatures and turned to cut Silkfur free from his bonds. Just as he did, Vladimir unknowingly exposed himself to the last dark creature which had been lurking behind the rock. He turned too late when the creature gave a guttural cry. However, before the hideous creature could harm him, Ursula raised her hand and used her magic, dissolving the creature into nothingness. The ocean current carried away what was remaining of the monster. Now it was Vladimir who was in awe of her. His stunned face offered a slight consolation, knowing she wasn't the only one capable of being rendered breathless. Before Vladimir could say a word, Silkfur moaned and cried out to her, "My beloved!" Ursula groaned internally. "For the last time, Silkfur, I am not your beloved." The sulky lord didn't hear her. "You heard my cry and came to save me, my beloved." "Silkfur, if you don't shut up right now, I swear I will feed you to the creatures myself." "But my beloved," Silkfur tried to protest, but Vladimir interjected. "Perhaps we should leave the conversation for another time," the general said with amusement. "The dead realm is hardly a place to linger around." Ursula couldn't read the expression on his face. Wasn't Vladimir surprised by what Silkfur just called her? It must all be a game to him, Ursula realized. She should be glad she found out so soon, but for reasons unknown, the sea witch couldn't help feeling disappointed. Vladimir moved to carry Silkfur, but the proud Selkie put up one hand to stop him. "I can manage," he said with dignity. He then offered his hand to Ursula, who refused to take it. "Are we ready to go?" Vladimir asked coyly, looking toward the sea witch and then at Silkfur's extended hand. "I can no longer feel my fingers nor the tip of my tail." The sea witch seethed as Silkfur wouldn't budge without her, remaining as still as an obstinate rock. Reluctantly, She placed her hand into his, and the sulky lord grinned like an idiot. Vladimir had the ghost of a smile on his face, but he quickly swam ahead of them before she could decipher what it meant. The general kept his spear ready to protect them from any attacks from the Siren Queen's minions. The creatures attacked them twice before they could swim away from the dead realm. Once they passed the threshold of the desolate waters, they all inhaled deeply, as if doing it for the first time again. "That was an interesting bonding experience," Vladimir said. "Yes," the Silky Lord was looking better already. "Let us never do it again." Silkfur narrowed his eyes and glared at the general with open distrust, despite having been the one to save his life moments ago. "You will have to pardon my leave," Vladimir said abruptly. He turned and bowed to Ursula. "We will meet again." She gave him a grim smile before he took off toward Brutus's kingdom. He lies, Ursula thought. At least now she wouldn't have to worry about the general vying for her heart. Silkfur was already enough to deal with. "Finally, he has gone," Silkfur said, relieved. "Now it is just you and me as it should be." Ursula rolled her eyes. The male she was interested in didn't seem to care, and the one she wanted to get rid of was infatuated with her. Typical. The Silky Lord tightly held her in his embrace, causing her to squirm uncomfortably. "What do you think you are doing?" she asked icily. "Holding you close in my arms," Silkfur said with a smile. "I knew you wouldn't leave me for dead." "I didn't have a choice, and you know it," Ursula said tersely. "What? Were you afraid that I would reveal your secret about your stone collection?" Silkfur asked. "I am more honorable than that." Silkfur had accidentally seen one of the stone statues, but instead of being mortified, he had been morbidly curious. Like it was every day he came across a witch who petrified sea creatures who didn't uphold their end of the bargains. "If you were as honorable as you claim to be, you wouldn't even consider being in a relationship with me," Ursula retorted. "You stole my sealskin. What other conclusion am I supposed to draw other than that you desire my affection?" "I took it for magic. I've already explained this," Ursula replied through clenched teeth. "The first time, perhaps, I could believe your explanation. However, the second time, you replaced my original sealskin with a counterfeit, and in doing so, you saved me." Silkfur stated, "That's why the Siren Queen spared my life, as I didn't have my new sealskin, but an older one." Silkfur seemed uncomfortable in his old sealskin, as if it didn't quite fit him well. Being a lord, he preferred staying in half-seal, half-human form, even underwater. Perhaps it was a trace of arrogance on his part. His human form was breathtaking. The sea witch let out a sinister laugh. "The Siren Queen left you for dead and laid a trap for the Sea King," Ursula stated. "Believe me, she wouldn't show mercy to anyone." "So you had hoped the Siren Queen would kill me?" Silkfur asked, feeling hurt. "You're finally understood," Ursula replied with a cruel smile. A shadow of doubt flickered on the selfie's soft brown eyes, but it disappeared just as quickly. Silkfur shook his head, refusing to believe her. "As long as you have my sealskin, I will continue to honor and cherish our love," he asserted. The sea witch wanted to scream. How could anyone be so dense and naive? Then again, she could put an end to this charade simply by returning the cursed sealskin. The problem was, she had an insatiable appetite for hoarding magic and was unscrupulous about the methods she would use in getting it. His infatuation was merely a minor inconvenience compared to her gains. "Think what you will. We are not in a relationship and you are not getting it back," Ursula said stubbornly. Her words had the opposite effect she intended, and Silkfur gave her a loving smile. "I had a feeling you would say that." He really is an idiot, she thought viciously. His sickening, sweet gaze only made her sick to her stomach. "I have to return to my kingdom to inform them I am alive and well, all thanks to you, my love," Silkfur said, expressing his gratitude. Planting an affectionate kiss on her cheek, he gracefully swam away, leaving Ursula feeling flustered in his wake. When Ursula realized what he said, she shouted after his receding figure, "Don't tell them! It was me! I have a reputation to maintain!" Despite her outcry, Silkfur simply waved, his body language giving no signs that he heard her. Today was just a rotten day all around, Ursula thought resignedly. Tomorrow I will have to turn things around. I am the most treacherous creature in the 7 seas, and I will make sure both Silkfur and Vladimir never forget it. They will eternally regret the day they crossed paths with me. Ursula had hoped to put it all behind and find solace in the sanctuary of her castle. However, the sight of the general lingering by her gates ruined her plans. To make matters worse, there was not a single guard around, making Ursula growl with frustration. Why was she even keeping them if they couldn't keep her castle secure? She would deal with the useless lot later. "I thought you would have gone to report to your precious king," Ursula asked, her voice dripping with sarcasm. "Not before I had spoken to you," Vladimir replied. "Tell your king I have not yet decided on his offer," Ursula said. "Is there anything else?" "No, that will do for now," Vladimir said. Ursula felt her anger rise. "You are not interested in knowing about what is going on between Silkfur and I?" Vladimir raised an eyebrow. "Should I be?" "For someone who was claiming to be enamored, you are being very nonchalant. Silkfur could be my lover." "The more the merrier," Vladimir said lazily. Ursula was stunned into silence. "You were never serious, were you?" Vladimir, seeing Ursula was getting angry, quickly became somber. "Now I wouldn't say that." "Then what would you say?" Ursula folds her arms. "I was waiting for you to tell me. I am a patient merman, and I don't like jumping to conclusions." "Yet you easily deemed me worthy of pursuit?" Ursula countered. "I trust my instincts, and they are never wrong," Vladimir said. He leaned in closer until he was inches away from her face. "What we will have, Ursula, will be eternal, and I will fight anyone and everyone to make it true." Ursula felt a shiver down her spine. There was madness in his words, yet she was more drawn to him than ever. "What about the Sea King?" she asked in a low voice. "That includes him," Vladimir said. What he was saying was treason, but Ursula doubted he was lying. What have I gotten myself into? Vladimir seemed to relish the chaos his words created within her. "My dear witch, would you answer a question of mine?" "What is your question?" she asked. His tone made her heart skip a beat. "Come away with me," Vladimir proposed. "What if Brutus finds out about your plans?" "Forget about politics and how it appears for a moment," Vladimir urged, inching closer. "This is just about you and me." Ursula gazed intently into his mesmerizing eyes, discovering a madness that mirrored the one in her own heart. "Where do you want to take me?" she asked. Vladimir smiles broadly. He takes her hand, and together they take off before anything else could stop them. Chapter 4. With the ongoing conflicts in the ocean, their ability to visit certain places was limited, and they desired to stay away from any remaining locations where they might be seen in each other's company, at least until Ursula made an official decision on whom to ally with. Vladimir may not care about being seen, but the sea witch was more cautious. "Where are you taking me?" Ursula asked. Admittedly, I hadn't made any plans since this was a spur-of-the-moment decision. We could enjoy a romantic ride on a seahorse-drawn cart or swim near the water's surface under the moonlit sky, Vladimir suggested. The sea witch made a face. "I am not interested in that," Ursula said coldly, not caring if she was crushing his dreams, but Vladimir didn't even flinch. Now that those options are no longer available, what is your plan? She asked. Vladimir, noticing that his romantic gestures were falling flat, took a different approach. What does your heart desire, Ursula? Tell me, and I will make it come true. Vladimir didn't have to ask twice. Ursula knew what she wanted, magic and power. If she couldn't have the former, she would settle for the latter. Despite feeling her heart race around the general, the prophecy lingered in her mind like a festering sore. Time was running out, and she soon had to decide whom to align with. Only Vladimir had just asked her what she longed to hear. Ursula would have formed an alliance with Vladimir in a heartbeat, if only he had what she was looking for. Her heart might be in shambles at the mere thought of the general, but her sharp mind was still very much in command. The sea witch would only decide once she knew all of her options, and after witnessing the dark creatures commanded by the Siren Queen, Ursula knew which direction she was leaning towards. Vladimir, do you have an army? An army? Vladimir repeated, slightly puzzled. I command an entire legion. No, those are Brutus's creatures, and would be loyal to him, Ursula said. What about an army that is loyal to you alone? Creatures loyal to only me? Vladimir said, contemplating. Yes, I have such an army. Can you show me? Ursula said with excitement. Can you take me to them now? Isn't there any other place you would like to go? Vladimir asked. You can take me there another time, Ursula said impatiently. Show me your army now. Now? If it piques your interest, I certainly will, Vladimir said, giving a bow. However, I must warn you, they are located quite a distance away. I don't care about the distance, Ursula exclaimed. We are merkind. We can swim to any part of the ocean at great speed. That won't be necessary, Vladimir said, smiling. We will arrive there in style. With style? Ursula asked, perplexed. Vladimir grinned. He blew a whistle, and moments later a whale appeared. Ursula listened as the giant creature sang, a mesmerizing song that vibrated through the ocean and felt deep in her bones. If the sea witch possessed a heart, she would be in awe at the sight of this majestic animal. Instead, however, Ursula raised an eyebrow. This will be our ride. I think this might even be a better idea for spending our first time together, Vladimir said. After you, my lady. He bowed to Ursula, and she sighed, reluctantly sitting on the whale's back. Within a brief span of time, she realized Vladimir could not have chosen a better or more romantic backdrop. The ocean was teeming with life, where schools of vibrant fish gracefully dart in front of them in a kaleidoscope of colors. The synchronized movements of the fish resemble a stunning ballet, infusing the ocean blues with vibrant bursts of iridescence. Only those who paid close attention could uncover the hidden symphony in the vast underwater realm. It was in the swaying of the seagrass meadows and the graceful motions of the aquatic creatures gliding effortlessly through the water. It was a dreamlike ambiance, complete with beautiful Vladimir by her side, but it only made Ursula more uneasy. It was because she was determined to stay anchored in reality. The whale was moving calmly through the scenic waters, but that did nothing to calm the sea witch's nerves. How long until we get there? Ursula asked impatiently. The general seemed transfixed by her lips, so it took a while for him to answer her question. We will reach our destination soon, much too quickly, in fact, Vladimir responded, looking closely at her. Ursula felt her entire body heated under his intense gaze. What do you mean, much too quickly? She asked, her voice almost a whisper. Ursula had tried to appear unaffected by his presence, so her sudden shortness of breath surprised her. Sometimes we are so impatient for our destination that we forget to enjoy the journey, Vladimir said, pensive. I am guilty of this more than anyone. You are being philosophical today, Ursula observed. I have been doing that a lot lately, thinking about my life and how I have been living it," Vladimir said. "What brought about this change?" Ursula asked. "I have been inspired by your presence," Vladimir replied, "and mesmerized by your beauty. You are all I can think about, Ursula." Ursula felt her heart flutter. She wished she didn't sense the sincerity behind Vladimir's words. She wished he was only manipulating her for his own gain. But he wasn't. Vladimir was honest in everything he did, but he couldn't see the truth, that loving a creature like her would only bring him heartbreak. He would try to become her savior, but she would be his ruin. The whale continued swimming until it reached the edge of a kelp forest, bringing an end to their peaceful yet uneventful ride. Vladimir bowed to the giant creature, expressing gratitude for saving them from a tiresome journey. There was nothing else around them except a wall of green. Vladimir surprised her by heading right into the deep, dark kelp forest. "Wait," she said. "Is this where we are going?" "Are you afraid, Ursula?" The general had a teasing grin on his face. "You can stay close to me if you are." The sea witch rolled her eyes. "As if?" She raised her hand and the kelp parted to create a clear path in front of them. Vladimir let out a chuckle. "I should have anticipated this," he remarked. "Were you hoping I would depend on you like a mermaid in distress?" Ursula asked, smug. The general shook his head and smiled, gesturing for her to go ahead. The sea witch obliged. Ursula swam ahead, although she was unfamiliar with the path. She preferred not to linger and risk getting entangled in the serpent-like kelp. The darkness was so intense that she could hardly see more than a few feet ahead of her. Finally, the kelp forest ended, revealing a vast field. Ursula eagerly looked around, but there was not a single mermaid in sight, yet alone an entire legion of them. "I don't understand. Where is your army?" Vladimir directed Ursula's attention to the open field ahead, where there were thousands of floating jelly stars. The creatures varied in size, from some that would fit in the palm of her hands to those larger than the whale that brought them here. In a mesmerizing display of dance, they gracefully spun and twirled, radiating a remarkable sense of tranquility. Although they appeared harmless, the sea witch knew looks could be deceiving. The jelly star's stings were painful, even fatal. Ursula had learned this lesson early in life from her mother. "What is this place?" she asked. "We are in the jelly star field," he responded. "It's quite remarkable here, wouldn't you agree? They are a natural wonder." There was no hint of deceit in his voice. "I have never seen so many jelly stars before," Ursula admitted. Vladimir playfully circled around them, mimicking their spinny movements, making her laugh. Eventually, they discovered a raised spot on the ocean floor and settled down, sitting side by side. "So, this is your army?" she finally asked. "I surprised you, didn't I?" Vladimir gave a grin. "They would make a formidable army if only they weren't so wild," Ursula said, only slightly annoyed. "You speak with some experience?" he asked, curious. Ursula paused, realizing she had never shared this story with anyone before. She liked to keep her private thoughts to herself, but Vladimir made her want to open up, if only just this once. "My mother showed me my first jelly star," she admitted. "Sounds like a lovely memory," Vladimir said. "It would have been," Ursula said in a low voice, "if she had left it at that." Vladimir furrowed his forehead and a thin line appeared between his brows. "What happened?" "My mother wanted me to learn a protective spell. According to her, I was supposed to practice until I couldn't feel the sting of the jelly star when I touched it. Learning this spell took me quite a while, leaving my hands red and swollen for months, and she wouldn't heal me until I learned. Even now, I can feel the ghost of their stings on the palm of my hand." "I'm sorry," Vladimir said, his sorrowful expression etching deeply on his handsome face. "That's an exceedingly cruel method of teaching someone. You certainly didn't deserve to learn in such a manner." She shrugged her shoulders. Don't apologize, it was a long time ago. Ursula couldn't feel anger towards her mother. After all, it was she who had taught her everything she knew. Mabel was the most powerful witch beneath the seven seas, that is, until a witch stronger than her emerged and overpowered her. Vladimir sighed. Had I known about your previous experiences, I might have reconsidered bringing you here. But let me make it up to you. I know I can't take away the pain you must have felt, but maybe I can provide a happier memory to replace it. How would you do that? Ursula asked. I will show you something different about the creatures, something no one else knows about the jelly stars, except for me, Vladimir said. You weren't at fault for not liking them, but neither were the creatures to blame. When Ursula kept listening, he continued, Do you know why jelly stars sting? Vladimir asked. Is this one of your philosophical questions, or do I really have to answer it? Vladimir gave an encouraging nod for her to go ahead. Ursula sighed. They sting because they are stupid creatures. They sting because they are afraid, Vladimir said. Ursula couldn't get past the ridiculous statement and burst out, What would they be afraid of? They are the ones terrorizing the oceans. They are afraid because they do not know what you want, Vladimir said. They can't tell if you are friend or foe. When I communicate with them, it takes away their apprehension. Can you communicate with them? How? Ursula seems puzzled. I didn't think that was possible. You don't believe me? I will show it to you now. Vladimir smiled and then whistled a soft tune that caught the attention of all the floating creatures. The jelly stars paused and listened to his melody. Then he whistled once more, and Ursula watched in awe as each jelly star started glowing. They illuminated the field like little stars in the night sky. The sea witch rose from her previous position and drifted towards them, wanting to be near. It felt as if she was swimming amidst a boundless expanse of shimmering stars. Vladimir followed closely behind her, captivated by her very presence. He observed her with awe, as if she was a wonder herself. So there is more to the floating, glowing, squishy jelly stars? Ursula asked with slight amusement. With her protective magic active, she gently prodded one of them without feeling any sort of sting. Yes, Vladimir replied. They are highly organized too, he added. Great. I will note that for my nightmares, Ursula replied with a slight shiver. Vladimir laughed. In many ways, they are like you, Ursula. You wouldn't want to get on their bad side. Ursula smiled mischievously. I only have one side, Vladimir, and it is all bad. Corrupt me, Vladimir said, his voice breaks. Please? You almost had me when you said corrupt, but then you ruined it by adding please. Ursula said, frowning. Vladimir grinned. I guess I need to work on that if I want to win you over. Ursula's heart was beating faster, yet she couldn't suppress the skeptical thought in her mind. She said it out loud. Vladimir, do you mean to win me over for the alliance? I am falling hard for you, Ursula. This has nothing to do with the alliance. I am just talking about my personal feelings. Ursula's heart pounded in her chest, but she kept her expression neutral. You have a better chance at winning the alliance, she said demurely. I have a chance then, slim as it may be, Vladimir said, smiling. That will keep me going. Ursula hid her smile. It was hard to deny the charm Vladimir had on her, and it was getting harder and harder to resist him. She couldn't trifle with him like her past lovers. Ursula wasn't sure if she ever could. Vladimir had a serious expression on his face. Can you do me a favor, Ursula? What do you need, Vladimir? Will you dance with me? He asked, extending his hand. She accepted without hesitation, and he gracefully twirled her into his embrace, swirling together in a waltz. At that very moment, surrounded by a mesmerizing expanse of glimmering stars, they became entranced with one another, forgetting everything else that might divide them. Chapter 5. Vladimir hoped to sneak into the castle unobserved, but he hadn't considered the possibility of Brutus lurking in the shadows, waiting for him. "The task took you longer than I expected." Vladimir heard the accusation in the Sea King's voice and winced. "Were you waiting for me?" Vladimir asked guiltily. "I was just wondering where my best general was," Brutus said with deadly calm. "Did you find Sulkfur?" "Yes, I am happy to report he is alive and well," Vladimir said. "Well as he can be, having survived the Siren Queen." "I was wondering why that is," Brutus mused. "What about the Sea Witch? Did she agree to an alliance?" "Not yet," Vladimir said, but seeing the grim expression on his king's face, he quickly added, "But she is getting there." "Is that why you are so late, Vladimir?" Brutus asked. "Has the witch put you under her spell? Are you enamored with her now?" "Not at all," Vladimir lies, trying to hide his nervousness with a smile. "You tell me lies and expect me to believe them?" the Sea King replied shrewdly. "Vladimir, I know you better than you give me credit for." "Then you must know I will not fail you," Vladimir almost pleaded. "I just need more time." Brutus shook his head. "Time is what we don't have." Vladimir's face fell upon hearing those words. "Please don't tell me to kill Ursula." His mind screamed. "I would rather do anything else than cause her harm." The general needed to form a strategy quickly. "How much time do we have?" "Until the full moon," Brutus said. "According to my sources, the Siren Queen is planning something terrible. We must have all our alliances formed by then and remain vigilant." "What do you think will happen?" Vladimir ventured to ask, despite the foreboding feeling he got from Brutus's grim expression. "She will execute the final move of her elaborate plot," Brutus said. "By the end of the full moon, everyone will see the Siren Queen's plan laid bare. She had merely been toying with us until this point." Vladimir's heart constricted. "I will have Ursula's allegiance by then, trust me." Brutus let out a sigh. "That is all I can do at this point. Trust and wait." Vladimir experienced a slight relief, which was soon eclipsed by a profound sense of worry. What could the Siren Queen be plotting that was causing Brutus to be so worried? Vladimir had never witnessed the Sea King so agitated. The oceans were in deep trouble if their greatest protector was feeling uneasy. The general fervently hoped to secure Ursula's allegiance long before the situation descended into utter chaos. In the meantime, he sought to form an alliance with someone Brutus might not have even considered. Should the Siren Queen prove to be as formidable as the feared Sea King, they would require any help they could find, even if it meant going to the surface to seek it. The Sirens lived in a distant underwater citadel, isolated from other realms. Unless a kingdom sent an ambassador to them, the Sirens remained secluded in their own world, immersed in their own affairs. However, it was only when the Siren Queen assumed control that the underwater realm took notice. As the Siren Queen assembled her formidable Dark Sea army and began her attacks on various kingdoms, they could no longer ignore the Sirens. Their merciless queen spared no one, ruthlessly slaughtering all who stood in her path. There were no negotiations, no possibility of mercy. She was a dreadful monster, but even she was encountering the limits of her power. She needed more souls, more destruction. Having set her sight on the Sea Witch, she was about to send her a devastating message. Ever since the day she spent with Vladimir, the Sea Witch moved around in a daze. She even started humming to herself, which terrified her servants and guards, who didn't know how to interpret this sudden change. It was a beginning to grate on her own nerves. "Why can't I get him out of my mind?" Ursula bemoaned. She desperately needed a distraction, something to refocus her ambitious mind. She couldn't afford to daydream any longer. Ursula had an empire to build. Her servants brought in a grand bouquet of water lilies, clearly charmed to maintain their bloom even when underwater. Were they a gift from the general? Her heart skipped a beat, though she tried to suppress her excitement. "Who sent these?" she asked, lightly running her fingers over the petals. "They are from Silkfur, the sulky lord," her servant responded. The sea witch retracted her hand immediately, as if the flowers had burned her. "Dispose of them," Ursula commanded. "Take them out of my sight." Her servant hesitated momentarily before complying with her order. What if Vladimir had sent them? Then I would have wasted the entire day pining over them, she thought. Even if true, the thought was too depressing to think about, and that, more than anything, brought her crashing back to reality. "I believe I've had my fill of lovers today," the sea witch declared, as she sat upon her throne, her eyes glinting dangerously. She summons her guards and asks, "Where is Shade?" The guards shook their heads. "We heard nothing from him." "Did you go looking for him, or are you waiting for me to impart that bit of wisdom?" Ursula asked angrily. We were," they stuttered. "Go find him now." "Yes, Your Highness." The guards looked at one another and quickly scrambled. Shade served as Ursula's most trusted spy. It wasn't unusual for him to go missing while on a mission, but she could always reach out to him. His mind had been quiet, and that gave Ursula an unsettling feeling. In the evening, the guards brought back Shade, or at least what remained of him. His merman tail had been mercilessly severed, displaying deep talon marks and bruises that covered his entire body. Someone had brutally attacked her best spy and fighter and dumped his body near her territory. To Ursula's astonishment, she noticed glowing letter markings on Shade's bare torso, forming a message for her. It read, "You are cordially invited to the Blood Moon Ball. I eagerly await your arrival, the Siren Queen." While her guards dragged away Shade's lifeless body, the sea witch pondered the message as she paced the grand throne room. The invitation from the Siren Queen puzzled her. Was it yet another trap? Most likely it is, she thought. However, Ursula questioned whether she would be foolish enough to accept the invitation, finding herself morbidly curious. A female voice spoke from behind. "Ursula?" Surprised, she turned to locate the source and discovered it was a siren. The sea snakes protectively wrapped around her arms and hissed at the stranger. Both puzzled and slightly alarmed, the sea witch asked, "Who are you, and what are you doing here? How did you get past my guards?" "I used my voice and sent them away," the siren replied. "My name is Titania, and I am here to warn you, sea witch." The siren's hair shimmered in silver, and her eyes were the color of ocean waves, hinting at someone familiar, someone she had met before. Titania? Where had she heard that name? Ursula shaped her features into a contemptuous sneer. "I already received a warning and consequently lost my most valuable informant for it. What more could there possibly be to know?" "That it wasn't just you who received the invitation, but she invited creatures from other kingdoms as well," Titania replied. "The sirens have never opened their kingdom to the others. Why is she doing that now?" "The Siren Queen means to show you all her power during the blood moon. Her powers will be at their height," Titania replied. "She means to frighten us?" Titania shakes her head. "She means you all to surrender. Resisting her is futile." Ursula raised an eyebrow. "Did she send you here to deliver that message? Are you here solely to see my reaction?" "The Siren Queen didn't send me here. I came here freely of my will," the siren replied. "Why have you come to me? If the Siren Queen is as powerful as you claim, shouldn't you remain close to her side?" "I need you to protect something of mine," Titania replied. "I came to ask for your help." Ursula smiled, as bargains were her specialty. However, there was something that had been continuously nagging at her mind. Suddenly she recalled the reason the siren's face seemed familiar to her. "Isn't Brutus your cousin?" Ursula asked. The siren didn't deny their relationship. "Why don't you go to him?" "My cousin is naive," Titania said dismissively. "He thinks that his might can defeat the Siren Queen, but only the most cunning mind can defeat her." "And for that you came to me instead of the Sea King?" Ursula asked, smirking. "I won't say you are wrong in your assessment, but that being said, I am not promising to help you either." Titania's desperation was visible in her aura, so Ursula already knew she had the upper hand. Surely enough, her response brought tears to the siren's eyes. "Please, Ursula, help me," she pleaded. "I don't help. I bargain," Ursula corrected her abruptly, her tone icy. "And I don't engage in any bargains until you disclose the reason for your presence and what I stand to gain in return." "I come to you as a mother," Titania said, trying to hold back her tears. "One day you will become a mother too, Ursula, and then you will understand how the love of your child can push you to do the impossible." "Child or no child, my greatest concern is my self-preservation," Ursula replied, unmoved. "Then I will offer you what you want," Titania replied. "Which is?" "Inside news, straight from the Siren's court," Titania said. "You are offering to be a spy?" "Yes, I will replace the one you lost." "If the Siren Queen finds out, she will destroy you for your treachery," Ursula said. "If that is the price for the safety of my children, I will gladly pay it," the brave mother replied. Ursula, intrigued, asked, "Where are your children? I don't see them." "They are hiding, waiting for me to give the signal that it is safe," Titania explained. Ursula let out a wicked cackle. "They are in no threat from me, Titania. I am flattered by your concern." Titania lowered her head respectfully. "Children, Onyx, Scarlet, Amber, come out, my loves. It is safe now," she called out to her hidden daughters. 3 small sirens emerged from their hiding spot. The oldest sister, Onyx, had a body and hair as dark as the night. The middle sister, Scarlet, possessed a ruby-colored body and flaming red hair. Amber was the youngest sister, who had a translucent body and hair that shimmered like multicolored gems. "Triplets! You have triplets?" Ursula exclaimed. "I have never heard of sirens having 3 offspring at once." Their mother beamed. "They are my pride and joy, my greatest treasure." Even Ursula couldn't help but feel moved by this sentiment. Although she concealed her emotions, she gazed at the children once more, unable to determine their ages, as sirens aged slower than most, depending on the number of souls they consumed. "Will you take care of them for me until it is safe?" Titania asked cautiously, mindful of her daughter's presence. Ursula recognized the advantage of such an arrangement, particularly when it involved family. She didn't hesitate before answering yes. "Do you promise to protect them, Ursula?" Titania pressed, seeking reassurance. Though her word should have been enough, Ursula could sense Titania's lingering doubts. Reluctantly, she sighed and responded, "Yes, I promise, Titania." However, Titania still seemed unconvinced. "My castle will be safer than anywhere else in the 7 seas, as I am not a target like the Boy King," Ursula reasoned. "The Siren Queen has her eyes on everyone, Ursula, especially you," Titania warned. She grew alarmed. "Especially me? Why?" "She wants your loyalty," Titania explained. "Loyalty? Don't you mean she wants an alliance?" Ursula questioned, searching for clarity. Titania shook her head. "No treaties, no alliances. She only wants subservience." "Just like I do," the Sea Witch thought. Ursula pondered Titania's words. She couldn't deny her fascination with the Siren Queen, but she needed information from Titania to understand in which direction the tides were shifting. "Will you ensure the protection of my daughters?" Titania asked, her voice filled with concern. "Can I trust you, Ursula?" Recognizing the importance of her words in gaining Titania's trust, Ursula responded with conviction. "As long as magic courses through my veins, I will protect onyx, scarlet, and amber. Your children will be safe under my care, Titania." The sea witch had made an oath bound by her magic. There wasn't much more she could say or do to persuade the siren should she choose to trust her. However, to her benefit or dismay, Titania finally yields. The siren let out a grateful sob. "Thank you," she replied tearfully, her voice choking with emotion. "I am doing this for their future, for their safety and well-being of my precious babies." "I expect a thorough report of what happens at the Blood Moon Ball," the sea witch stated. "You shall have it," Titania replied grimly. "And I expect the names of all those who attend," Ursula said. She was curious to know if Brutus would send anyone, especially if his fearless general Vladimir would be in attendance. Her heart leaped with concern, but she stifled her fears. Ursula would never give her heart to a weakling, and this could be another test to prove if Vladimir was even worthy of her attention. Titania nodded her head and cast one last glance at her daughters. She brought them all into her embrace and whispered in their ears, "I am uncertain when I will return, but Ursula will be here to take care of you until I do. Listen to her as you would listen to your mother." Her daughters nodded silently, although the youngest, overwhelmed with emotion, had tears streaming down her face. The sea witch's snakes made hissing noises as they heard her sobbing, which made the youngest siren look towards them, quickly gasp with fear, and hide behind her sisters. Ursula ordered her guards to take the children away into the most secure part of the castle. She waited until it was only the two of them remaining in the throne room. "How did you keep your children a secret from the Siren Queen? I imagined she would be very interested in the power of 3. "They were born before she took power. My mate and I have been taking turns guarding them, but we won't be able to do it much longer." Ursula didn't ask for the reason. Titania was already on edge, and any slight mistake on her end might make her change her mind. "What else can you tell me, Titania? What will happen during the blood moon?" "The Siren Queen will perform a ritual that will mark the end of everything," Titania replied solemnly. "Old kingdoms will fall, and nothing will remain the same in the oceans. I must leave now before the Siren Queen realizes my absence. She must never know that I was here." The sea witch nodded knowingly. Ursula and Titania were fully aware of the dire consequences if either of them were to disclose their secret. Titania hastily swam back to her kingdom, leaving behind her children, her greatest treasure and most guarded secret in the hands of the sea witch. Chapter 6. It had been far too long since Vladimir took Ursula to the field of jelly stars. The time they had spent together had been a moment of pure magic and felt like the beginning of something. But after 3 days of complete agony, without hearing a single word from him, she grew tired of waiting. Unfortunately, her other suitor, Silkfur, had not been as negligent. Rather, he had been the complete opposite. Ursula couldn't get rid of him no matter what she tried. On the first day Silkfur showed up at her castle, the guards turned him away on her orders. Seeing that his approach didn't work, the sulky lord started showing up every hour. Despite the constant refusals, Silkfur remained undeterred, stubborn even. To Ursula's mortification, she started hearing him singing off-key outside her window. She was certain the entire castle could hear him and that she was quickly becoming a laughingstock among her servants. The sea witch had thought about summoning Vladimir, but after witnessing Silkfur resorting to the same tactic, realized how much it reeked of desperation and found herself repulsed by the thought. I will not succumb to my impulses. I will exercise more self-control than the Selkie, she vowed to herself. Ursula was desperate to get rid of Silk Fur, so desperate that she even considered returning the Selkie back his seal skin. However, much to her shock, she couldn't find it. The sea witch was sure she had hidden it well, perhaps a little too well. Where was that plastic thing? She asked herself, following Silk Fur's latest failed attempt at a tuneless serenade. She turned the castle over inside and out, but couldn't locate the sealskin. Unable to bear the confinement of the castle any longer and Silk Fur's dreadful singing, Ursula desperately needed a new plan. She had to escape before she lost her sanity. She knew the perfect place where Silk Fur would never dare to venture, so she set her sights on the Siren Queen's citadel. Having been the Siren Queen's captive before and narrowly escaping with his life, it seemed highly unlikely that Silk Fur would risk such danger again, especially so soon. He had seemed visibly traumatized by the experience when Ursula found him in the dead realm. But what about her recent conversation with Titania? On the surface, it might seem like she was contradicting what she had told Titania, but Ursula never explicitly stated that she would not attend the Blood Moon Ball, merely that she expected the siren to give her a thorough report. Despite Titania's warning about the danger involved, the sea witch was far too curious to miss out on the event of a millennium. Ursula altered her appearance to blend in with the other sirens, taking extra precautions to avoid being recognized by Silk Fur should he gather the courage to attend the event. She exited through the secret passage, feeling a surge of anger at having to sneak out of her own castle. The sea witch also left her beloved sea snakes behind, feeling strangely defenseless and exposed without them. Having them with her made her instantly recognizable. However, Ursula saw this as a small sacrifice for the valuable insight she hoped to gain. Ursula managed to escape undetected, and the journey to the Siren's kingdom remained uneventful. However, the sea witch always suspected when things went too smoothly. She was prepared to use her magic to make her way through the front gates, but it turned out to be unnecessary. The gates of the citadel were wide open, with not a single sentry in sight. Hordes of sea creatures were swimming inside, engaged in frenzied conversations. Having journeyed from all corners of the ocean, the Siren Queen meant for this to be a spectacle, and she had invited everyone to the show. What is she up to? Ursula thought for the millionth time. Curiosity and jealousy burned her inside. The Siren Queen seemed fairly confident in whatever she was doing, and based on her own experience, that could have an interesting outcome. There were two major possibilities. The event will be an utter and complete disappointment, or Ursula will bitterly regret her decision to come here. The sea witch swam into the main domed hall, where marble columns engraved with the images of sirens lined the perimeter of the large space. Thousands of sea creatures had gathered here, and their chattering voices together reached a fevered pitch. Among the crowd, the sirens stood out, their glum and subdued expressions a stark contrast with the surrounding excitement. It was a sight contradictory to what Ursula had imagined. She expected for them to be far more excited. If Ursula didn't know any better, all the sirens appeared terrified. The sea witch scanned the crowd, but failed to locate Vladimir. It seemed whatever occupied his attention had prevented him from joining them. Maybe he was intentionally avoiding her. The thought gave her heart a painful feeling, so Ursula promptly dismissed it before it caused any further harm. The crowd pointed towards a figure as it emerged from the ground, as though ascending from the depths of hell. A deathly silence spread in the hall, broken only by the haunting sound of slithering across the floor. The Siren Queen materialized before them. The sight eliciting a terror that drained the color from every face. They could see her giant talons, her snake-like body. When the Siren Queen spoke, her words came out as a deathly hiss. Her voice was ancient and terrible, and as she spoke, the surrounding atmosphere grew heavy and foreboding, cloaking everything in oppressive darkness. Her words were draining the life of everyone around her. The Siren Queen didn't start with the customary greeting. Rather, she sang, "Give me your flesh, your bones. Give me everything you own. Forget the past. It has never been. Fail me not, for I am your queen. Only one rules over all. Bow to my will, or face your fall." Titania had been right. The Siren Queen had summoned them all here for only one purpose, which was to demand their complete and unwavering subservience. While most of the crowd appeared frightened by her, Ursula observed a handful of creatures from the other realms with defiant faces, such as the brave and honorable Selkies. Only the nymphs displayed some hesitation, as if carefully mulling over the Siren Queen's words and considering the advantage of joining her. Ursula couldn't help but smile. She always suspected the nymphs were cunning. Now the Siren Queen spoke. "Who will bow before me?" As she scanned the crowd, Ursula's heart froze for a split second when the Siren Queen's gaze landed on her. However, to her relief, the Siren Queen glanced away. She must not have recognized her. No one answered the question, and no one stepped forward to pledge their devotion. It was quickly turning into an embarrassing and potentially ruinous moment for the Siren Queen. However, to Ursula's surprise, the Siren Queen cackled and exclaimed, "Perhaps I have not instilled enough fear in you. There is no creature more powerful than me, and from this moment on, I will forever etch this truth into your hearts." The Siren Queen raised her hand, and the sirens started gathering, silently pulling away from the crowd, converging towards her. Upon her command, they sang in unison, sending a shiver down Ursula's spine. The melody was haunting and powerful enough to rouse the dead from their slumber. Gasps escaped among the crowd as the domed ceiling above them transformed into a panorama resembling the night sky. It was a celestial masterpiece, with the blood moon glowing directly overhead in its center, its crimson light casting an eerie color over the onlookers, as though immersing them in a bath of blood. Amidst the fearful chatter, Ursula heard the faint sound of someone sobbing. She quickly located the source, realizing it was Titania. The sea witch's first instinct was to hide in case the siren recognized her, but Titania remained unaware of her presence. Instead, her attention was fixed on the striking siren, with long white hair and a scar across his back, who was currently swimming away from her. Based on his appearance, Ursula knew he was Octavian, the same siren whose singing had brought down an entire mountain, reducing it to rubble. His feat was legendary, as was his power. This made Titania's crying seem even more strange. Why was she so afraid? Joining Octavian, several other sirens broke off from the crowd to position themselves directly beneath the blood moon. Within that gathering stood 6 of the most formidable sirens, and they all appeared as they were awaiting their deaths. "Who is your master?" the Siren Queen hissed. The formidable 6 spoke in unison as if in a trance. "You are our queen." A smile crept across the Siren Queen's face. "To whom does your life belong?" "It belongs to you alone," the 6 replied, collectively once again, bringing a shiver down Ursula's spine. "Then prove it," Sing to me, my children, and give me your strengths," the Siren Queen said, "and do not stop until I command it." The fierce sirens started singing, and Ursula covered her ears. Their power was overwhelming, prompting several creatures to flee from the hall, screaming in terror. The entire citadel shuddered, its very foundations threatening to crumble to dust. Yet the sirens continued their haunting song. Gradually their colors and strengths faded away, but the Siren Queen did not command them to stop. Titania desperately cried out, "Octavian!" He alone paused, albeit briefly. The Siren Queen hissed, "Keep singing!" and he obliged, despite the immense strain it placed on him. They will die if they keep this up, Ursula thought with alarm. Why isn't the Siren Queen stopping them? However, their queen stood with a merciless look in her eyes and a wicked smile on her face. She had such control over them. The sirens would continue to follow her command, even if it killed them. For the first time in her life, Ursula was terrified. She had never witnessed such a display of power and understood how lacking her own was in comparison. One of the 6 sirens fell to the ground, but when she rose again, she was unrecognizable. Her eyes had transformed into bottomless pits, and she gave out a feral scream. One by one, the others fell and underwent a similar transformation, leaving only Octavian. Titania sobbed harder. Octavian must be her mate, Ursula thought. He must be the father of Scarlet, Amber, and Onyx. Octavian was resisting the Siren Queen's command with all his strength, but a single tear rolled down his cheek before he, too, succumbed to the monster's power. The fierce 6 were no longer sirens, but they became one of the dark sea creatures. No longer were they rational beings, but monsters consumed by their primal hunger. They stayed in place, stopped by the Siren Queen alone. Would she unleash the newly formed beasts at the crowd? They looked ready to tear open the limbs of all around them with their claws. The Siren Queen did not order them to attack the crowd, like Ursula suspected. However, this was not the last of her cruelty. The Siren Queen raised her hand once more, and the 6 crumbled to dust before their eyes as she drained the last remnants of their strength. It was too much. Ursula had seen enough. Suddenly she could not breathe and had to leave, but the Siren Queen's voice halted her in her tracks. "Leaving so soon?" hissed the Siren Queen. "You have only seen a fraction of what my powers can do. You have yet to meet my beast." She began singing another horrifying song. "Rise now, my pet, emerge from the abyss. Rise, my creature, let nothing go amiss. Display your immense power, unleash your formidable might. Now is the very hour to send them screaming with fright." Those in the crowd, which was now much smaller since most of the creatures have fled, gestured towards the blood moon above them as it shifted into darkness. They all heard a loud thumping sound. Thump, 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 thump went the monstrous drum. Finally, something stirred in the blackness, and they all saw the opening of a giant eye. "It is a monster!" cried one in the crowd. "There is no such beast. She is fooling us with her magic," said another with a shaky voice. The accusation made the Siren Queen cackle. "Speak, my pet. Show them you are as real as they are," she said. Before long, a thunderous roar filled the domed hall and echoed throughout the entire ocean, reaching every nook and corner. There was nowhere to hide from the monster's roar. Having drawn power from the fearsome six, the Siren Queen had at last unleashed her greatest weapon. The roar had been of her monstrous pet, known as the Kraken. Chapter 7. Vladimir took a deep breath. He couldn't help but feel strange being away from the water, even if his magic was compensating for the difference. His body transformed as soon as he touched the shore. To any onlooker, he was merely another well-dressed human, one whose beauty was as much a weapon as his magic. I truly am a fish out of water, Vladimir thought, and a cheeky grin spread across his face. He wondered vaguely if Ursula would find the joke amusing and then quickly sobered up. It took Vladimir several days to locate the human ship he was searching for. If it had been another sea creature, the search would have been much shorter. The general was taking a big risk by being here exposed out in the open, and if he were wrong, it could very well cost him his life. In spite of the danger, his gut feeling told him to stay. Vladimir hadn't told the Sea King of his plans and wanted to keep this close to his chest for as long as possible. Brutus detested humans, particularly the one he was about to meet, who was considered the most vile among them. Known only as the captain, the sea creatures regarded him as both a murderer and a scourge of the seven seas. His infamy stemmed from his relentless pursuit of sirens and other sea creatures, capturing and then displaying them as trophies. It was precisely this reputation that made him the perfect ally. Two sailors quickly approached him, giving the impression they had been waiting for his arrival. They must have received my message, Vladimir thought with relief. The humans refrained from capturing him with a net as soon as they saw him, which meant that they were open to hearing what he had to say. It was a positive and encouraging sign. The swords in their hands were no threat to him. Although the general came weaponless, he raised both his hands up in surrender, if only to calm their fears. The sailors did not trust creatures of the ocean, especially one with magic. Most of them had lost crew members and friends to the sirens' calls and were rightly cautious. "Do not speak a word, or we will stab you," one sailor sternly warned. "Keep your hands raised where we can see them." Although he couldn't see it, Vladimir was sure they had stuffed their ears with cotton. The general obediently followed their instructions as they promptly bound his hands together behind his back and silenced him by gagging his mouth with a piece of cloth. They escorted Vladimir into the heart of their ship, leading him directly to the captain's lodge, where awaiting crew members cast curious glances at him and exchanged murmurs amongst themselves. The captain sat behind a massive wooden table, its legs masterfully carved into the shape of beheaded sirens, while wearing a pensive expression on his face. Vladimir smiled inwardly, satisfied that everyone had gathered. "What brings you to the surface?" the captain asked in his deep voice. The scroll that Vladimir had sent earlier lay spread out on the table. "At first, I thought your message was a prank orchestrated by my rival, but my men saw you come out of the water like some ghastly spirit of the deep. Tell me, sea creature, what is your purpose here?" Vladimir gestures with his bound hands towards the piece of cloth fastened to his mouth. The captain raises an eyebrow, questioning. "You think I am a fool? You think I will let you speak in here, siren, and cast your bewitching spell on us?" Vladimir smirked and then shrugged nonchalantly, finding the captain's caution amusing. "Why don't you write down the purpose for which you came here?" the captain proposes, but Vladimir declines with a shake of his head. Upon his refusal, the captain let out a low, frustrated growl, realizing that he had trapped himself in a dilemma. Either he would allow Vladimir to speak or take the risk of being ensorcelled, or he would keep Vladimir's mouth covered and remain ignorant of his true purpose. The person who stood to his right, assumed to be the captain's first mate, blurted out, "Don't do it, Captain. It could be a trap. If he planned to do harm, he would have done so already, the captain admitted, irritated. Open his gag, and if he tries anything funny, chop his tongue off. When they loosened his bounds, Vladimir rotated his shoulders and let out a sigh of relief. That's better, he exclaimed. The crew members stayed on alert, pointing their swords at him. A cage dangled in the far corner, and as soon as Vladimir spoke, a creature inside it started rattling the cage and pinching its claws. Vladimir noticed the crab in captivity and commented, "Ah, I see you've imprisoned my messenger." "That thing is a menace," a crew member cried out. He was nursing a bandaged finger, which was missing its top half. "My poor friend poses no harm. I simply sent it to deliver a message to the captain," Vladimir replied. "It seems he took my instructions to heart," he said, looking at the sailor's bandaged finger with sympathy. "Would you be so kind as to release it?" The bandaged crew member seemed highly offended by his suggestion. "You want me to let that thing go free after what he did to me?" He turned toward his master and asked, "Captain, you won't let it go, will you?" "Do as the man says, Samuel," the captain ordered. Samuel's face was a picture of misery. He pouted, but reluctantly followed the command given. As he reached to open the cage door, the crab snapped at his finger once more, causing him to shriek. His shipmates snickered behind his back, and Samuel huffed at them. "We'll see how much you like it when you're missing a finger." He waved his sword at them in a threatening manner. Not wanting to leave anything to chance, Vladimir walked towards the cage, disregarding the swords pointing at him and the slight panic he just caused by his movement. Vladimir reached his hand into the cage and gently placed the crab down on the ground. "I am deeply thankful for your help, my friend," he said, humbly expressing his gratitude. The creature pinched its claws in reverence to the general and then swiftly scurried out of the room. As the feisty crab made its way out, walking sideways, the rest of the crew kept a distance away from it. "Well, that was entertaining," the captain said, sarcasm dripping in his voice. "Now tell us, why are you here?" "As I mentioned in my message, I want to form an alliance with you," Vladimir said. "That was what is puzzling to me," the captain said. "I am sorry to inform you that you have come to the wrong guy. I hunt sirens, not help them." "And we're currently at war with them," Vladimir countered. "Since you're the enemy of my enemy, we coincidentally find ourselves on the same side." "You have magic. Why would you need our help?" the captain asked, skeptical. "The dark sea creatures are overrunning the oceans, and we are already stretched thin. I need all the help I can get." The captain stroked his beard. "What would that help entail exactly?" "Stopping the sirens from collecting souls, which is the source of their power. It is not a complete solution, but it will weaken them long enough to help me. Please note that I said stopping them, not killing them," Vladimir emphasized. "The only creatures you have my permission to kill without hesitation are the dark sea creatures." "What do the dark sea creatures look like?" the smallest sailor near him asked, his eyes burning with curiosity. He looked the youngest of the lot, his face not yet hardened like the rest. The other crew members glared at him, but the captain merely smiled. He too wanted to know. Vladimir leans closer and asks, "Have you seen a siren? Beautiful creatures, aren't they? Majestic, surreal, even heavenly." The young sailor nods his head vigorously. "While you don't want to look away from a siren, these creatures make you wish you had never laid eyes on them." Vladimir could see the disappointment running through the young boy's face and can't help hide a smile. "That makes it easier to kill them then," the captain pipes in. The crew members visibly relax, finding solace that these creatures appear ugly rather than resembling the seductive sirens, who had already caused enough heartbreak among the sailors, both young and old. "That is our deal," Vladimir said. "Kill as many of the dark sea creatures and keep the sirens from killing and collecting souls." That is all well and good. You have yet to mention the best part, the captain said, a glint of greed in his beady eyes. What will we get as payment? Your life, Vladimir deadpanned. His face breaks into a grin, seeing the confusion on the captain's face. I was joking. For your troubles, you receive the help of my magic and riches beyond your wildest imagination. Your money's no good to us, the captain sneers, clearly still taking offense to the joke he made earlier. What will we do with barrels of fish? Am I right, boys? The crew members all snickered and chuckled at the captain's joke. But I wasn't offering that. Vladimir's eyes sparkled. There was a king's vessel that sank around 10 years ago that had precious cargo on board, including gold coins, silvers, and gems. You might have heard of it. Based on the way the captain's eyes widened, he most certainly had. I will tell you the exact location of the sunken ship, and all the treasure aboard will be yours to keep. How can I be certain you are not lying? We have searched tirelessly for that ship for years. It seemed to exist only as a myth. Vladimir reached inside his pocket and tossed a small bag to him. A gold coin slipped out of its seams and spun on the table before coming to a stop in front of the captain. He picked it up, examined it carefully, and then took a bite using his side teeth. It is the real thing. The markings and everything. It is all there, the captain said in awe. It is made of pure gold. An excited murmur goes through the crew members behind him, and the captain raises his hand to silence them. Vladimir basks in their excitement and felt optimistic about his chances. Does my offer appeal to you? He asked. I would be foolish to deny that it does, the captain replied. Then do we have a deal, Captain? Vladimir asked, his hand extended. The captain grinned and firmly shook it. Call me Kingsborn. Once I have my hands on all that treasure, I can no doubt reign over an entire kingdom. The crew cheered at the captain's declaration. Vladimir smiled and was about to say something when a distant rumble diverted his attention. As they stood, the ship floor beneath them shook violently, causing objects to fall from their positions and the men to be thrown around. It lasted a couple of minutes before finally stopping. Was that you? Captain Kingsborn asked once the shaking had settled. He had been clinging to his massive table, trying to avoid being thrown off by the tremor. Before the general could respond, a loud, thunderous roar echoed around them, forcing them to cover their ears instinctively. The entire cabin jolted when every piece of glass, including the port windows, shattered into countless fragments. The crew pointed outside to the colossal tidal waves that relentlessly crashing against the ship, seemingly rising from the depths of the ocean floor. The ship shook more violently this time, and the vessel trembled with increased intensity, teetering on the verge of capsizing. Once the chaos finally ended, a haunting silence fell upon the sea and its surroundings once more. No, that was definitely not me, Vladimir replied in a low voice. Captain Kingsborn appeared concerned as he asked, What was it? I have never heard such a sound before. Vladimir replied grimly, That, my dear friend, was the sound of the Siren Queen making her next move. He furrowed his brows, thinking something was going on in the ocean, but nothing good from what he could guess. What are we going to do about it? Kingsborn asked. The captain didn't seem the least bit fazed by what he just heard, and in that moment, Vladimir knew he had made the right choice in following his instincts. I might need to rethink our strategy. I will go back and find out exactly what we are dealing with, Vladimir confessed. But before I leave, I need to examine your ships. What are we waiting for then? Let's get to it, Captain Kingsborn said with a grin. My gold is waiting for me. Chapter 8. Under the domed hall of the Siren's citadel, the scene unfolds into complete chaos. Every single creature screamed in terror and scrambled to get away from the monster they had just heard, even though, from what Ursula could tell, it was nowhere near where they were. Among the ensued rush, the sea witch saw it as a chance to leave. She hadn't seen Titania in quite some time, but she had no intention of searching for her. Creatures bumped into each other, pushing and shoving, desperately trying to find the nearest exit. Suddenly, someone tapped on the sea witch's shoulder, and her heart sank. Has Titania spotted her? Ursula wasn't sure if she could face the siren now, especially considering how she had lost her mate, Octavian. To her surprise, it was two siren guards staring at her menacingly. "Ursula, the Siren Queen is expecting you," they said. How did they recognize her? Ursula thought with alarm. She was deep in the stronghold of the sirens, so escaping was not an option. The sea witch reluctantly nodded. "I am ready. Take me to her." The menacing guards guided her to a room next to the hall, where their queen was waiting. From a closer vantage point, the Siren Queen had talons that were as sharp as razors, resembling knives, and her body, similar to a serpent's, had scales that shone with a dull golden sheen. The queen's face stirred both fear and awe. Her beauty was utterly terrifying, and her heart seemed devoid of any warmth. Ursula felt the intensity of her gaze as she stared at her with a merciless and calculated look. "How did you enjoy the ball?" the Siren Queen asked. "Did you find it as thrilling as I did?" She was clearly insane to be asking that, but Ursula refused to give her the response she desired. "There was plenty of singing, but not enough dancing," Ursula replied, feigning boredom. "It was a bit of a letdown, if I were being honest." The Siren Queen cackled. "You may pretend to be brave, witch, but I saw the fear in your eyes. Tonight's demonstration proved that I was true to my words. You will not find a power greater than mine, and tonight all were there to witness it." Ursula could wish she could deny it, but she was still reeling from the sight of the fierce 6 warriors crumbling to dust before her eyes. Her subconscious mind urged her to get far away from the monster that stood before her, but she was paralyzed to do anything else but listen. She was the prey that had fallen deeply into the hunter's net and had no hope of escaping. The monster inches closer to her. "Do you know what they call me?" the Siren Queen asked, her voice dripping with malice. "A monster? A murderer? A devil?" Sea creatures wouldn't say her real name, as it was in a cursed language that robbed them of their voices and their sanity. Whether the rumors were true, Ursula had no intention of finding out. "The sirens refer to you as their queen," Ursula replied. "Not only the sirens. Soon every creature, including you, witch, will do the same," the Siren Queen declared. "What do you want from me?" Ursula asked. There was a reason the Siren Queen had detained her, and Ursula wanted to know it right away. The longer she stayed, the more chances the siren would mess with her mind. The Siren Queen answered her question with a question of her own. "You still don't know? I thought you were clever. I made my hints clear. Think back to the last couple of days and you will understand it." What was she talking about? What hints? A thought clicked into place. "The trap you set with silk fur was not for Brutus, was it?" Ursula gasps. "It was for me." The Siren Queen only smiles. "But why?" Ursula asked. "You are the only creature in the oceans even capable of appreciating my creations. You see the beauty and power of my dark army, don't you, my darling witch?" She could have just shown me the creatures, Ursula thought. Why go through the trouble of setting up an elaborate trap? The Siren Queen seemed to be enjoying seeing her uncomfortable. "I have one other thing for you that will help you decide." To her shock, the Siren Queen gestured to one of her guards, who presented her with a seal skin. She knew the creature it belonged to. It was silk furs. The Siren Queen had the seal skin, while Ursula had gotten half mad trying to find it. "How did you get this?" she asked. "From one of your sea snakes. the Siren Queen replied demurely. Her words stunned Ursula. It must have been a powerful spell indeed to make her loyal pet betray her like that. They wouldn't remember, the Siren Queen said, studying her face, so there will be no point in killing them. Kill her pet? Ursula hadn't considered it, and that made her strangely upset. Perhaps she was less ruthless than she thought to be, but Ursula couldn't even fathom harming her beloved pets, even if they betrayed her. Again, why was the Siren Queen toying with her instead of simply telling her what she wanted? And why was she revealing all her secrets now? It took her a moment, but Ursula finally understood. It was not just Vladimir that had been courting her for her allegiance, but the Siren Queen had been as well. The Siren Queen seemed to sense the change in her thoughts. Now you see what my powers are capable of? She asked. You can have it too. All I ask in return is your complete and total surrender. You think I would agree to something like that? Ursula bristled. She might be terrified of the siren's power, but the idea of surrendering herself to any creature is absolutely unimaginable. The ordeal Octavian and the others went through was her worst nightmare realized. Having experienced being under someone's control before, the Sea Witch had vowed to never relinquish her powers to anyone again, not even to the most fearsome of monsters. Ursula would die before that happened, and she had no intention of doing that either. Yes, you will surrender your will to me, the Siren Queen said. Be it now or later, it is only a matter of time. The Siren Queen's arrogance gets under her skin. What makes you that certain, other than your delusions? Ursula asks angrily. The Siren Queen swims close and hisses into her ears in a low voice. Because you are just like me, Ursula. You would do anything to get to the top. Power is all that you crave. It is all that you care about. It is all you can care about. Ursula's heart thundered in her chest, but she refused her fear dictating her decision. Witch, do you know why I am so powerful? It's because I can sense a creature's deepest fear, including yours. And let me tell you, it's absolutely divine, stated the Siren Queen with a hunger in her eyes. I know your darkest secret. What might that be? It is one of the simplest ones, but I see the paralyzing hold it has over you. The Siren Queen replied, I see your darkness as a mirror to my own. Only I will accept you for who you truly are, witch. No one else will. Ursula refuses to give in, despite feeling goosebumps all over her body. You haven't told me the reason why you want me. Her resolve seems to impress the monster. A lesser creature than you would have given in by now, the Siren Queen said admiringly. I have many powers, but I do not possess the gift of prophecy. She finally admits. For that, you need me. Yes. The Siren Queen was staring at her. Have you seen a prophecy concerning me recently? Even if I did, why would I tell you? Ursula asked. You will if you wish to stay alive, the Siren Queen hissed. Perhaps I haven't been clear enough. Yes, I require you for the prophecy, but that is all. What do you mean by that? Don't mistake me for desiring your ability as wanting your companionship as an equal. That is simply not possible, the Siren Queen said with a mocking smile. You will assume the role of another pet. However, you will be a cunning one. I know you will soon become my favorite. I will be no one's pet, Ursula growls. She might have considered the siren's offer if it were not for what she had said next. Refusing to be humiliated any further, the Sea Witch turns to leave. Stop, the Siren Queen says in a deadly tone. Thus far, you have only seen my adoration, but deny me again, and witness my wrath. The mind games the Siren Queen played were her adoration, kidnapping Silkfur and leaving him for dead, shredding her favorite scout to pieces, and using his body to send her an invitation for the blood ball, and sorcelling her most loyal pet to betray her. Ursula shivers a bit despite herself. Take the seal skin with you, the Siren Queen said icily. I won't be as generous the next time I ask. You only have until then to decide. Without uttering a word, Ursula claimed the sealskin and didn't dare ask anything from the Siren Queen. She might have solved the puzzle of the missing sealskin, but in return had gained a much bigger problem for it. Chapter 9. Heart to heart, old memories to face. Heart to heart, can deep wounds erase? The citadel had grown quiet when she finally left, with not another sea creature or siren in sight. The kraken had frightened the outsiders out of their wits, and they had likely run off to warn their kingdoms, while the sirens were likely mourning the deaths of their 6 fallen comrades. Ursula finally understood why the sirens seemed so quiet at the start of the bloody ball. They were expecting the Siren Queen to be cruel. They deemed her their ruler out of fear alone. No wonder Titania had sought her out, but the Sea Witch seriously doubted that she could match the cunning of the Siren Queen or her ruthlessness. There was something wrong with the water. It was much darker than Ursula had ever seen, and a rottenness seemed to taint it as if the kraken's arrival had somehow contaminated it. Swimming faster, Ursula was desperate to reach her castle. As she swam, small sea creatures hid in fear, as if sensing danger was near. Their instincts proved right as dozens upon dozens of the Dark Sea army stood meters ahead. Perhaps it was her imagination, but it felt like they were watching her. She had hidden Silkfur's sealskin, but perhaps the creatures sensed the magic on her. They were looking at her with hungry eyes. What should she do? They were blocking the quickest path to her castle, and the alternate route would take half a day. Ursula! For the second time, someone called out her name, but this voice was one she had been waiting to hear for days. Vladimir swam up beside her, concern etched on his beautiful face. There you are. What are you doing in Siren territory? I could ask you the same question, she replied. The moment the general came into view, an intense energy sparked among the dark sea creatures. At that moment, they started drawing closer, alarmingly close. Showing no signs of fear or hesitation, they boldly swam towards their target. We should leave now, Ursula warned. They shouldn't be a problem for us, Vladimir said, eyeing the monsters. He readied his spear, but Ursula placed her hand over the handle. Don't be ridiculous. There are far too many of them. She barely finished her sentence when the creatures lunged to attack them. Vladimir quickly eliminated 2, and they stood back to back. I have never seen them like this. Vladimir voiced his concern. They seem to have gone mad. That's because they have. The Siren Queen's power has multiplied exponentially ever since she unleashed the kraken, and it seemed to affect creatures linked to her. The new blast of energy is causing her dark creatures to go into a wild frenzy. The kraken? Was that the roar I heard on the surface? Vladimir asked. Ursula knitted her eyebrows. What were you doing on the surface? Never mind that, Vladimir said as he dodged another vicious attack. We should find a spot to hide until the creatures calm down. There's a nearby cave, Ursula said as 3 creatures swiped their talons at her throat. She waved her hand and pulverized them. It is not ideal, but it will provide us with shelter. Show me the way, he said. I'll follow your lead. Dozens of creatures had them completely surrounded, and dozens more were heading towards them. They didn't have a moment to spare. On the count of 3, we will make a swim for it, Ursula said. 1, 2, 3. She swam ahead of Vladimir with him closely following behind, but the dark creature's talons and teeth repeatedly slowed him. Ursula stopped several times for him to catch up with her, They swam and swam, and the only relief from the creature's hunt was the sight of the caves appearing before their eyes. They barely made it through the cave entrance, and as soon as they were inside, Ursula used her magic to create a barrier, blocking the menacing sea creatures. Right as the barrier took shape, one creature tried to claw at her but missed. It let out a bone-chilling scream of pain that sent shivers down their spines. The cave was pitch dark, and the darkness overwhelmed them the deeper they ventured in. She could barely see ahead of her when her hand accidentally bumped into Vladimir's. "If you're afraid of the dark, I can hold your hand," he offered with hope in his voice. Ursula smiled, and soon the cave brightened with her magic. She could now clearly see his face, and just like she suspected, Vladimir appeared disappointed. She couldn't help but smile at his eagerness. The ball of light in her hands, however, dimmed with each step into the heart of the caves, and they soon approached a wall, with 2 tunnels branching off on either side. "We should stop here," Ursula said, surprising him. Vladimir looked puzzled. "Why?" "We could try to find a way out from one of those." He pointed to the tunnel openings. "This cave is a labyrinth, and it's easy to get lost in it," Ursula replied. She appeared worried about something. "We can always use our magic to guide us back," Vladimir suggested. Ursula shook her head. "The walls of this cave absorb lesser magic. Only the strongest magic works, and even that diminishes the longer someone stays here." Just as she spoke, her ball of light dimmed a fraction from before. Vladimir touched the nearest wall and ran a hand over it to examine it. "How did you learn about this cave?" he asked, curious. Ursula remained silent, but Vladimir answered his own question. "Your mother brought you here for one of her training sessions, didn't she?" Ursula nodded briefly. Vladimir sighed. "Why am I not surprised that your mother would choose the most painful manner to teach?" He stopped mid-complaint, noticing her expression. "Ursula, are you shivering?" "It's this place. It brings back painful memories," she replied in a shaky voice. "Please, don't ask me to talk about it." Without a word, Vladimir held her in his arms, and her heart melted with his touch. "You don't have to tell me anything unless you want to, but know that I am here for you," he said in a low voice. They must have stayed in that position for a long time, her in his warm embrace, until Ursula could no longer hear the haunting screeching of the dark sea creatures in the distance, only the sound of Vladimir's deep and steady breathing. He had fallen asleep holding her. Whatever mission Brutus had sent him on had exhausted him, as did being in the dreadful caves. Ursula carefully removed herself from his arms and took a good look at him from afar. He was the most beautiful creature she had ever met, and Ursula knew she didn't deserve someone with such a kind heart. The sea witch left the cave without waking him or saying goodbye, relieved to find the entrance free from any dangerous creatures. A sinking feeling overcame her again, urging her to return to her castle with haste. She swam quickly, stopping herself from looking back at the cave where she had left Vladimir behind. He was safer there than he was with her. Vladimir woke up abruptly, his heart pounding. Ursula was nowhere in sight, causing him to panic momentarily, but then he sensed that the air of the cave was still fresh, and her heavenly scent lingered in the water. She must have left recently. Vladimir had nearly depleted his magic on the surface and couldn't believe that he had passed out like that. He spent 2 days dealing with the humans, casting a spell on all their ships, making them stronger and faster so they could survive any siren attacks. The captain was pleased, but Vladimir wasn't sure if Brutus would appreciate his efforts where humans were involved, even if it was a precautionary measure. Now, hearing about the Kraken and witnessing the Dark Sea Army's rising madness firsthand, he felt somewhat relieved that he had followed his instincts. They would need the humans' help, but how much of it? That remained to be seen. Ignoring Brutus's summons for the past few days, Vladimir sensed the Sea King's irritation growing with being ignored. Could he leave Ursula and go back to the Sea King, or should he follow her to make sure she was safe? Never had Vladimir been unsure of what to do next, but then he had never come across a creature like her, equal parts vulnerable and slightly terrifying. The very thought of her thrilled his heart. He could never erase from his memory the way she felt in his arms. It was as if she had always belonged there, close to his own beating heart. She was his heart now, and he had to trust that she would open up to him when the time was right. Protecting the oceans for her became his mission, but first, he needed to confront the wrath of a certain sea king. A strange sight awaits Ursula as she approaches her castle. 50 or more Selkies were there by her gates, with Silkfur leading them. As soon as Silkfur sees her, he rushes towards her. "Thank the seas! I couldn't find you anywhere and was afraid I lost you, Ursula." "What's going on? Why are all these creatures here?" "I have devastating news. The Kraken destroyed half of the dwellings in my lands. I quickly gathered all those that are willing to leave," Silkfur said, nearly breathless. "You must come with us." "Come with you? Where? I don't understand," Ursula said. "I am taking my people to the surface. The waters are not safe anymore, not with that monster on the loose. You must come with me." Ursula took a step behind. "Why would I do that?" "You are my beloved. We are engaged, are we not?" Silkfur asked, concern visible in the soft brown eyes. "You need not be frightened, Ursula. I will protect you with my life." He took her hand, but the sea witch quickly pulled it away. "I am not afraid," she said. "Then why are you not coming with me?" "Because it won't be right," she replied. Before Silkfur could ask again, Ursula worked with her hands to cast the spell, and the hidden item appeared before their eyes. "I want to return this to you," she said, handing him back his sealskin. The charade had gone on long enough. It was high time she returned the magical item to him, especially now that it meant his survival on the surface. Silkfur looked at his sealskin in wonder, reaching out a shaky hand to accept it. "What does this mean?" "You know what it means, Silkfur," Ursula said with a sigh. "You are free." Any second now she expected the spell to end and his expression to harden, but to her astonishment, Silkfur's eyes remained as soft as ever. Her heart felt a spark of hope. Had his affections been real? His next response answered her question. "I am going now, Ursula, but with a reluctant heart," Silkfur said with a sad smile. "Know that there will always be a place ready for you. Stay safe, my beloved." He brought his head down and gently touched his forehead to hers, his long golden hair softly caressing her face in a final farewell. Ursula nods, but tries to keep her disappointment at bay. Silkfur leaves with the other Selkies, heading to the surface for a safer life than the ones the oceans were about to face. The spell hadn't worn off yet. There were still some lingering effects, but the outcome was as she expected. The ensorcelled Silkfur would never have left her. He would have kidnapped her and taken her with him to the surface by force. He might have even stayed back for her. "You will always be alone, Ursula. This is what you deserve." It was not only her thoughts antagonizing her at this low moment, but there was also another voice. The Siren Queen had summoned her attention. "Did your lover stay with you once you returned his sealskin?" "No, he just left." She heard the Siren Queen cackle. "I knew he would. They will all leave you, all except for me." Ursula was starting to believe her words. The heartache she felt at that moment was almost too much to bear. She was almost glad for the Siren Queen interrupting her thoughts. "Sea Witch, have you made your choice?" "Yes. What do I have to do?" Based on her tone, the Siren Queen seemed immensely pleased with her answer. "Bring me the source of Brutus's magic. Bring me his trident." His trident? Ursula had to stop herself. What the Siren Queen didn't know would prove to be her advantage. "I will bring it to you," she promised to the Siren Queen. "Make sure it is done. Betray me, and it will be the last thing you do." Their mental connection had ended, but Ursula couldn't help but ponder on her words. Was what the Siren Queen said true? Was she destined for a life of loneliness? Her thoughts drifted to when she had been in Vladimir's arms deep within the caves. The memory was a soothing balm to the lifetime of pain associated with that place. It was within those caverns where Ursula had once lost control of her powers. If it weren't for the cave's ability to suppress her magic, she would have blasted half the oceans by then. However, Vladimir didn't need to know that. It was crucial that he never learned the truth. For once, it was nice that someone didn't see her for what she was, a villain. If he knew the truth about what happened in the caves, he would never look at her the same way again. Within those cave walls was where Ursula had lost a part of her soul, and being there after so many years had brought the pain all back to the surface. No matter how much she tried to hide it, it was always there. Ursula could never escape her past, and for that reason, Vladimir could never be her future. Chapter 10. Thousands of mer soldiers stood alert in the courtyard, their swords and shields at the ready. Vladimir swam faster, eager to discover the Sea King's intentions. He found Brutus in the throne room, issuing orders to his other generals. "We shall depart for the nymph territory immediately," Brutus declared. "Inform your troops that it is time to leave." The Sea King noticed Vladimir's arrival and spoke in a somber tone. "It is good of you to finally join us, General Vladimir. Can I presume you overheard the command I just gave out?" "Yes, my king," Vladimir replied, bowing respectfully. "Forgive me for my lateness." "Assure me that my wait was not in vain," Brutus demanded. "Tell me you have secured the witch's alliance, or if not, that you return to inform me of her death by your hand." Vladimir's heart lurched in his chest. "I have her allegiance." He lied. Brutus scrutinized him with a critical gaze. "Where is she then? How will she aid us in this war?" "Ursula will join us shortly," Vladimir assured. The falsehoods flowed effortlessly from his lips. "She will use her magic to fortify the floating kingdom." "If I find out that you're lying, I won't ignore it," Brutus warned. "Even if you are my favorite general, I will not hesitate to order your execution." Vladimir gave a grim smile. "I understand." "That won't be necessary," Ursula said, appearing behind him. She swam into the throne room, gave Vladimir a small smile, before facing the Sea King. "I am here, as your general has said I would be." Perhaps it was Ursula's imagination, but the Sea King almost seemed relieved to see her there. He must really like Vladimir, but must have sensed that he was lying, she thought. "I wonder what would have happened if I hadn't arrived here on time. Would Brutus have punished Vladimir as he said?" "Ursula," the Sea King said, "it seems like Vladimir had been telling me the truth. Why didn't you come with him earlier?" "I had been detained and couldn't come sooner," Ursula said. "You were detained? By whom?" "By the Selkie Lord," Ursula replied. "I must inform you that Sulkfur and the other Selkies with him have left for the surface as the Kraken has destroyed their homes," she said. The news startled Vladimir, but it didn't appear surprising to Brutus. "I am aware of the disaster that the Selkies had to endure, but it will not happen again," Brutus said confidently. "The Siren Queen's creature caught us unaware with a surprise attack, but we will catch and destroy it. I will not allow it to further ravage my oceans." "His oceans?" Ursula had to stop herself from laughing out loud. "We are leaving now," Brutus said abruptly. "Come with us, Ursula. We could use your help." "Leaving? But where?" Ursula asked. "The nymphs sent out a distress signal and we are answering their call for help," the Sea King replied. "And you would leave your kingdom open to attack?" Ursula asked. "The nymphs are lying to you. They are using the distress signal to allure you away, while the Siren Queen sends her monster to attack." "Do you know what you are saying, witch? You accuse the nymphs of treachery," Brutus asked angrily. "The truth can be bitter to hear," Ursula simply replied. not unfazed by his anger. The Sea King got angrier still. You think the Siren Queen would be foolish enough to attack my kingdom? Clearly, you do not know the strength of her beast or understand her cunning, Ursula asserted. I might have offered you my allegiance, but that doesn't mean I will let you dictate my actions, especially if it means putting my life at risk. If you choose to go to the nymphs, I won't stop you, but don't expect me to follow you either. Her passionate reply gave the Sea King much to consider, and he paused his hasty decision. When Brutus turned to discuss with another general, Ursula took it as her chance to whisper in Vladimir's ear, "Why did you lie for me?" "I didn't," he whispered back. "I had faith in you, and I knew you wouldn't let me down." "You shouldn't do that," Ursula murmured, keeping her voice low. "You should place your faith in a creature more worthy than me." "I believe what I believe," Vladimir replied with a smile. "No one will change my mind." What if the person trying to stop you was me? Ursula thought. Vladimir was a stubborn fool. She had to make him understand. Brutus did not find your lie amusing. Your trust in me could have gotten you killed, she reiterated. Then I would have gladly died a happy death, Vladimir said. His words made her speechless, as did the intensity in his voice. Vladimir was looking at her with such admiration that she had to avert her eyes. She didn't deserve his faith in her, or his trust, or his esteem, especially after the thoughts that were weighing on her mind. Ursula turned to look at Brutus and noticed that he had finished conferring with his other generals. "What have you decided?" she asked the Sea King, her gaze still avoiding Vladimir's. In response, Brutus raised his trident and slammed it on the marble floor, creating a vibration that reverberated throughout the entire castle. Slowly but surely, every surface of the castle underwent a remarkable transformation, transitioning from its original coral color to a striking shade of black. The Sea King had made his choice. The floating kingdom had turned dark, signaling to all the creatures of their king's declaration. War was coming, and they best be ready for it. The mer soldiers were now stationed around the perimeter of the floating kingdom, with their king leading them. They hadn't waited long before they heard the roar of a monstrous beast. It started as a speck in the distance that grew and grew before their eyes until it was all that they could see. The kraken was enormous, so big that Vladimir had initially mistaken it for an underwater island. The water surrounding the creature pulsated, resonating with the thumping of its giant heart. With a width possibly spanning a mile, the kraken had a colossal body and teeth that resembled boulders. The creature's foreboding size suggested that it could effortlessly swallow several whales. Vladimir could see 12 formidable arms that could extend far and obliterate everything. None of the other creatures could rival the beast's overwhelming power. The creature gave out another roar before plowing through the rows of mer soldiers, doing so with such ease that it appeared as child's play. It was only 100 feet away when Brutus gave his army the order to retreat. Once inside, the Sea King raised a wall that surrounded the entire floating kingdom, leaving only Vladimir, Ursula, and himself outside. Vladimir launched his spear towards the massive beast, only to see it effortlessly slide off its impenetrable skin. Next, Ursula cast a spell and sent a giant ball of flame hurtling towards it, but that too failed to harm the creature. Brutus struck with his mighty trident, yet the creature did not even flinch. They repeated their attacks, but none of the hits penetrated through its thick hide. The kraken roared again, and, ignoring the three, crashed into the barrier of the floating kingdom, causing the entire structure to shake with force. After the beast crashed a dozen more times, the wall of the floating kingdom seemed to buckle, and Ursula quickly enforced it, using her magic before it fell entirely. "Thank you," the Sea King said unexpectedly. Ursula nods. "That is why I am here," she replied. Vladimir smiled towards her but said nothing. Defeating the Siren Queen's pet was taking all his effort and concentration. It took a combination of attacks from Vladimir, the Sea King, and the Sea Witch, but they couldn't contain the monster, as any magic or weapon refused to penetrate the creature's impenetrable skin. They couldn't attack it, so the only thing they could do was wait for the creature to weaken itself. They had estimated that it would take the creature hours, but to their shock and dismay, when it finally ceased, several days had already passed. The monster remained unscathed, and the only thing that suffered damage was their hope of ever triumphing over the creature. Chapter 11. 3 full days of relentless attacks from the monstrous kraken had left them all exhausted and on the verge of collapse. With the approaching dawn of the 4th day, Ursula steeled herself for another onslaught, unsure if she would live to see its end. However, hours had passed with no sign of the beast. "Where is the monster?" Vladimir asked, rubbing his eyes, tired. "Is it toying with us?" "Have you heard anything from your informant?" Brutus asked Ursula, but she shook her head. Titania had been silent for days, and Ursula wondered if something had happened to her. Just as she thought of Titania, the siren sent her a message. "The Kraken will not attack today. Rest while you can." Through her mental connection, Ursula asked Titania the question that had been bothering her. Why hasn't the Siren Queen appeared during these attacks? Why is she only sending her beast? "The Siren Queen is currently facing a rebellion within her ranks. The Sirens are conspiring against her leadership by refusing to obey her commands and intentionally delaying the collection of souls for her. We intentionally maintain a slow process to prevent arousing suspicion, effectively keeping her occupied and distanced from the war front." Ursula wanted to know more. "Who is leading this rebellion?" "I am, as well as a few others who were devastated by the massacre at the Blood Moon Ball." Ursula could feel the sadness of her words. "When will the beast return?" Ursula asked. "It might be a few days. I am not sure when exactly," Titania had replied. Ursula passed on the message to the others, all except the news about Titania and the rebellion. They all breathed a sigh of relief. Together, Vladimir rotated his shoulders to relieve the tension in his neck. "I think I could sleep for a week," he declared. "We must remain vigilant," the Sea King warned. "We must use this time to reinforce ourselves." Brutus was right. They did not know how much time they had before the creature returned. Perhaps this time it would return with its master. Despite their worst fears, the Siren Queen never showed up, but the same pattern continued for the following weeks. The monster would attack relentlessly, only to mysteriously vanish for a few days. The Kraken was breaking them down slowly with every grueling attack. Realizing they couldn't keep up with the beast's attacks, they urgently needed to devise a new strategy. "It must leave to feed," Vladimir speculated. "Perhaps that's where it goes." "If that's the case, we should investigate the source of its food," Ursula replied. "We could poison it and hopefully weaken it that way." Their options were dwindling and their magic was failing. None of the spells Ursula had cast had any effect on the Kraken, and the creature's skin remained impenetrable by any weapon they possessed, including the Sea King's trident. "Who will follow it? We can't leave the kingdom undefended," Brutus said. "I will go alone," Vladimir offered, "or perhaps Ursula could join me." When Vladimir presented his plan, Ursula noticed the Sea King's hesitation, which left her unsure of how to react. Remaining silent, she refrained from offering her opinion. Her tactic soon paid off. Observing her lack of response forces the Sea King to ask, "What are you thinking, Ursula?" Ursula knew that Brutus expected to hear from her, but she had a different answer for him. "My informant has gone silent again. It has been several days and I am worried about her well-being," she replied. "I was considering meeting up with her to ensure she is all right. and perhaps find out more of what is going on with the Siren Queen. Thus, I cannot accompany Vladimir to go search for the Kraken." Brutus was on board with this plan, silently nodding to show his agreement. "So that will be the plan. Vladimir will track down the creature's whereabouts while you gather information," the Sea King stated. "I will remain here to protect the floating kingdom." Vladimir looked like he was going to object, but Brutus raised his hand to stop him. "I know it is a risk, Vladimir, but we have no other choice but to split up. Perhaps our gamble will pay off, and one of us will emerge victorious." Vladimir glanced at Ursula with concern, but stopped himself from voicing further objections to the idea. After weeks of battling the Kraken as a team, the general, the Sea King, and the Sea Witch were now set to each work alone, every one of them concealing their own secret from the others. Even though Brutus had agreed with her idea, it bothered Ursula greatly. How easily he agreed to my plan, the Sea Witch thought. Brutus didn't even invite her to go with Vladimir. He seemed hesitant about it, and that could only mean one thing. The Sea King still does not trust her, despite her helping them defend the floating kingdom with her magic for weeks. This wasn't good. This wasn't good for her plans at all. Brutus was more cautious and suspicious of her than she expected. She would have to earn his trust somehow. In all her time working side by side with the Sea King, Ursula couldn't even get near the trident, yet alone hold it in her hands. Ursula made sure she was at a safe distance away from the others before summoning Titania. After a few attempts, the siren finally responded. "Where are you, Titania? I want to talk to you." "I can't. It's not safe." "We are failing. It won't be long before the floating king falls." Ursula hoped the siren would grasp the gravity of the situation through her tone, even if she wasn't able to see her expression. "I can't meet. Not right now. Perhaps in an hour? Where can I find you?" "Meet me at the coral reef. A bale of sea turtles will leave for their annual migration. It will be a good place for us to blend in. You will find me among them. I will see you soon." Ursula anxiously counted the minutes until their meeting, getting to the location much early and before it was time. A great number of sea turtles emerged on the horizon, and she searched for Titania amidst them. Ursula's gaze focused on the largest creature among the hundreds of turtles, which was 10 times her size and had a butterfly-shaped pattern on its shell, but she did not find the siren there or anywhere else. Was Titania even coming? She wondered. The sea turtles had long departed when she finally spotted a familiar figure swimming towards her in a hurry, her long silver hair flowing behind her. One look at Titania, and Ursula sensed that something was very wrong. The siren approached her in a frantic state. "I can't stay long. There is something I must tell you," Titania said, gasping heavily. "What is the matter?" Ursula asked, alarmed. "What do you want to tell me?" "The Siren Queen's powers. They have changed. You must know." "What has changed?" Ursula asked, but the siren was paying little attention to her. She was scanning her surroundings and then let out a piercing scream. "What is it?" Ursula cried. She did not see anyone there or what had caused the siren to scream. "She knows," Titania said hysterically. "The Siren Queen knows. She knows I'm a traitor." Ursula tried to stay calm. "How does she know?" "She gave me false information, and once I spread it, she traced it back to me," Titania said, sobbing. "Kill me, Ursula. Please kill me." "What?" Ursula asked, stunned. "Kill me before she takes over my mind," Titania begged. "Do it! Do it now! Kill me before she makes me do terrible things! Kill me before she makes me hurt those I love! Before she makes me hurt my babies!" "I can't do that." Ursula stumbles back away from her. "Please," Titania asked desperately, and then she screamed again. It was a terrible, terrifying scream, the same sound a creature made before its death. "Titania?" Ursula asked. terrified seeing her agony. She saw Titania clutch her head and close her eyes. When she opened them again, the siren's eyes had turned black into bottomless chasms. "She is mine now," Titania hissed, but it wasn't her voice. It was that of the Siren Queen. Titania lunged for Ursula's throat, but the sea witch swiftly cast a spell to restrain her. The siren thrashed and shattered the chains. Yet, instead of launching another attack at Ursula, Titania abruptly changed course, swiftly swimming towards the surface and away from her. Should I go after her? Ursula wondered, her heart still pounding. Perhaps that was not the wisest course of action to take. If Titania tried to attack her again, she would have no choice but to kill her. The Siren Queen's ability to control minds without being near the creature was absolutely terrifying. Was her power limited to the sirens, or could she control anyone she chooses? Ursula hoped she wouldn't have to find that out the hard way. Another thought crossed her mind. If the Siren Queen was aware of Titania's betrayal, had she also uncovered Ursula's involvement? If that were true, Ursula would need to go find the Siren Queen and explain herself. Ursula intended to seek an audience with the Siren Queen, but before doing so, she needed to ensure the safety of Titania's children. She had to return to her castle, where they were currently hiding. Bound by her magical oath, any harm that befell the Siren triplets would mean dire repercussions for her. Hurrying to her castle, Ursula swam as fast as she could, but unfortunately by the time she arrived, it was already too late. Chapter 12. The Kraken lumbered through the water, appearing like a slow-moving island. Its calm and tranquil demeanor stood in stark contrast to the ferocious monster that had been attacking the floating kingdom earlier. Vladimir wondered where the creature was going as he followed it, taking precautions to remain concealed. He sought refuge behind any available objects or maintained a safe enough distance to avoid catching its attention. Miles and miles went by before the Kraken began its ascent. Vladimir wondered why he was heading towards the surface, but the reason behind this curious movement remained a mystery. As they ascended, the water gradually grew lighter, with streaks of light breaking through, hinting at the nearing surface. The Kraken kept moving horizontally, and soon an enormous shadow loomed overhead, materializing as the outline of a colossal ship. At the sight of the vessel, a fervent energy seemed to overcome the previously docile creature, and a sinister glint flickered in its eyes. With increased speed, the Kraken rose and then abruptly halted just below the ship. What was happening? Vladimir had no time to react when the creature let out a deafening roar and wrapped the human ship with its 12 immense limbs. A tremendous cracking noise sounded from above as the Kraken effortlessly snapped the ship in half. The horrified screams of the humans aboard filled the air as Vladimir watched in disbelief, witnessing their lifeless bodies plunging into the water. The Kraken's snake-like tentacles rapidly captured many helpless souls, shoving them towards its formidable beak and devouring them without mercy. Vladimir courageously leaped forward, quickly grabbing one human before the creature had a chance. On the sinking ship, the humans were fighting off the beast with their swords. Despite their brave attempts to defend against the enormous monster, there were many humans who were fighting for their lives, struggling desperately to stay above water. A sense of helplessness took over Vladimir. There were so many humans. How could he possibly rescue them all? Vladimir used his magic to send out a signal calling for aid to anyone near, even though he knew the futility of his efforts. Like him, the humans aboard the ship did the same, releasing a flare signal into the nocturnal sky, asking for help. It shot up as an intense burst of light standing out against the darkness. The flickering red light created a noticeable arc, easily seen and followed from a distance, desperately calling for help from a neighboring vessel. Vladimir prayed that help would come soon. To Vladimir's surprise, an unlikely source answered his distress call. He watched in amazement as dozens of selkies snatched the helpless humans around him, plucking them from the water away from the Kraken's reach and carefully placing them on the floating debris of the ship. A familiar lord swam up to him, golden hair and brown eyes, his face beaming with radiant smile. "Vladimir, I heard your call for help," Silkfur said. "I swam here as quickly as I could." The general felt a mixture of relief and annoyance upon seeing the elegant Selkie. "Silkfur, thank you for answering and coming to my aid," he replied graciously. "There is no need to thank me," Silkfur responded with his velvety voice. "I am simply repaying the favor you did for me in the Dead Realms." He looked around him, searching for someone. After a brief pause, Silkfur asked, "How is Ursula? I thought she would be here with you." Vladimir felt the longing in the Selkie's voice, and that did nothing to soothe his irritation. "Ursula is well and stayed behind to help the floating kingdom in the war," he replied curtly. "Ursula is better than well. I have never seen her waver for a second." "Yes, I know. She is one of the strongest creatures I have ever met," Silkfur said wistfully. "I agree with you. She is remarkable," he replied. Silkfur beamed at his words, and Vladimir had to exert great self-control, resisting the urge to wipe the smile off the Selkie's face, even though his heart was seething. "I and the Selkies will head back to the shores," Silkfur said abruptly to his surprise. "A violent storm is approaching us." The Selkie lord looked apprehensively towards the sky. No sooner had he uttered those words, a brilliant lightning strike streaked across the sky, illuminating the entire sky. The sound of thunder followed it, and then heavy, plopping raindrops that fell everywhere. Vladimir closed his eyes, feeling as though things couldn't possibly get any worse. First, the Kraken had caused havoc by sinking the ship, leaving the humans helpless and struggling for their survival. And now, to add to their misfortune, the Selkies were withdrawing just as a dangerous storm was approaching. Silkfur spoke. "Looks like the beast is on the move again." Vladimir's heart sank at his words. No, it was too soon. Vladimir couldn't leave just yet to follow the Kraken. The humans still needed someone to help them until another ship arrived, and the Selkies had already exhausted their efforts. They were now making their way back to the shores with Silkfur by their side. Vladimir knew what he had to do. He reluctantly informed the Sea King about the situation, seeing if Brutus could help him with this crisis. "Brutus." "Yes, Vladimir? Have you located the beast?" "I have, but it is on the move again." "Then follow it." "I cannot do so." "Why not, Vladimir? Are you hurt?" He sensed the concern in Brutus's voice. "No, but I am needed here. The beast just sank a ship with many humans aboard. I am staying back to help them." "You are helping humans?" "Yes, they are innocent bystanders caught in the beast's path of destruction. What would you have me do?" Brutus paused in his answer, and it felt like the longest wait of Vladimir's life. If the Sea King asked him to leave, he would have to defy his orders. But luckily, Brutus was not a heartless mermaid. "Come back to the floating kingdom as soon as you can." Vladimir let out a sigh of relief. "And what about the Kraken?" "I will pursue the beast myself." "Thank you, Brutus." "Return to the floating kingdom as soon as you are able." "I will, Your Majesty," Vladimir promised. "It shouldn't be long." The enormous beast slowly moved away from his line of sight, but this time the general resisted the urge to pursue the Kraken, observing its movements instead. Vladimir felt a jolt of shock when he noticed something new. A trail of blood trailed behind the Kraken, its hue so dark that it verged on black. The beast had a noticeable wound on its belly, but what had caused it? For its skin had been impervious to both magic and weapons. Did the human swords inflict the injury? Vladimir wondered. A thought suddenly occurs to him. Perhaps the creature was susceptible to attacks when it was out of the water. If his guess was right, he would soon need the captain's help. In a time of desperation, Vladimir relied on the crab once again to send an urgent message to Kingsbourne. The captain gazed out of the vast expanse of the ocean with a weary eye. At any moment, the hideous beast would resurface and ensnare his men in its horrible tentacles. Even his crew had become fearful of venturing onto the waters, and he himself was rapidly losing his most precious assets. At this rate, he would soon be a captain with no sailors. Although his ship still possessed Vladimir's magic, he couldn't help but wonder how much longer that protection would endure. Kingsbourne was entirely ignorant of the true state of the war. There were hardly any signs of the sirens, apart from one morning's encounter, which proved to be a tragic accident he would rather forget. His youngest sailor had hurled a spear into the water, claiming to have spotted one of the dark creatures that Vladimir had warned them about. The young lad, however, had missed his target, instead diverting the distressed creature towards their ship, resulting in a horrifying collision. It was only too late. They realized it had been a siren. There was something off about this siren. She was breathtaking, with her hair shimmering silver, yet her eyes bore a striking resemblance to the monsters the general had described. Sadly, because of the severity of her injuries, both external and, Kingsbourne suspected, internal, they could not save her. The captain decided not to inform Vladimir about the incident. After all, the general had not mentioned about a scenario where the dark creature and the siren would become indistinguishable to tell apart. Kingsbourne stared into the depths of the ocean, plagued by the question of what exactly was transpiring beneath the surface. Deep within his bones, he could sense that something terrible was unfolding in the hidden recesses of the ocean floors. Once again, the captain's instincts proved right, because shortly after the siren, another monstrous creature emerged from the depths of the waters with a mighty roar. This beast was of colossal proportions, equivalent to the size of 30 ships combined. The undersea general had conveniently omitted to mention the existence of this terrifying monster. Kingsbourne narrowly escaped with his ship intact, but now he had to face the grim reality of losing several members of his crew. Once they had safely distanced themselves from immediate danger, far from the Kraken's grasp, Kingsbourne turned to his crew and asked, "Do you reckon the creature is ugly enough that we can kill it?" He needed a second opinion. The captain needed to make sure he would have the general's permission to slay the beast and that it met the specific criteria Vladimir had set for him. "Aye, Captain," replied his first mate. "It is the most hideous thing I have ever seen in my life." The captain, a resourceful man, didn't need to wait for the general's orders. He already formed a plan. What he needed were ships, and lots of them, and he knew just the person to approach. The problem was that King Rivershelm of Rivershelm was a smug buffoon who happened to be his arch nemesis. Who names a kingdom after themselves? Kingsbourne thought with disgust. Rivershelm truly is an arrogant prick. As he had predicted, dealing with the king and gaining his cooperation proved to be a difficult endeavor. "Why would I give my ships to a mangy pirate?" the king lazily drawled. He was lounging on his throne, looking like a fat cat relaxing on a favorite chair. "Not a pirate, captain," Kingsbourne corrected through clenching teeth, resisting the urge to punch him in the face. "You would give them to me if you had any sense of self-preservation, Rivershelm. The beast will take down all our ships unless we stop it first. It is King Rivershelm, and my answer is still no." The king's unnecessary stubbornness was wearing thin on the captain's patience. What options did he have? How could he possibly persuade this foolish imbecile to see reason? Kingsborn closed his eyes and massaged his temples to ward off the headache that had been building dealing with Rivershelm. "What is that?" King Rivershelm asked, squinting his eyes. "Is that a crab carrying a scroll?" Kingsborn's salvation had arrived in the shape of a crab. The captain was so relieved that he even thought about kissing the creature, but refrained from doing so. As Rivershelm reached for the paper, Kingsborn warned over his shoulder, "That note is for me. Do not reach for it unless you like your fingers chopped off." As on cue, the crab pinched one of his claws threateningly, bringing truth to his words. "The message is probably from the underwater general." "You keep strange company, pirate," Rivershelm said with a scoff. His harsh words were covering a bruised ego that the letter was not for him. "I am a man of vision, unlike some," Kingsborn replied smugly. He reached for the scroll and the crab handed it over to him without a fuss. "What did I tell you?" The captain taunted the king, who was now openly fuming with envy. Once he delivered the message, the crab quickly headed back to the water, away from the strange humans. "Get on with it, pirate. Unlike some of us, I have a country to run," Rivershelm replied, irritated. "Not for long," Kingsborn thought. "Just wait until I get my hand on the treasure. Then I will buy enough land, ships, and men to build my empire." Kingsborn reads the letter addressed to him out loud. "To the captain. Dear Kingsborn, forgive me for not sending a message sooner, but my affairs and a gigantic monster have kept me preoccupied. I am certain that you must have by now heard of the Kraken and are as eager, if not more so, than I am to rid ourselves of it. The good news is that I have discovered the creature's weakness. The bad news, however, is that it is only possible to breach its impenetrable skin above the water. This is where you and your brave crewmen come in. In 3 days' time, gather your ships at Sirens Bay. I'll lead the Kraken in your direction, and it'll be up to you to handle it from that point. I am counting on you to remember our shared commitment to this war. In return, I will assure you I haven't forgotten our deal. Your comrade, General Vladimir." "Sirens Bay? Have you gone mad?" King Rivershelm's eyes bulged in his head. "Going there is a death sentence." "What did you think we were dealing with? Fairies and elves?" Kingsborn asked, irritated. "These are monsters of the deep. Vladimir is stronger than 100 sirens, and if he is afraid of what the future holds, then we should be outright terrified." The king ignored his dire words. "What deal was he talking about?" Rivershelm asked shrewdly, reading the letter once more. "Vladimir used his magic on my ships to make them indestructible on the condition that I eradicate the beast." Kingsborn lied. The king must have sensed his deceit. "Why should I trust you?" Rivershelm narrowed his eyes. "Just because you showed me a parlor trick with a crab? Do you expect me to believe your lies about this underwater general and a gigantic monster? For once in your life, think with that parrot brain of yours. What would I have to gain by risking my life and taking my ships to Sirens Bay?" Kingsborn asked, exasperated. "You've already heard of the Kraken attacks, with countless reports from witnesses who have seen entire ships being snapped in half. Do you think I can orchestrate such a lie?" Rivershelm faltered. But going to Sirens Bay, it's too risky," he stuttered. "Are you a man or a mouse?" the captain asked. "If you're too cowardly to go yourself, Rivershelm, Then give me command of your ships, and I will lead them." The king's face turned bright red. "Enough with the insults. How dare you challenge my authority? I am a king. I won't put up with insults from a filthy pirate." "Cower and hide in your castle, King Rivershelm. I am done trying to reason with you," Kingsborn exclaimed, nearly stomping out of the room. However, he heard Rivershelm calling his name from behind, trying to stop him from leaving. "What is it?" Kingsborn barked. "My scribe will prepare the royal decree, and once it is complete, I will review and approve it with the royal seal and make it official. You can expect to have it in your hands by this afternoon," Rivershelm muttered. "You will have command of my ships, but for one day only." The captain grinned from ear to ear. "One day is all I need to take down the beast," he replied confidently. That night, the captain gathered the men into his cabin. He looked at each face, his heart aching for those who were missing. His crew looked at him expectantly. It was unusual for their captain to be this solemn. Kingsborn raised his voice and locked his gaze directly into their eyes, pushing aside any fear he felt within himself. "In 3 days' time, we will set sail towards Siren's Bay. I don't need to explain the challenges and dangers that await us there, so let us all have a hearty meal or two. Make amends with those you owe, embrace your loved ones, and convey everything you need to say to them before we depart." Turning away from his men, the captain sighed and said to himself, "This journey may very well be our last." Chapter 13. Ursula could not believe her eyes. Surely this couldn't be anything but a nightmare. Her beloved castle lay in ruins with only the rubble left standing. She doubled over in pain, asking how this could have happened. Her mind screamed in agony, yet she was too numb to do anything but watch helplessly as she took in the surrounding destruction. Titania's children! They were in the castle, she realized a moment too late. No. How could this have happened? Ursula asked, aggrieved. "It was the Kraken," came a voice from behind her. It was Brutus. "I had been following the creature when it arrived here. It started destroying your castle almost immediately," he said. "That heartless monster!" Ursula yelled, her voice filled with anguish. The castle had meant so much to her. It represented years of her life, immense toil, and endless sacrifice. It was a testament to her hard-earned magic, a place she had proudly called her home and sanctuary. Now, the monster had snatched it away from her, leaving her feeling violated in the most unimaginable manner possible. "The Kraken is a destructive beast," Brutus replied in a grim voice as he looked over the ruined castle. "I am sorry for the pain it caused you." Ursula would not blame the Kraken, but its master. Brutus was talking about the Kraken, while Ursula was cursing the one who was to be blamed for her suffering. The Siren Queen had destroyed her sanctuary. She must have guessed that Titania had been working with Ursula, and this was her punishment for defying her. "The pain is unbearable," Ursula said, almost numb. "That hideous beast completely wrecked my castle, and I wasn't even there to defend it." "You can always construct another castle, Ursula," Brutus said in a low voice, his words meant to be kind. "Yes, I most certainly will," Ursula thought, "but this time it won't be an ordinary castle. This time she will build a fortress, something that no beast or magic could tear down. It's a truly tragic loss, but there are some things that can be replaced more easily," Brutus continued, comforting her as she stayed silent. Ursula, overwhelmed with dread, contemplated the fate of Titania's offspring. I can rebuild the castle, but how can I ever replace Titania's 3 children? She asked. She entrusted them to me, and I promised to protect them. Are those Titania's children? Brutus said. He seemed shocked, which meant that his cousin had not informed him about the triplet. Yes, Octavian and Titania are their parents, Ursula replied. Brutus quickly regained composure and focused on what she was saying. So you made a promise to my cousin? Yes, and I failed miserably, Ursula said, covering her face with her hands. You have shown kindness, something I did not believe you were capable of, Brutus remarked, his tone softened. Titania must have placed her trust in you, although I wish she had confided in me. I want to assure you that the children are safe. I had them moved to a safe location. Ursula sighed with relief, grateful that she had not broken her vow to Titania. She had narrowly escaped the consequences of breaking a magically bound oath. Then, I owe you a debt of gratitude, Sea King, Ursula acknowledged. You saved me from breaking my promise. Brutus seemed offended by her words. They are my nieces. You don't owe me anything, witch. He bristled. But she did, at least by the rules of magic. Ursula hated the whole debt system. It was useful when she could turn her transgressors to stone, or when they were too vile and troublesome, she could poison them instead. But when it was her turn to pay, she hated the entire arrangement. If she didn't repay the debt, her magic would remain weaker than the Sea King's until he died, or she will remain indebted to his children, or their children, or their children's children. She couldn't let that happen. I owe you, Brutus, Ursula repeated. If you ever find yourself in need of my magic, remember that I have a debt to repay. If you insist, the Sea King replied, shrugging his shoulders. I might not even remember this. Ursula felt oddly satisfied by his indifference. It was just what she'd hoped would happen. But what she didn't know was that Brutus would remember. 900 and some odd years later, the Sea King would remember Ursula's debt to him after falling in love with a mortal, and he would come to ask for repayment. However, that is a story for later. Where are Onyx, Amber, and Scarlet now? Ursula asked. The children are with Vladimir, the Sea King replied. They are safe within the walls of the floating kingdom. Ursula felt a familiar pang in her heart upon hearing the general's name. She was determined to avoid him for as long as possible, fearing that spending more time with him would inevitably result in her falling in love. Yet, perhaps, it was already too late to harbor such fear. Deep down, she knew she had already lost her heart to him. We should go there now. There is no telling when or where the beast will return. Brutus expected her to leave with him, but the sea witch didn't move. What is it, Ursula? I don't think I will leave just yet. I want to salvage what memories I can from these ruins, she replied. The Sea King bowed his head in understanding. We will be waiting for you in the floating kingdom. Thank you, she said simply. Ursula sensed her snakes were near, hiding in the shadows. Come out, my darlings. The Sea King has left. They appeared and slithered onto her arms. Do you feel the same pain I do? She asked them, her voice cracking. The snake flickered their tongues soundlessly. Her pets were deep in mourning, like she was. This pain will pass, but I will not forget the hurt. Not now. Not ever. With a determined look on her face, the sea witch set out to face the one responsible for the carnage, yearning to inflict upon the Siren Queen the same pain she had caused her. Ursula swam in a haze and found herself in the throne room of the monster. The sea witch found the perpetrator grinning as she approached. You conniving creature, Ursula exclaimed. I said I was with you. Why did you destroy my castle? The Siren Queen smiled. How else would you gain Brutus's trust? Now that he knows I destroyed your castle, he would think of you as an ally rather than someone to watch out for. There could have been other ways to gain his trust, Ursula said. Really? Like what? You have been working alongside him for weeks, yet I doubt he trusts you even for a moment. The Siren Queen said, You have made yourself quite a reputation. Sea Witch, not even I can trust you. I am here, aren't I? Ursula asked with disdain. Don't take me for a fool, Sea Witch, the Siren Queen hissed. I have glimpsed into your soul. I know what you are. Says someone who came from the abyss? Ursula sneered. Do not trick me again, or the next time you will be sorry. Do not betray me, Sea Witch. I have my eyes on you. The Siren Queen replied, Bring me Brutus's trident, and I might even teach you how to harness your powers and take control of the Dark Army. Betray me, and my Dark Army will tear you apart. The Siren Queen threatened. Your Dark Army? Yes, they are ready to attack the floating kingdom, the Siren Queen said. What about the sirens? I no longer require them. The Siren Queen replied with an eerie calm. Her words sent a shiver down Ursula's spine. Where is Titania? Ursula asked. What have you done? The Siren Queen grinned evilly. I sent her to the surface to gather souls, she revealed. However, Titania disobeyed my command as she refused to harm the humans. It's unfortunate she resisted. Her noble act meant little in the end. What do you mean? Ursula felt a sinking sensation in her heart. Because mortals cannot help but be mortals. Savage, barbaric, bloodthirsty as they all are, Titania may have spared them, but it was foolish to think they would reciprocate. The Siren Queen explained, It will please you to know that a mortal killed her. Titania was dead? Ursula couldn't believe what she was hearing. A strange numbness took over her senses. Titania, the brave siren and mother, had broken through her defenses and made Ursula care about her. Even if she didn't shed a tear, the Sea Witch hadn't felt such a loss for someone in a very long time. The Siren Queen was looking closely at her. Don't tell me you aren't relieved by the news, Ursula. Ursula stared at her with a shocked expression. Relieved? Why would I be relieved? You were going to poison her or turn her to stone anyway. Her getting killed saved you some effort, or perhaps some guilt. The Siren Queen cackled. Don't deny it. You hate humans, but what you hate more is a traitor. You hate their treacherous nature. If Titania turned against their own queen, what to say she wouldn't have done the same to you? She wouldn't have turned against me, Ursula said. You say this, but you are not so sure, are you? The Siren Queen asked shrewdly. Titania might have gone to the Sea King next to get rid of you. Ursula was silent. The Siren Queen's eyes gleamed with wickedness. You cannot conceal it from me. I have witnessed the depths of your mind, Ursula. I have glimpsed into your soul. A morbid curiosity took over the Sea Witch. Ursula knew better than to ask, but she had to know. And what did you find? What a wonderfully dark and twisted place it is, the Siren Queen said, grinning. That is why I want you. You and I are the same. The Siren Queen was not the first creature to tell her this. Someone else had already said it to her, someone who was close to her and could not ignore. Mabel, Ursula's mother, had warned her not to give in to the dark forces of her nature, as they would grow too powerful for her to resist. Mabel had been right once, but she wouldn't be again. Ursula refused to believe her mother's words, just as she refused to trust the Siren Queen's claims. "We will never be the same," Ursula replied. "People look at you, whisper about you like they do me," the Siren Queen said in a low voice. "Don't think that I am not aware. They will never accept you as one of their own. Why not? Because you are more powerful than they can ever hope to be, and that makes them jealous. That makes them see you as a threat." "What about the Sea King?" "He has might, but that won't help him much," the Siren Queen said. "Victory is for the cunning. Victory is for the wicked. Victory is for us," she hissed. "Beware of evil, Ursula." Her mother had warned her. "True evil won't threaten you like an enemy, but tempt you as a friend." Why did my mother tell me that? Did she not know her own daughter? Did she think I could be redeemed? "I have eliminated all the rebel sirens, and I no longer trust the remaining ones, which I assume you would have done as well," the Siren Queen declared, certain. No wonder the citadel seemed empty and abandoned without the sirens. It had transformed into a ghostly mausoleum. Ursula shivered, unsettled by the revelation, yet the monster persisted. "I have killed those who dared defy me. The rebellion is dead." "You killed all the sirens? But they were your subjects," Ursula exclaimed. "I do not forgive betrayal. Once is one time too many." The Siren Queen's gaze shifted towards her snakes and lingered there knowingly. Would she ask me to do the same? Ursula wondered. She silently gestured to her sea snakes, and they quickly disappeared at her command. Despite their prior lapse, Ursula could never hurt her beloved pets. She had already forgiven them for handing over the sealskin to the Siren Queen. When she had lost her mother and her grief had proven too great, the sea creatures had found her crying, alone in the darkness. The two snakes slithered onto her arms and wrapped themselves tightly and hadn't let go of her side since then. Together they had faced numerous trials, and the loyal creatures had taken down many of her enemies. Ursula did not and could not expect them to defeat them all. The snakes were only as powerful as her own magic. The Siren Queen could ensorcel them because Ursula's magic had not been strong enough to resist her, but that won't happen again, as long as Ursula fights off the monster that stood before her. "So you killed the sirens and now you're weaker because of it," Ursula sneered. "On the contrary, their souls are now mine. I can now harness their powers for my own," the Siren Queen replied. Ursula gasped. "But that is forbidden. It is the darkest form of magic." "Nothing is forbidden to me," the Siren Queen replied, "and nothing will be forbidden to you either. Magic always came at a price. If not immediately, then it would exact its toll later." Ursula realized what the Siren Queen represented: pure chaos. She showed no respect for the rules of magic and cared nothing for balance. What she did to the rebel sirens was even worse than the Blood Moon massacre, for it occurred after she had killed them. During the Blood Moon ball, she had siphoned their powers and taken their strengths. Now she had consumed their souls, not as humans, but of her own kind. What hope did Ursula have against such an enemy? What hope did any of them have against utter madness? When Ursula glanced down at her hands, she noticed they were trembling. Defeated by her doubts, the Sea Queen bowed her head. "Witch, this is your final chance," the Siren Queen declared. "I will soon unleash the full force of my powers upon the floating kingdom, and when I arrive, I expect you to surrender Brutus's trident to me." "What will happen if I don't have his trident?" Ursula asked. As soon as she said this, the Siren Queen lunged at her, with her talons, and Ursula narrowly jumped out of her path. The Siren Queen was laughing maniacally, her voice sending shivers down her spine. Then, my darling, you will fall prey to my claws, and I will take your soul. Ursula tries to calm herself, her heart still racing erratically in her chest. She only spoke when her hands had stopped shaking. I will have the Sea King's trident ready for you when you arrive, she promised the Siren Queen. Chapter 14. Ursula didn't think she could face the children, not after learning of their mother's death. Their parents, Titania and Octavian, both fell victim to the Siren Queen, leaving Onyx, Scarlet, and Amber behind as orphans. What could she possibly say to them? Your parents are dead? The same monster killed them? Ursula lingered outside their room, hesitant to enter. She won't do it. She won't be the bearer of such terrible news. Just as she turned away, a pair of warm hands wrapped around her from behind, and a voice whispered softly into her ear. You heavenly creature, Vladimir said. You were sheltering them all along. You had the children under your protection. Please, Vladimir, you don't understand, Ursula pleaded. She tried to break free from his embrace before the girls discovered her presence, but it was already too late. The young sirens looked up in her direction, having recognized her voice. The three quickly swam up to Ursula and asked, Where is our mother? Ursula was quiet. Overwhelmed with guilt, she lowered her head, unable to meet their innocent faces. Where is Mother? Onyx, the oldest of the children, asked. Did something happen to her? Amber started crying. Scarlet held her younger sister tightly in her arms and wiped her tears with her small hands. It seemed like the children sensed that something was very wrong. They never asked about their mother before, normally keeping to themselves. The sorrowful looks on their faces gave way the indescribable grief they were going through. Vladimir observed them all, worried, yet he remained unaware of the shift that had taken place. That burden was solely hers, and one she could never bear. Ursula had seen enough. Seeing the tears streaming down the children's cheeks had shattered her heart into innumerable pieces. Within her mind, there was only one course of action to take, so she started her incantation. Ties that bind, thoughts that hurt. What are you doing, Ursula? Vladimir asked, alarmed, but she kept going, not stopping her chant. Ties that bind, thoughts that hurt, tears that fall, bonds that divert, beginning and starts, shackles and chains, bodies and hearts, shadows and pains, a spell for memories, a spell for pasts, a spell to forget, a spell that lasts. The past is now a canvas, plain. Memories were once whole, never to be again. The children stopped crying, their faces turned expressionless, and their eyes went blank. Moments later, they were smiling and playing with one another as if grief had never touched them. Vladimir was stunned at the children's transformation. What did you do, Ursula? He asked. There was a touch of fear in his voice. The only thing I could do, she replied. I took away their memories. Vladimir stood still. You took away the memory of their mother? He asked, shocked. Their mother is dead. The Siren Queen found her out to be a traitor, Ursula said. If the Siren Queen finds out she had children, she would kill them all. Vladimir listened quietly, not voicing his thoughts out loud. The silence was quickly becoming suffocating. What else could I have done? Ursula tried to say in a calm voice. It was for their protection. I do not agree with your method, Ursula, Vladimir said finally, but I understand why you did it. It would have been better if he had slapped her in the face. The words inflicted a harsher blow. Do you think I was wrong? She asked, shaking. Yes, Vladimir replied. Ursula's lower lips trembled as she asked, Why do you think I was wrong? Because a child should never forget their mother, Vladimir replied. Even if she was dead? Even if she had forsaken them, Vladimir said. Their mother would never have wanted for this to happen. Well, she is not here to tell me what she would have wanted, Ursula said heatedly. But I know she begged me for their protection. Vladimir remained impassive. Ursula looked into his eyes, afraid of uncovering his thoughts, but she couldn't escape the judgment and disappointment that lay in them. It echoed in his eyes, resonated in his voice. It was the same judgment Ursula had expected since their first encounter, yet witnessing it now still caused her to hurt deeply. Ursula stayed quiet, afraid of breaking the silence that lay thick between them, building and building like an impenetrable wall. Perhaps now is not a good time to argue about this, Vladimir spoke in a soft voice. It only appeared that he was conceding, but she knew he wasn't willing to let go of the topic. However, as a gesture of respect towards her, he was making an exception for the time being. Ursula couldn't help but think that Vladimir was right, yet she couldn't bring herself to acknowledge it. She was a creature of her heart. Whenever anyone collapsed her approach, they'd never survive long enough to make a difference. However, there was something different about Vladimir. He often frustrated her, but the thought of causing him harm was unimaginable, far less than the harm she could envision inflicting on herself. He had become a part of her, slowly, unknowingly, but now it was unmistakable. It terrified her to her core. Onyx, Scarlet, Amber, come with me, Ursula said quietly. The girls quickly came to her, tied to her by an invisible bond. Where are you taking them? Vladimir asked. Somewhere safer, she replied tersely. What could be safer than Brutus's castle? Vladimir asked. Castles can crumble and fall, just like mine did. Even empires can perish, Ursula replied. I will hide them with magic in a secret location. Can I come with you? Vladimir asked. Ursula hesitated. I am afraid not, Vladimir, she replied. Only I will know where they are in case the Siren Queen tries to look for them. Vladimir looked disappointed, but didn't stop her. It's good to be disappointed now, Vladimir, then be devastated later, Ursula thought. Especially when the Siren Queen arrives with her full army, then you will discover the entire truth. Come, girls, we are leaving now. The young sirens followed as Ursula led them. Vladimir remained rooted to his spot, watching Ursula and the children fade into the distance. He couldn't help but ask himself whether he had made a mistake in judging Ursula so abruptly. He felt a wave of remorse, remembering the sadness in her expression. Vladimir knew his words had hurt her, but did his hurtful words just cost him the love of his life? Ursula led the girls to a hidden lagoon, destined to become their new home. Nestled in a serene and peaceful setting, the location was conveniently close to human civilization, yet remote enough to shelter them from prying eyes. Only those granted permission could visit the young sirens, while the rest of the world remained oblivious to their presence. Those humans who succumbed to the irresistible allure of the young sirens' enchanting calls would meet with a tragic fate. Ursula could do nothing about that outcome, for it would be inevitable and necessary for the sirens' survival. You will stay here from now, Ursula said to the children. And what about you? Onyx asked. I will come back when you need me, Ursula called. Only call me when you need me. Is that understood? Onyx nodded her head. Ursula stared at the remaining two, and they did the same. We didn't ask before, but who are you? Amber asked. What do we call you? Ursula considered what she should tell them. I am your guardian. I am Ursula, the Sea Witch. And who are we? Scarlet asked. What name would she give them? Preferably, it would be something that didn't tie them too much to their pasts. You are the Siren Sisters, Ursula replied. We are sirens? Yes, Ursula said. Stay here. I will come back when I can. There was one important thing she forgot to tell them. Stay away from any humans, she added. Why would we go near humans? It is them that should stay away from us, the siren sisters hissed. We hate them. All of them. Ursula was stunned by their response. She heard the unmistakable allure of magic in their voices. The sea witch now knew that even with her powerful spell, the children sensed the truth of what happened. That would explain their hatred towards the humans, she thought, the same humans who killed their mother. Only they didn't know that it was the Siren Queen who orchestrated Titania's death. They used their siren voices, Ursula thought, alarmed. When these three grow up, they will be a force to be reckoned with. I will keep them close to me, the sea witch thought. They must not get in the hands of my enemies. They are like a weapon that can be forged to do terrible and destructive things. If the Siren Queen found out about them, she would use them and then kill them, she thought. The girls didn't ask any more questions, and their quiet strengths strangely moved Ursula. The children were calmly examining their surroundings and pointing to things that caught their attention, like the waterfall and large rocks where they could bask in the sun. The sharp contrast between their composed courage and what she was about to do only made Ursula aware of her own misdeeds. I am putting them in a prison, Ursula thought, guilt consuming her. The children would remain confined within the lagoon, unable to explore beyond its limits. Without enough souls to consume, their aging process would slow down and time would come to a standstill for them. But they will have each other, a soft voice reasoned in her mind, and they will stay alive. Ursula would keep her promise to Titania. As long as magic flowed in her veins, the three sirens would survive. With one final glance, Ursula left the children in their new home amidst the clear turquoise waters. It wasn't the end of Ursula's trial. However, as the ghost of her mother appeared before her eyes, complete with a slight smile on her face, the expression that held many secrets. Why did you agree to save the sirens' children? Mabel asked. The very water around her became stifling, and she could hardly breathe. Ursula took a shuddering breath. I wanted it to remind me of my goodness, that I still have a soul. Her mother shakes her head from side to side. I couldn't protect you, but I will protect them, Ursula almost pleaded. The vision of her mother disappears, but she hears her whisper, her parting words scorching into Ursula with a final blow. My dear child, you lost your soul when you lost me. Chapter 15. Brutus was deep in discussions with his generals when Ursula entered the throne room. Vladimir was there, his back turned to her. The Sea King acknowledged her presence with a subtle nod, but before Vladimir could spot her, she quickly averted her gaze and retreated to a distant corner. They were all having a heated argument about the state of the floating kingdom. Morale was down, and food supplies were getting low. The generals wanted to bring down the barrier Brutus had put up for their safety, with the reason the merfolk were getting restless. My king, it has been nearly a month, one general declared. Your people need to see the oceans once more. We are in the middle of a war, Brutus said. The barrier that I put up with the sea witch's help is there to protect them from the beast. The Kraken returns after every few days, the general argued back. We can enjoy some freedom and breathe for a bit while he is away. Brutus was listening with patience, but his general's voice was grating on Ursula. She resisted the urge to scream at the infuriating, short-sighted general who knew nothing of the danger that lurked in the corner. Knowing what she did about the Siren Queen, she could tell them, but didn't. What if the Siren Queen read her mind? Ursula wouldn't be able to defend herself then. Ursula stayed in the room until the third hour of argument, then quietly snuck out of the room, but she was not alone in doing so. Ursula, Vladimir said behind her. Ursula had to stop, silently cursing that she wasn't able to cross the hallway in time. When she turned to face him, she kept her expression neutral. "Vladimir," she replied icily. He swam up to her, his eyes searching into hers. "Ursula, are you avoiding me?" "No," Ursula replied. "I am not avoiding you." "Then tell me what is going on," he pleaded. "Nothing," she lied. "I simply have a lot on my mind." He didn't believe her for an instant. "I wanted to apologize earlier," Vladimir said. "I should not have rushed to judgment like that." "Is that so?" Ursula said with as little emotion as she could muster, despite her broken heart. "Yes, it is my fault for not understanding, but I should have known better," Vladimir said, his voice tinged with regret. "I may not have faced the Siren Queen, but I have heard of her cruelty. It was not my place to determine what is best for the children, especially when their mother specifically chose you to be their protector." "Don't, Vladimir," Ursula said, shaking her head. "Just don't." "Don't what?" "Don't make me like you more than I already do." Her words came out like a sigh. "Why must you resist this?" Vladimir came closer and held her hands, placing it on his heart. She could feel the rapid beats of his heart beneath her touch. They felt the same as the one beating in her chest. Ursula knew she should swim away right now, but she remained as she was, with her hand placed over his heart. "It won't end well," she replied. "It never does." "There is a first time for everything," Vladimir said. "Your bad luck will have to end one day." "Why are you like this?" Ursula said with a smile. His contagious hope breathed life into her cold, dead heart. "It is only because you make it so hard for me to be anything else," Vladimir answered. There was a teasing smile tugging at the corner of his lips. Ursula felt tempted to remove that smile from his face with a kiss, just to see how he would react. Vladimir must have sensed her thoughts, for he leaned in, inches away from her parted lips. Before their lips could touch, however, the ground suddenly started shaking. "What is going on?" Ursula asked. The roar of an enormous beast answered her question. Both Vladimir and her didn't speak a word as they hurried outside the castle. The Kraken had returned, but this time the Dark Sea Army had come with it, along with their master, the Siren Queen. By the time they reached the battlefield, a full-scale battle was already underway. Despite being outnumbered, the Mer soldiers were successfully halting the vicious Dark Army's advance. The generals under Brutus's orders were strategically moving forward towards the Siren Queen, intending to surround her, leaving Ursula and Vladimir to subdue the Kraken. Meanwhile, the Sea King remained behind the barrier, acting as the last line of defense for the floating kingdom in case everything else failed. Everything was unfolding according to their plans. As they faced the colossal beast before them, Vladimir couldn't help but give a heavy sigh. The more he looked at the monster, the larger it appeared to be. He gripped his spear tightly, knowing full well of the near impossibility of penetrating the creature's thick skin. "Don't hold back, Vladimir," Ursula teased, grinning mischievously. "You possess the strength of at least 100 soldiers. Go all out." "Ouch, you wound me," he replied, dramatically placing his hand over his heart. "For you, my love, I will both conquer this beast and overcome my fears." Ursula's heart raced in her chest. "Enough with the flattery, Vladimir. Tell me your plan." "How did you know I had a plan?" he asked, a smile on his handsome face. "You always have a plan," she replied. "Yes, indeed. And let's not forget that I command an army of 1,000,000, Vladimir said, winking at Ursula, "my special unit." As he whistled, thousands of sea creatures appeared. The sparkling stars in the water created a shimmering horizon. Ursula couldn't help but smile as a swarm of jelly stars obediently swam toward the Kraken, following Vladimir's command. While the gelatinous creatures couldn't break through the kraken's tough skin, their combined stings started to annoy the creature. The kraken roared in agony as the jelly stars relentlessly stung its gargantuan body. Despite the kraken's attempt to shake them off, thousands more jelly stars replaced the ones that were sent flying up its thrashing tentacles. The jelly stars were moving in unity, slowly herding the kraken away from the battlefield. Pretty soon, they could no longer see the creature. "That takes care of that," Vladimir said with relief. "Where are the jelly stars taking it?" Ursula asked. "To Siren's Bay," Vladimir replied, "and they will keep it there until the battle ends." "What is your next plan, General Vladimir?" Ursula asked. "To help others." Vladimir scanned the battle, concerned. "They don't look like they are faring too well." Ursula nods. "We should go help them." The pair slashed through countless dark creatures, but more kept coming in a never-ending number. Even with the kraken out of their way, the army of the floating kingdom struggled to maintain their ground. A small shift, or the tiniest chink in their defenses, would be enough for them to fall, and that would come soon, considering that they already harbored a traitor within their midst. Dozens of ships had gathered near Siren's Bay, with a few more on the way. Kingsborn led them to confront the kraken, fully prepared. All that remained now was to wait for the undersea general to divert the creature towards the surface and into their path. It was only reluctantly that the captains of the royal ships followed his orders, but they were being forced against their will. In Kingsborn's hands was a royal decree, drafted by King River's Helm, which stated that all large vessels should unite to defeat the new threat at sea. The arrangement involved placing the ships in a circle, leaving a wide gap in the center to entice the creature in. Kingsborn glanced at his watch. "Where is Vladimir?" he thought, growing concerned. Hours had passed with no sign of either the general or the monster, and the captain was becoming anxious, waiting. "Any signs of the creature?" he asked his first mate for the 12th time in less than a minute. "No, Captain," came the reply. Kingsborn could see suspicion building in the eyes of those other than his crew. He sighed. "Wait, I see something," his first mate said. "What is it, lad? Speak quickly," Kingsborn urged. "They appear to be jelly stars, hundreds of them floating to the surface," his first mate said, appearing puzzled. Sure enough, within a few moments, the captain could see them too. What was the meaning of this? "Stay alert," he said to his crew. "This could be our sign. Signal the others to get ready." No sooner had he given the command than huge tentacles rose out of the water, wrapping around the nearest ship. Compared to the gargantuan monster, the mighty ship looked like a toy strung together by ropes. The creature roared and tightened its grip, trying to snap the ship in half. "Fire the cannons! This is our chance! Fire with all you've got!" Kingsborn roared. Cannons fired with every equipped vessel, while the rest of the ships launched spears and harpoons into the water. The kraken easily deflected off the weapons with its impenetrable hide. "Aim for its belly!" Kingsborn exclaimed, remembering Vladimir mentioning its weakness in his message. When the first cannon hit its intended mark, the beast let out a roar of pain. Inky blood spilled out, darkening the water surrounding it. Kingsborn laughed triumphantly. "We've got the beast now!" The kraken endured a few more direct strikes before retreating into the water. "Captain, the creature is leaving!" shouted his first mate. "No, we cannot let it escape!" Kingsborn yelled, noticing that the cannons had stopped firing. "What are you doing? Keep firing!" However, he saw the other captain shake his head from the other ship. "No?" Kingsborn shouted, exasperated. "What do you mean, no?" "Our king ordered us to fire only 2 rounds of cannons and no more," the royal captain shouted back. "That stingy, miserable king of yours will get us all killed," Kingsborn roared. "Curse you, River's Helm!" "Captain, the beast has almost submerged," his first mate said, frantic. Kingsborn wiped his brow. His chance, his only chance to defeat the monster was slipping away, as was the hope of ever seeing his treasure. He wouldn't let that happen. Get out of my way, Kingsborn said, pushing the first mate to the side and taking hold of the ship's steering wheel. What are you doing, Captain? His first mate asked. I am completing my end of the deal. Come hell or high water, Kingsborn said, snarling. The captain roared as he drove his ship directly into the belly of the beast. The kraken bellowed as the ship struck, dealing a devastating blow. In a matter of seconds, it went back into the water, but the injury it suffered left it considerably weakened. Kingsborn couldn't believe what he had just done and that his battered ship remained intact in the aftermath, no doubt because of the lingering effect of Vladimir's magic. Did it work? His first mate asked, out of breath. Kingsborn realized that he too was breathing hard, with his heart still drumming away in his chest. We did all we could, Kingsborn said, breathless, gazing at the spot where the kraken had been moments earlier. Now, it is up to Vladimir and the mermaids to save the oceans. Chapter 16. Creatures of the Dead Sea Army surged forward in great numbers, completely encircling Ursula and Vladimir. They heard the hiss and snarls of the hideous creatures all around them, thousands of black, bottomless eyes fixed on the two of them. It was a terrifying situation, but the two of them stood back to back, a force to be reckoned with. They quickly annihilated those who dared to attack them, Vladimir with his strength and spear, and Ursula with her powerful spells, but neither their bravery nor their powers stood a chance against the sheer numbers of the Siren Queen's army. A tide of bodies crashed into them, separating Ursula from Vladimir. He cried out her name, but could not reach her. Ursula was tangled amidst bodies and claws, desperately trying to break free. She stretched her hand towards Vladimir, but was being buried by the dark creatures. Vladimir helplessly witnessed as the love of his life was being taken away from him, and in a final desperate attempt, his magic burst out. He unleashed a storm of lightning, striking many of the dark creatures. Bodies blackened and turning into piles of ash fell all around Ursula, leaving her stunned. Vladimir's magic was unlike anything she had ever witnessed, something he had been hiding from her all along. Vladimir was deep in concentration. A glow was emanating from his hands, then his entire body. Soon he became an intense light that sent the Dead Sea Army screeching back in fear. His power was astonishing, a raw and pure form of energy, unlike anything Ursula had ever encountered. The brightness of the light continued to grow, spreading for miles around. In that moment, she realized why Vladimir rarely relied on his powers. His source seemed to be an endless well with no bottom. Faced with his extraordinary display of magic, Ursula panicked. She knew he couldn't sustain this level of power. Vladimir was going to sacrifice himself. Stop! Ursula cried desperately. Vladimir, stop! You're going to destroy yourself! However, he paid no heed to her pleas. Ursula didn't know how to get through to him. The Dead Sea Army retreated further and further away until few remained. They are gone! Ursula cried again. Please, Vladimir, stop! In her desperation, she swam closer to him but cried out in pain as the intensity of the light burned her. Finally, Vladimir stopped and slumped to the ocean floor. Ursula rushed to his side, holding him tightly in her arms. What were you thinking? Ursula exclaimed, her voice tinged with both fear and anger. Vladimir appeared to be fading. They were going to hurt you, Ursula, Vladimir replied weakly, struggling for breath. I couldn't let that happen. You're willing to die? She asked, unable to comprehend his selflessness. Yes, Vladimir responded, his voice barely above a whisper. If it protects you, I would gladly give my life. Ursula couldn't hold back her tears. She clung to him even tighter, overwhelmed by the magnitude of his sacrifice. No one had ever done something so selfless for her before. "Why would you do such a thing?" she asked, aggrieved. "Because I love you," Vladimir replied. His words should have moved Ursula. Instead, anger coursed through her. "You foolish, sentimental fool!" she exclaimed, her anger spilling out. "What good is your love to me if you're dead?" Vladimir gave a faint smile. "I guess I hadn't thought of that." "No, you didn't!" Ursula exclaimed, frustration laced in her voice. She gently cupped Vladimir's face in her hands, looking into his eyes. He was still alive, and that realization helped calm her overwhelmed heart. It kept her from shattering completely. "You could have died," she said, gentler this time, her voice breaking. "I would have died for you," Vladimir whispered. Ursula couldn't understand the madness of his words. "But why?" "Because your life means more to me than my own," he replied. Vladimir's loving words enveloped her, giving her warmth and a feeling of safety that reached deep within her soul. Ursula felt defeated, her anger subsiding. Vladimir raised his hand to wipe away her tears. He then reached forward to kiss her, and in that moment, the world around them fades away. The war, the prophecy, the chaos, all disappear in the kiss. 1,000 years of loneliness swept away in an instant by the feel of his lips on hers. Ursula wished to remain in that moment forever, but a sinister cackling in the background broke through her bliss. "So, the mighty sea witch has fallen in love. How pathetic." The hate-filled voice sent shivers down her spine. The Siren Queen was before them, alone. The monster had killed all the generals. "What do you know of love?" Ursula snarled. "Love only makes you weak," the Siren Queen replied. "You know this well, witch, but in case you have forgotten, here is your reminder." She glanced at Vladimir and muttered a few words under her breath. Ursula loses her grip on him as his body starts convulsing violently. "Vladimir!" she cried, trying to hold on, but he broke free from her embrace. He was not the same creature he had been moments earlier. Vladimir's eyes had turned black, his expression menacing. The general picked up the spear he had dropped earlier and lunged fiercely at her. The Siren Queen's voice hissed in Ursula's head. "What are you going to do, witch? He is mine now. Are you going to kill your lover?" Ursula could still hear the siren's cackle. The sea witch didn't have a moment to lose. She summoned her pets to her side. "Go! Stop him!" she commanded her sea serpents. Immediately, her pets obeyed, wrapping themselves tightly around Vladimir. Vladimir thrashed and tried to break free from the snake's grip, muttering curses. Ursula saw she had little choice. "Stun him, but don't kill him," she ordered her pets. Both sea serpents sank their fangs into his arm. Vladimir jolted, but soon their bites put him in an induced sleep and immobilized him. "I'm sorry, Vladimir, but now the siren can't manipulate your mind," Ursula said, her voice trembling. Her heart was breaking, seeing him listless and unresponsive. "Take him away from here," she instructed her snakes. The snakes slithered away, dragging Vladimir's unconscious body with them. "Now that he is safe, let me take care of that conniving siren," Ursula thought. She turned to face her and saw the Siren Queen's eyes were gleaming with wickedness. "You sent him away so soon? I was only beginning to have some fun," the Siren Queen hissed. "Leave him out of this," Ursula said. "He has done nothing to you." "I've had enough of your dramatics, witch. You know what I want, yet I do not see it in your hands," the Siren Queen said, scowling. "Where is the Sea King's trident?" "It's with him," Ursula replied. "Brutus stayed behind the barrier to protect the floating kingdom." The Siren Queen gazed towards the Crystal Palace with interest, where hordes of her dark creatures were trying to claw their way in but failing. "So, All that stands between me and the trident is this little barrier. She turns her sights to the witch. Demonstrate your loyalty to me. Bring down the barrier. Do it, and I might just spare your lover. The Siren Queen added venom into the last word. Ursula raised her hand, and within moments, the barrier collapsed, sounding like the breaking of glass. Soon the screams of the mer people being attacked by dark creatures were all she could hear. The sea witch closed her eyes, her body shivering at what she had done. Siren Queen, a booming voice called. Your tyranny ends now. Brutus swam up to them, angry like a tempest, his trident glowing in his hands. How dare you attack my kingdom? I have had some help, the Siren Queen replied wickedly, looking in Ursula's direction. Brutus seemed stunned. Ursula? You are with a Siren Queen? Ursula turned her head away in response to his condemning tone. That is not even the end of her betrayal, the Siren Queen said with glee. Bring his trident to me, she commands to her. As Ursula looked on, she saw Brutus's struggle to ward off the invading thoughts of the Siren Queen. It took some time, but he eventually succumbed to her mind control. He stood perfectly still, just like a statue, unable to move a finger without the siren's command. Take the trident from his hands, the Siren Queen ordered through clenched teeth. She was having some difficulty maintaining control over the Sea King. Ursula seized the trident from him and felt a surge of power coursing through her hands. Hurry, give it to me, the Siren Queen said greedily. Her gaze was barely on the Sea King, who no longer appeared as immobile as before. Ursula cautiously approached the Siren Queen, but just as she gave her the trident, she forcefully slammed it onto the ocean floor. Now! She yelled. A torrent of power blasted from the trident, striking the Siren Queen, who let out a piercing scream. Simultaneously, Brutus conjured a wave of magic with his hands. The ocean floor transformed into a swirling storm of sand as Ursula and the Sea King united forces against the Siren Queen. Gradually, the sandstorm closed in around her, growing into a gigantic sphere that enclosed her at its very center. Ursula murmured the incantation to confine the Siren Queen within. The darkest of storms, the darkest of nights, fire and flame, unparalleled might. Render her powerless. Let her be strained. Make the Siren Queen's chaos be contained. The swirling mass of sand sphere transforms into a giant pearl, trapping the Siren Queen at its heart. The Siren Queen screams, but they can no longer hear her from within the confines of the pearl prison. Ursula and Brutus breathed a collective sigh of relief. Finally, the battle was over and victory was theirs to claim. You had me on edge, witch, the Sea King confessed. But more than that, I feared what would become of Vladimir if I were to kill you for your treachery. Ursula replied, her smile bittersweet. Fortunately for you, my betrayal was even greater with the Siren Queen. Moments before the Siren Queen could ensnare Brutus's mind, Ursula had divulged the truth to him. Brutus, listen to me carefully. What is it, Ursula? The Siren Queen will attempt to control your mind. Prepare yourself and do not let her take control. Pretend if necessary. Afterwards, she will command I take your trident away from you. I am asking when she does, you hand it over to me. Why would I do that? You will just have to trust me, Brutus. That's the problem. I don't trust you, Ursula. In that case, there is no hope for us to win this war. Tell me then, Ursula, why should I believe you? I am aware of a prophecy which states that we must work together if we have any chance of defeating the Siren Queen. Without our unity, we are all doomed. Brutus had stayed silent after that. He hadn't explicitly agreed, but fortunately he believed her, leading to her victory against the Siren Queen. Ursula had always known one thing. In power and politics, knowledge was power. The right information could help make powerful decisions and form ruthless strategies, and the sea witch used it to destroy her enemy when she was at her weakest. The Siren Queen was unaware that Brutus's power did not reside solely in his trident, but also in his immortality ring. This ring, invisible to all except those who could wear it, had long been a closely guarded secret kept by the mermaids from the sirens for centuries. Even though the Siren Queen was encased in the pearl, her voice still came through to Ursula's mind. "I am disappointed, sea witch," the siren hissed. "The merman changed you. He took away your thirst for power. He made you meek and pathetic." Ursula smiles at her accusation. "I am still a wicked creature, Siren. I desire to rule the seven seas. But the problem is that you are bent on destroying everything. While you may be content with becoming the queen of ruin and rubble, I aspire to be the empress of the entire water realm, intact and whole." With their queen weakened, the dark creatures quickly disappeared into the dark recesses of the oceans. The Siren Queen's monstrous pet, the Kraken, returned, but it appeared much weaker than before. It had suffered a severe injury during its absence. Working together, Brutus and Ursula trapped the Kraken in the deepest trench using heavy chains secured to the ocean floor, with the sea witch casting a spell to keep it asleep forever. Chapter 17. Although the war had been won, the general couldn't forget the promise he had made. Vladimir goes to the surface to meet with the captain without Ursula or the Sea King, knowing because the alliance with the surface dwellers had been his secret to keep. Dressed splendidly in his human attire, Vladimir emerged from the water. This time the captain was there to greet him personally. "My men told me you emerged from the water like some ghastly phantom. Now I witnessed it for myself," Kingsborn said with a laugh. "Memorize the image, for I won't be doing it again," Vladimir replied. "At least I hope I don't have to." "So the beast is finally dead?" the captain asked. "No, but it is in a deep sleep down in the furthest of trenches," Vladimir replied. "We couldn't have done it without your help, Kingsborn." "I wish I could say I did it with the goodness of my heart, but that would be a lie," the captain said. "Altruist or not, you and your men were a great help," Vladimir said, "but enough with the niceties. I am sure you are eager to get your payment." "That I am," Kingsborn said with a hungry gleam in his eyes. "Where is my treasure?" Vladimir laughed at his eagerness and reached into his pockets and drew out a map. "You will find the location in this drawing." "Not that I don't trust you, General Vladimir, but I don't trust anyone," the captain replied. His men surrounded Vladimir on all sides, pointing their swords at him. "Now, if you will accompany me." Vladimir bowed his head slightly. "Lead the way." The ship sailed for miles and encountered thick smog, creating dangerous conditions for sailing. "You haven't sent me on a fool's errand, have you?" the captain asked suspiciously. "I am neither foolish enough to do so, nor dishonorable, you will find," Vladimir calmly replied. "Keep sailing. My magic will prevent any mishaps to your lovely ship." The captain followed the instructions, but with a certain wariness. The ship navigated through the thick smog without incident and continued drifting further. Kingsborn glanced at his compass and nearly dropped it from his hands. The compass needles had gone haywire and were spinning in all directions. "What in the blazes? What does this mean?" he asked. "It means we have arrived at our destination," Vladimir replied with a smile. There was nothing but water for miles around. "As you suspected, the shipwreck is on the ocean floor," Vladimir said, reading the captain's expression. The captain looked over the side of the ship into the water. "How far do you reckon it is?" I would say it is many miles, the general replied. Many miles, the captain repeated. Will you help swim down and get the treasure? I will do no such thing, Vladimir firmly replied. The captain, a patient man, grew angry. So, this is how you escape from the deal? You bring me to the treasure but provide no means for me to reach it? You are mistaken, Captain, I said. I will not swim down and get the treasure. I do not have to. Vladimir raised his hand, and the surface of the water bubbled like a boiling pot. The crew gathered at the side of the ship and watched as a giant shipwreck floated up, hovering like a ghost on the surface. That is magnificent, the captain cried. Men, take me to that ship immediately. An excited fervor spread among the crew as they brought the two ships together and quickly connected them with a thick wooden plank. Before long, they discovered numerous wooden chests inside the ship's hull. The captain ordered his crew to open them one by one. Some chests held gold coins, while others held silver, ornamented swords, and jewelry. Kingsborn's eyes widened as he took in the treasure. He reached into the nearest loot and pulled out a sapphire, its color reminiscent of the deepest oceans. The gem was as large as his eye. That would make a magnificent centerpiece for a ring, don't you think? Vladimir suggested. Indeed it would, Kingsborn replied, his voice filled with awe. Perhaps I would add some brilliant diamonds to flank at its sides. You have a keen eye for such things, Vladimir complimented the captain with a smile. What do you think now? Is the payment sufficient? It would do, the captain replied cheekily. It should only last me a couple dozen lifetimes. Then my work here is done, Vladimir replied. It was a pleasure working with you. For both our sakes, let us hope that we never meet again. Aye, Kingsborn replied. Take care of yourself, General of the Deep. Keep our waters safe from monsters and beasts. Who is to say that I am not one of them? Vladimir asked and then laughed. The captain chuckled with them. Kingsborn watched as Vladimir plunged into the water, not emerging even after several minutes had passed. The captain stood in awe, staring at the oceans, and it was only when his first mate cleared his throat did he break out of his reverie. What will we call the new nation, Captain? His first mate asked. We will name the new empire after the one who founded it, Kingsborn. The captain replied. What else would it be? Kingsborn laughter boomed in the ears and hearts of his crew. Their new king had arrived, fearless, brave, unstoppable, and one they would follow to the ends of the world. Kingsborn's new kingdom continued to thrive even after his death, with a long line of descendants who were crowned as kings and queens. The underwater realm remains unaware of Kingsborn or the humankind's help in the First War until they needed it again, a millennium later. Vladimir had no memory of being mind-controlled by the Siren Queen, nor did he recall being stung by Ursula's sea snakes. However, he was upset after discovering he had attacked her. Did I hurt you? Vladimir asked, his brows furrowing. No, Ursula replied. Even if the Siren Queen controlled your mind, I don't believe you could have hurt me. Her reassuring words eased the lines on his forehead, but not so much his guilt. Brutus and Ursula transported the Siren Queen, still encased in her pearl, deep into the caverns, with Vladimir beside them. They took her to the caves to imprison her even further behind a stony wall. Instead of feeling elated, Ursula experienced a nauseating sensation in the pit of her stomach. She trembled, feeling uneasy about more than just being back in the dreadful caves. Before Brutus could ask her what the matter was, Vladimir interjected. I despise this place. I don't wish to stay here any longer than necessary. The Sea King nodded and headed towards the cave's exit. Ursula felt a rush of gratitude towards Vladimir. He took on her discomfort as his own, wholly to shield her from the Sea King's questions and to bar any suspicions. Once outside, the sea witch sealed the cave entrance with powerful spells of protection. They would prevent any wandering souls from stumbling upon the deadly and manipulative Siren Queen. The cave would remain sealed and invisible as long as Ursula's spells held true. Ursula had a nightmare that night and all the nights after. The sea witch's nightmares were always the same. The Siren Queen haunted her nights, making it impossible for her to sleep or rest in peace. She tossed and turned before finally succumbing to sleep at last. A familiar voice taunts her. "Did you get all you wanted, witch?" "I have enough," Ursula mumbled in her sleep. "You no longer tempt me." "Do you now?" the Siren Queen said, her voice a soft hiss. "Are you content living in the shadows? What will you say when the humans plunder more in the oceans and Brutus seizes more control and they push you down deeper and deeper into the abyss?" Ursula felt as though lightning had struck her. "Will you still be content then, witch? Will you be content never to be heard again, to never be seen?" "That will never happen," Ursula mumbled, her voice shaking. "It is already happening," the Siren Queen cackled. Ursula woke up with a start, sweat beading down her forehead. Vladimir stirred beside her. "What is it, my love?" "Nothing," she replied. "It was just a nightmare." Ever since they exchanged their vows, Vladimir had been spending more time with her. They had a quiet ceremony on Ursula's request, attended by only those she wanted present, so it had been just her and Vladimir, for no one else mattered. Vladimir stayed with her, returning to the floating kingdom only when Brutus summoned him, and the Sea King did when he needed his prized general's opinion or to send him on a mission. The fortress was not yet complete, but at least they had a room to themselves. "A nightmare?" Vladimir asked, puzzled. She hadn't shared with him what had been going on in her mind. "What frightens you, Ursula?" "That it will never be enough," she said, almost in a whisper. "That I will never be enough." Vladimir must have been still drowsy because he misheard her. "We have enough, my love," Vladimir said sleepily. "You need not worry." His words did not convince Ursula. The Siren Queen had everything. Now she lay encased in a giant pearl, helpless, voiceless. Ursula had been Brutus's power. What if he used it to turn against her? The Sea Witch still owed a debt to the Sea King. Ursula wondered how long it would be before he came to her to claim it. Chapter 18. Approximately 900 years passed, and true to the prophecy's words, the oceans largely remained tranquil. It was only Ursula that couldn't seem to find any peace. Even with Vladimir by her side, she feared something terrible was going to happen at any time. Plagued by her unmet ambitions during the day and the taunts of the Siren Queen at nights, the Sea Witch grew increasingly restless. Ursula attempted to soothe her unease by working on new spells or improving old ones. Even though she was often successful, it still left her feeling unaccomplished. Something was missing. Perhaps the most noticeable sign of her failing control and power was when servants tried to chat with her instead of cowering in fear. How far had she fallen? Ursula had stopped making deals or striking new bargains while Vladimir was around, and had snuck away the last remaining sign of her old life to a hidden corner of the fortress, away from her husband's knowledge. He had yet to encounter any of the stone statues, and the Sea Witch hoped it stayed that way. Who could she blame but herself? Was she hiding a part of herself? Perhaps. But she'd rather not face Vladimir's disappointment or witness his grief on her account. No longer was the Sea Witch terrifying those around her, but because of Vladimir's presence, was becoming approachable. Ursula shudders, and the worst was yet to come. As soon as they found out about her condition and the change happening inside her body. Besides being Vladimir's wife, Ursula would have to contend with a new title a new role that would considerably soften her image in the eyes of others even further. Even amidst her worries, Ursula noticed Vladimir wearing a wide grin one morning, piquing her curiosity. However, she didn't have to wait long to find out, as Vladimir promptly revealed it himself. "Someone is expecting," her husband said, raising his eyebrows. Ursula nearly stumbled in shock. How did Vladimir know? She only just felt it herself. "I am talking about someone you know well," he hints. She tried to remain calm. "Who are you talking about, Vladimir?" "Silk Fur, of course." Ursula barely saw the silky lord anymore. Ever since he became enamored with the surface life, now Silk Fur spent as much time above the water as he did in the oceans. Somehow the news didn't surprise her or affect her in the slightest, but Vladimir could barely contain his excitement. "Did you hear Silk Fur got married and is now expecting a child?" he asked. Ursula was relieved that Vladimir didn't suspect nothing yet, but didn't let it show. "Is that so?" she asked nonchalantly. Vladimir nods. Knowing him, he would name the child something predictable and uninspired like Silk Fur II or Chiffon Fur. His harsh tone was surprising to Ursula. "Vladimir, why do you sound petty? Silk Fur never did anything to you." Vladimir sputtered, as if he didn't believe what she said. "He never did anything. Silk Fur put me through the worst form of agony. He was always hovering around you, looking at you with loving eyes, calling you his beloved." Vladimir spat the last word with disgust. "I thought you said Silk Fur was never a threat," Ursula said, interrupting his lament. "He was always a threat. I just didn't want you to know how desperate I was." Ursula raised an eyebrow. "As opposed to now?" Vladimir grins. "Now we are together, and I thought it was time the truth came out." "You mean the ugly truth?" Ursula folded her arms over her chest. "And this is supposed to impress me?" Vladimir had a teasing smile on his face. "Come on, admit it. It ruffled you seeing that I wasn't the least bit jealous." "No, it didn't," Ursula lies. Vladimir raises an eyebrow. "I remember you asking why I didn't care what was going on between you two. You wanted me to be jealous." "Fine, perhaps I did. Why are you telling me now?" "Gloating, I guess," Vladimir said, pulling her into his warm embrace. "I got the most beautiful creature in my arms, forever, and Silk Fur was an idiot to let you go." Ursula couldn't help but smile. She didn't need to know how Vladimir had felt. She knew he had been jealous all along. Brutus the Sea King summoned Vladimir to the royal court. It was unusual that only he was the only one summoned and no one else. Did the king discover something important? Was there a new threat or a new enemy? Lately, the Sea King had only been sending him on diplomatic missions to different kingdoms, but perhaps things were about to change. Brutus looked mighty on his throne, but it was hard to read his expression. Was he angry? Vladimir wondered. It was strange that the king still hadn't said a word to him after he entered the throne room. "You are unusually quiet," Vladimir said to Brutus, breaking the silence. Brutus gave a non-committal answer. Instead, the Sea King rose and paced in his throne room, trident in hand. "And moody, too," Vladimir observed. "What is causing this restlessness, Brutus? I came here as you asked, but you haven't yet shared the reason for it." Again, Brutus remained silent. "Is there something you would like to share with me? I sense you are hiding something," Vladimir said perceptively. "Or perhaps the topic is difficult for you to talk about." "I have fallen in love," Brutus replied in a low voice. Vladimir raised his eyebrows in surprise. "Now that is something I didn't think I would hear from you. Not for another 1,000 years," he exclaimed. "That is remarkable." Despite Vladimir's exuberance, the Sea King's expression remained grim. Vladimir couldn't understand his reaction. Is something the matter, Brutus? I thought you would be happier. Is the feeling not mutual? Though I would find it hard to believe that a creature would say no to the most famous king and protector of the seas. She is immortal, Vladimir, Brutus replied. Vladimir never would have guessed it, knowing how much the Sea King hated humans. But something must have changed when Brutus went to the mortal realm and met this girl. After all, it was only his sworn enemy he had given his heart to. Immortal? Vladimir asked, stunned. Did I hear you correctly? You are in love with a human? Yes. Does she know who you are? Vladimir asked again. Does it matter? Brutus asked to his surprise. I would think yes, it matters. She must know, Vladimir replied. Brutus asked, what would happen if I don't tell her? The question didn't seem impertinent or dismissive. He genuinely wanted to know. What will happen if you don't tell her? Vladimir repeated, astonished. I hope you are not serious, Brutus. I am serious, the Sea King replied. Now it was Vladimir's turn to pace around the throne room in agitation. I hate to be blunt, Brutus, but how could this love be anything but doomed from the start? It seems hopeless. The human can't be with you underwater. You can't stay with her on the surface, unless you mean to give up your throne and forsake your kingdom. I cannot forsake my people, Brutus replied, angry. I will not give up my kingdom. Vladimir listened to him patiently. Will you give up on her then? I won't do that either. How then can you be with her, Brutus? Vladimir said. I want to support you like I always have, but I can't see a way, not without immense sacrifice from either you or her. She is the most beautiful creature I have ever met in my life. Her singing haunts me day and night. Her smile has taken over my dreams. Brutus said passionately, I will make her mine. I will find a way. That sounds like obsession, more than love, old friend, Vladimir observed. Think what you must. Your discouragement will not deter me, the Sea King said with anger. I wish you to be happy more than anything, my friend, my king, Vladimir said, but even I cannot think how there can be a way for you to be with your love. I know a way, and the person who can help me do it, Brutus said. It will mean calling in a very old debt. Vladimir looked at the Sea King quizzically, but Brutus didn't elaborate any further. What is the girl's name? Vladimir asked. Her name is Helena, Brutus said. She will be queen of the water realm. I hope whoever you have given your heart to is worthy of your love, Vladimir said. She is, the Sea King replied firmly. Vladimir looked at Brutus with a grave expression on his face. You are a kind soul, Brutus, even if you are not seeing a reason right now, he said gently. I hope you will place her happiness before your obsession. Otherwise, you will never win her love, even if you bring her here. I know I am right. It will be done, Brutus said. Helena will rule the 7 seas by my side. Vladimir bowed his head. He knew better than to argue with Brutus when he fell in such a mood. I hope she will be as kind to our people as you have been a great king, Vladimir said simply. I hope I get a chance to meet her. You will, Vladimir, Brutus said with determination, and soon. Chapter 19. Vladimir had been away on a mission for the Sea King, so Ursula was stunned to find Brutus in her throne room as a visitor. She was even more shocked when she learned the purpose of why he had come. She listened quietly as he relayed to her what had happened, how he had fallen in love with a human. Help me, Ursula, Brutus said. Ursula tried not to let her face show the shock she felt upon hearing his words. She is a human. She will never love you, Ursula said. It took a lot to make her speechless, but she could have never imagined the mighty Sea King falling in love with a lowly mortal. I will make her an offer. If she accepts the gift, I will bring her back to my realm, Brutus said. Ursula had a sinking feeling but asked anyway, What kind of offer? An immortality ring, Brutus said. An immortality ring? But how? Mermaids could only possess one such ring, as possessing more than one was nearly impossible. The same applied to creating another, as it required an immense amount of magic and skill. Ursula, in her immortal life, had never encountered a mermaid or witch who possessed the power to achieve such a remarkable feat. Those who attempted it were more successful at achieving death. You are the only one that can make such a ring, Brutus said, telling her what she had already suspected was the purpose of his visit. I know you can do it. What if I refused? Ursula said. What if I refused to make such a ring for you? Then I will ask you to repay your debt, witch, Brutus replied angrily. This is madness, Ursula thought. Brutus has gone mad with lust for some mortal. The sea witch couldn't care less about whom the Sea King tormented himself over, but she did care that he was asking her to risk her life. I will not do it, she answered. Her snake circled around her arms, looking at the Sea King with open distrust. Ursula was refusing to help him, so it left Brutus little choice but to incur his old debt. I believe you owe me a favor, he said. I saved you from breaking a blood oath. A blood oath that I made to Titania to protect her children, Ursula exclaimed. They are also your flesh and blood, your nieces. Brutus winces slightly at her outburst, but then quickly recovers. As long as you don't repay what you owe me, Ursula, your magic will not work. No spells, no incantation, nothing. Ursula doubled over in pain as the spell took hold. This can't be happening to her. She had magic but couldn't access it, no matter what she tried. It was the worst form of agony, the worst form of torture. Without her magic, she was no witch. She was nothing. The sea snakes, sensing her distress, hissed at the Sea King. They were about to lunge and sink their fangs into him when Brutus raised his hand. I am not here to hurt your master, he said to her pets. I simply want her to repay her debt. The ring will cost me most of my magic, Ursula said through clenched teeth. It is not a fair trade, even if I am indebted to you. Then tell me what else I can offer you, Brutus said. The sea witch considers for a moment. Give me part of your realm, Ursula said. Only then I will agree. Give you part of my realm? Brutus asked, astonished. I am still being generous, Brutus. This spell could cost me my life, Ursula said. Fine, Brutus said curtly. You will have the Dark Lands under your rule once I have the ring in my hands. He was only offering the Dark Lands? Should she agree to such a trade? The Siren Queen's creatures lurked in the Dark Lands, so no other sea creatures dared to enter them. Even though Ursula sensed it was a poor offer, it could prove useful for her future plans. What is your answer, Ursula? Brutus asked impatiently. I will make you the ring, but the mortal needs to accept it, Ursula said. The ring won't work as well if she is unwilling. She will agree, Brutus said, determined. Helena will accept my gift. She will wear it with her own free will. If she refuses, you will return the ring back to me, Ursula said. However the situation unfolds, I would have repaid my debt, and I will remain the Empress of the Dark Lands. I accept your conditions, witch, Brutus said. Their deal was sealed in secrecy, for neither of them spoke of it to Vladimir. Brutus didn't tell him because he knew Vladimir would not allow his wife to risk her life, and Ursula didn't tell him because it might expose her plan to him. Now all that remained was to create the immortality ring, and she would have to do without Vladimir knowing. Ursula searched the dead realms for the perfect pearl for Brutus's human. It couldn't be too dark in its color, but it needed to be powerful enough. She decides on a pink pearl and quickly returns to her fortress. Once in her room, the sea witch begins her incantation. Vladimir had not yet returned from the Sea King's mission. Brutus had sent his most trusted general to quiet the unrest in the nymph kingdom, where the inhabitants were increasingly unhappy with the Sea King's reign. Murmurs of rebellion were becoming increasingly common in the oceans, especially in those kingdoms who did not have a spot in Brutus' council. Since Vladimir had been away for some time, Ursula expected he could come back any minute, which is why she needed to hurry and finish the spell before he arrived. The sea witch didn't even have enough time to perfect the incantation or build her strength. She would have to make do with an imperfect one and hope it didn't kill her. Grant me access and control, immortal life for a mortal soul. Give me a ring for the Sea King's mate. Make her life as strong as her love. Make her life as strong as her fate. The sea witch feels the impact of the ring's creation down to her bones. She successfully makes the ring for Helena. However, it nearly destroys her. As she collapses, the ring slips from her grasp and rolls towards the doorway, where Vladimir, who had just come back, picks it up. "What's this?" he asked, curious. "Is this an immortality ring, Ursula?" He looks up and sees his wife lying motionless on the ocean floor, her raven hair spread around her. "Ursula!" he cried. Ursula barely hears him, but soon feels Vladimir holding her in his arms to keep her from shattering. The spell took most of her powers. The last time she felt this weak and helpless was when she was still under the control of her mother. "What happened, my love?" Vladimir asked gently. "I did as I was told," Ursula replied, her words barely a whisper. "I made him the immortality ring that he wanted." "Brutus asked you to do this?" Vladimir asked, shocked. The Sea King had told him he knew someone who could accomplish the task, but he never imagined he would ask Ursula to put her life in danger. Ursula didn't answer. She was trembling, and Vladimir was furious. "How could he do this to you?" Vladimir said. "I owed him," Ursula said. "He asked his debt to be repaid." "Brutus should have asked me," Vladimir said. "I would have given him my ring." A sharp, piercing pain shot through Ursula's heart. "You would have given up your immortality ring for Brutus?" "No, my love. I would have done it for you," Vladimir replied. "You would give up your immortality ring for me, Vladimir?" Ursula asked, stunned. She didn't think she would give up her ring for anyone, not even Vladimir. "I will give up everything for you, my love," Vladimir said, kissing her forehead. "It destroys me to see you so weak." "I only lost half my magic," Ursula said, weakly smiling. "Don't make such a fuss, Vladimir." "Then you are still deadlier than half the sea," Vladimir replied with a small smile. "You are underestimating my strength, Vladimir," Ursula said. "Forgive me, my empress," Vladimir said. "I won't make that mistake again." "See that you don't," Ursula said. "How are you going to make up for it?" "Anything you please," Vladimir replied. "Anything?" Ursula teased. "Anything, but after you regain your strength," Vladimir said, reading her mind. "What's the fun in it?" Ursula said, but winced when she tried to laugh. Perhaps she really needed to rest. "Rest in my arms, my love," Vladimir said. "I will be here when you wake up." His soft, soothing voice made Ursula drowsy. In his gentle embrace, she was soon falling asleep. Although Vladimir's words had been sincere, Ursula couldn't help but feel a hint of doubt. Would Vladimir have truly given up his immortality ring for her, or was Vladimir's devotion to the Sea King greater than his love for her? Ursula tried to quiet the skeptical thoughts in her head, but in the end, failed to do so. Chapter 20. The whispers from the shadows grew louder each night. Since Ursula depleted a significant portion of her powers to create the immortality ring, her nightmares have become increasingly powerful. It was as if they were aware of her weakened condition and came to torment her further. "Ursula! Ursula! What do you want? Why won't you leave me alone? What if they trapped you in a pearl just like the Siren Queen? What if they chained you in the abyss just like the Kraken?" "No," Ursula murmured in her sleep. "That won't happen to me." "Why not? Why won't it happen to you?" "Because I am not like them." The shadows laughed. It was a terrifying, chilling sound. "Aren't you, witch? You are exactly like them." At first, her nightmares were coming in slow and steady, resembling the gradual and continuous drops of water falling onto a rock, chipping away at her sanity. The nightmares were getting more frequent. They were starting to feel more real than her reality. Ursula wakes up screaming. Vladimir stirred from his sleep and looked at her with concern. "Is everything all right, my love?" he asked sleepily. "No." "Is there anything I can do?" he asked. "No," again. "Is something upsetting you?" he asked, his eyes full of loving concern. His loving gaze pierces through Ursula's heart. She started sobbing. Vladimir quickly rose and took her in his arms. "What is it? What is it, Ursula?" he asked, frantic. "Heavens, just tell me." "I had a nightmare about the Siren Queen and the Kraken," Ursula answered, sobbing. "The monsters are locked away, never to be seen or heard again," Vladimir said, trying to calm her. His reassuring words had the opposite effect on Ursula. They will never be seen or heard again. Why did those words send a chill down her soul? "If it makes you feel safer, we can go see them together first thing in the morning," Vladimir said. "No!" Ursula exclaimed, but seeing Vladimir's surprise, she said in a low voice, "I don't think I can do that." Vladimir looked at her quietly. She is still afraid of the caves, he thought, even after all these years. "I will go myself and check that the spells are in place and that they are working," Vladimir said. "You don't have to go, my love." Ursula nodded. She didn't think she could see them, trapped and helpless as they were. It would only show her how trapped and helpless she could be too. "Thank you, Vladimir," Ursula said. "I would do anything for you, my love," Vladimir replied. Again, instead of feeling reassured, Ursula felt unsettled by Vladimir's words. "That is what I fear, Vladimir," she thought. "That you would do anything for me, even if it meant losing your life." Ursula had had enough of her weakness and her nightmares. The sea witch could wait centuries for her powers to replenish and go back to how they once were, or she could do something to speed up the process considerably. Ursula goes to the room that only a few knew about. The Siren Queen's monstrous pet had nearly demolished all of her collection of stone statues, but a small number survived, though barely intact. Ursula had the guards secretly transfer the remaining statues here. The old merman who sacrificed his life for his daughter seemed to follow her with his haunted eyes, but she didn't come to see him. The sea witch swims to the very back and finds the one she is looking for. This statue was barely holding on and could crumble at any minute, turning into rubble. Ursula supposed it was fitting. She was leaving her old life and her old ways behind. "Hello, Mother," she said wistfully. Ursula hadn't meant to turn her into stone, but one fateful day, she lost control over her powers. The statue was beautiful and had identical features to her own face. Mabel had been a beauty. There was a lingering accusation in her mother's eyes. Her ghost appears. "You turned me to stone," she said. "It was an accident," Ursula cried. "Was it now?" Mabel asked coldly. My magic took back from you for the childhood you stole from me. What about the others? The smile on her mother was arrogant. Even as a ghost, she was using her words as a weapon to hurt her. Ursula's gaze immediately turned to the dozen or more statues crumbling around her. They came to me willingly. Lies. I never forced them to make a bargain, Ursula argues. They were poor, desperate souls. They believed you offered them a choice, something even noble, but to them, my child, you were the most wretched mistake of all. I came to say goodbye, Mother, Ursula said, ignoring her taunts. I won't be needing you anymore. Maybe I should have done this a long time ago, but now I need to shore up my powers again. Only you know what that means. As she suspected, her mother's ghost became agitated, restless. Do not use the darkness, for dark magic has a price. It always has a price, her mother's ghost hissed, but her words held no significance. I know what I am getting into, Ursula said, her voice grim. I am willing to pay the price. Ursula could feel her mother's disappointment even though she no longer spoke. Losing her had been the most heart-wrenching moment of her life. Mabel had been the only family she had ever known, and discovering her transformed into stone by her own magic had been devastating. Yet, amidst the sadness, another sensation arose within her that day: freedom. The burden of guilt had haunted her ever since that moment, but it haunted her no more. In a hushed tone, Ursula spoke to the statue. Mother, you were once my deepest secret, but today I am here to let go. You will no longer control me. I know you warned me not to do this, but I need more power. I am done doing things your way. She continued, I will find the darkest pearls and harness their raw magic. Then I will seize control over the Dark Sea army, and with them, the entire oceans will fall under my command. Ursula spoke with determination. I will do it for my love, and I will do it for our son. Her serpents coil around her arms, responding to her magic. She points towards the statue, and they wrap themselves around it, crushing what remained to dust. It will be a new era, Ursula promised, a new era where I will be an empress and see my son become the future ruler, my son, my dark prince. She no longer heeded the words of her dead mother, nor let them have a hold on her. Ursula took a dark pearl. Over the years, she took many more, until she wore a crown made of the darkest pearls, a dark constellation over her head. The more she had, the more she wanted. The desire coursed through her body like a drug, until it was all she could think about. The sea witch needed an army of her own, a force powerful enough to bring the Sea King to his knees. She already knew of one just waiting to be called from the darkness by the call of their new master. Ursula would harness her newly gained dark powers and summon the dark sea creatures. She would become their new queen. Her change became noticeable, and the servants began fearing her once more. It was in her aura. It was the way she spoke. Even her husband noticed the difference, but could not understand the reason. You have changed, my love, Vladimir said. You are not the same creature that I first met. I have always been the same, Ursula replied, detached. It is you that never understood me, she thought to herself. No, this is different. You have this hunger in you I never witnessed before, Vladimir said. I am afraid nothing in the entire 7 seas would be enough to quench it. Vladimir was getting too close to the truth, and she would not let him discover her darkest secret. She was not yet ready to reveal it to him. Ursula gave him news that would distract him for the time being, another secret she had kept from him, and one he needed to know. I am expecting, Vladimir, Ursula said. It is going to be a boy. I am going to be a father? Vladimir said, stunned. Ursula nods and he lifts her in his arms. You made me the happiest creature in the entire ocean. Forgive me for what I said earlier, my love. I was only concerned. Don't be. You only said what was on your mind, Ursula said, smiling. It was the closest Vladimir had truly seen her, she thought. Are you certain we will have a boy? Vladimir asked. Yes, I am certain, Ursula said. We will have Victor. Victor? Of course, he will be a champion, Vladimir said happily. I can't wait to have my boy in my arms. The kinder part of Ursula hoped her child would be more like his father. The ruthless part of her already had plans set in motion for his future. Vladimir was not the only one excited about the news. The girls practically danced after Ursula told them. The sea witch especially swam to the lagoon to tell the sirens herself. Titania's children rarely had a reason to celebrate, but hearing the news of a new companion made them giddy with joy. Victor is coming, Onyx exclaimed. We are getting another playmate, Scarlet said with glee. We will teach him to sing, Amber, the quietest of the sisters, said loudly and then blushed. Ursula basked in their excitement. The girls hardly had things to be excited over. They loathed their Uncle King ever since Brutus exiled the remaining sirens to the far corners of the oceans. Brutus remained hopelessly lost with his mortal wife and only occasionally deemed to remember his nieces. The sea witch didn't let them go far from their lagoon, nor too often. Despite the spell of protection Ursula had placed on the caves, they were only a swim away, and inside still dwelt the monster that snatched their parents away from them. The Siren Queen had brutally killed Titania and Octavian. The girls mercifully didn't remember them, so the burden of their deaths and the grief rested on her alone. Perhaps this new child would be the beginning of something new. The girls were already fighting over the songs they would teach him. Victor would have to be strong to resist their magical allure, but Ursula was not worried. Her son would be the strongest sea creature among them all. Time flew past, and soon Ursula was holding her son in her arms. It was just the two of them when Victor opened his eyes and looked at his mother. He smiled and cooed softly, playing with her hair. He looked just like her, Ursula thought, down to his gray eyes. Ursula once hoped Victor would be like his father, but now she knew better. She saw what Vladimir did for those he loved. His irrational, all-consuming love frightened her more than anything. What if his son was the same? What if he fell in love with someone who didn't deserve him? What will she do then? What about herself? Would she be a mother like Titania was? Or the one like her own? Neither. She will forge her own path, one that will be paved with only victory. My son, I will destroy anyone who gets in your way, Ursula promised. The baby cooed again. Your mother will rule the 7 seas one day. Growing up, you will have many enemies, but you will be more cunning than them, Ursula said. Victor, my dark prince. Chapter 21. The floating kingdom, along with the crystal palace, had turned golden, for it was a time for celebration. The princess had just turned 1, and the entire kingdom was eager to join in the birthday celebrations. Ariana was poised to become the future heir to the Sea King's kingdom, and if she was anything like her kind mother, the merfolk had a lot to celebrate and look forward to. The previous occasion that saw such a grand celebration was during the Sea King's own coronation. Unlike that time, however, an invitation was given to all members of the kingdom to attend, most likely an influence of Queen Helena. Ursula had initially looked at the invitation with disdain, but seeing it came from the mortal queen had piqued her curiosity more than her ire. Reluctantly, she agreed to attend the gathering, accompanied by her husband and their 3-year-old son, Victor. Ursula took even Titania's daughters with her, despite the three sirens showing no interest in meeting their new cousin. Ursula brought them along just to see Brutus squirm in his throne. He had selfishly abandoned his only nieces in order to uphold his public image. After defeating the Siren Queen, he had banished the remaining sirens to exile for their involvement in her rise. Now the Sea King could not publicly show his support for his cousin's daughters, for he likely would be perceived as being weak and incapable of upholding his own laws. It would be different if she brought them along with her, and she would to spite him. The entire kingdom had been decorated on a grand scale and shimmered with diamonds and pearls at every corner. As they swam through the crowd, the merfolk sang praises for their mighty king and their benevolent queen at every passing moment. Ursula bore it all for one reason alone. She wanted to see how Helena was faring in her new role. The sea witch hadn't looked back after giving Brutus the immortality ring she created for his mortal wife, but rumors of her ill health had reached her ears. If Helena had the slightest doubt about being with the Sea King, the immortality ring would not work as it should. The ring's powers would fade, and she would fade along with it. Seeing that Helena just had a daughter would have been proof enough to counter the floating rumors. Still, Ursula knew that each lie contained within it a grain of truth. The sea witch would not believe anyone else's assessment other than her own. Victor was unusually quiet, eyeing other children his own age, but not making any effort to join them. Ursula smiled. It was good that her son realized early on he was not like the others, because he was leagues above them all. Victor stayed close to the sirens, the only creatures he cared about other than his parents. The sirens were quietly having a conversation between themselves, but Ursula caught a few snippets of it. "I wonder what our cousin looks like," Amber asked. "I mean, she is part mortal, is she not? Would she have a weird tail with human legs sticking at the sides?" "You have such a silly imagination, Amber. Her father is the Sea King," Charlotte said. "He would use his magic to correct anything that is wrong with her, obviously." "I wonder how much magic she has," Onyx asked. "Is she as powerful as our uncle?" Ursula wondered the same thing. "Is Ariana going to be rotten because she is the princess?" Amber asked, biting her fingernails. "Do you think she will grow up to be a spoiled brat?" "If she is, we can take care of that," Scarlet whispered with a wicked grin. "We are going to have fun with the princess, aren't we, Victor?" Victor gives them a smile, happy to be part of their conversation. Ursula's heart warmed a little, seeing how much the three siren sisters adored her son. Still, the sea witch would leave nothing to chance, having already warned Victor about sirens' powers and teaching him to be wary of their allure. "What do you think of all the lights?" Vladimir asks his son. "Do you like them?" "Yes," Victor quickly says, ever eager to please his father. "Wait until you see the jelly stars. You will love their lights even more," his father promises. "Are you considering taking our son to Jelly Star's field?" Ursula asked disapprovingly. "Maybe I am," Vladimir said cheekily. "Don't come crying to me when he is stung," Ursula huffed. "Victor is brave, aren't you, son?" Vladimir said with pride. "Of course he won't cry." "I wasn't talking about him," Ursula retorted. It took a few seconds for Vladimir to understand. Then he roared with laughter. Amber, Scarlet, and Onyx were giggling too. "It seems I, not Victor, have to be the brave one," Vladimir said with a sigh. Their unusually blended family stood at the heart of the magnificent throne room, marveling at the number of creatures that had gathered inside. Ursula glared at the ensemble crowd with disdain. It was impossible for her not to think that all the celebrations would have been for her son's birthday. It was not only the Sea King that protected the oceans from the Siren Queen, but it had been her cunning that helped save the floating kingdom. The difference was the merfolk celebrated Brutus as a hero, while they regarded her with only suspicion. They couldn't seem to remember her part in saving them, but only remember that she had taken down the magical barrier. The merfolk were selective in their memories and selective in who they celebrated. They lavishly celebrated Ariana's birthday, while completely disregarding her son's birthday. The unfairness only made the sea witch seethe even more with anger. The king and queen occupied their thrones, while a small, shell-shaped crib sat in front of them, presumably for the princess. Vladimir and his family gracefully swam forward, and Brutus acknowledged their presence with a nod. Queen Helena took the lead and spoke first, saying, "It is incredibly kind of you to make the long journey to meet Ariana." The group bows in reverence, with the sirens and Ursula doing so only reluctantly. Ursula thought Helena seemed well, but what about her daughter? The princess sat in her cot, staring wide-eyed at all of them. Vladimir stepped forward and presented her with her gift. The small deflated pufferfish swam around her head, causing her to giggle. Playfully prodding the fish with her stubby fingers, the young princess startles when it unexpectedly swelled up, resembling a balloon. After waiting for it to return to its smaller size, she poked it again and giggled once more. "It seems like young Ariana likes your gift, Vladimir," Brutus said, and the general bowed in return. However, the queen perceived the situation differently. "That is enough, dear," Queen Helena gently said to her daughter before asking the servants to take the poor hassled fish away. Upon seeing her new friend gone, the young princess burst into tears. Amber, Onyx, and Scarlet stepped forward. "Hello, little cousin," they said in unison. Ariana stopped crying and listened with rapt attention to their voices. "Can she sing?" the sirens asked their uncle, surprising him with their question. "She is too young to do that," Queen Helena replied. Disappointed, the young sirens turned away. "Victor started singing when he was only 6 months old," they said to one another. "Our little cousin has no magic." Even though the young sirens were quick to their assessments, Ursula couldn't help but wonder if they were right. So far, she hadn't sensed an ounce of magic from the child, which was unusual given that the Sea King was her father. Vladimir urged his son to meet the princess, and Victor did so slowly. The young princess wasn't even looking at him, but was craning her neck to find her new fish friend. When Ariana didn't see the pufferfish, she started whimpering. Victor had a worried expression on his face, seeing tears falling silently on the young princess's cheeks. He opened his mouth and started singing, a lovely, sweet melody that brought smiles to all those around him. "That is beautiful," Queen Helena declared. Suddenly Victor stopped, his ears blushing. "Thank you, young Victor," the Sea King said. "The bravery you just showed us is on par with your father's, and the ladies at court will admire you just as much, if not more." Vladimir laughed. "My Majesty, I don't know what you are talking about. I do know, however, that my son will protect the kingdom, just like I have protected this kingdom." "Not only that, my dear Vladimir, but my son will also rule it," Ursula thought. "You will protect young Ariana, won't you, brave Victor?" Helena asked in her gentle voice. Ursula held her son's shoulder with a vice-like grip to prevent him from answering, but Victor had already nodded to the beautiful queen. In return for his enthusiasm, Helena beamed a smile. Ursula seethed internally. "I need to teach my son who his real enemies are," she vowed. "The Sea King stole from me and took what is mine, but I fully intend to take it back from him. I will be the Empress of the Seven Seas, and you, my dark prince, will be their new king, not that mortal child of his." It was a promise. Ariana had stopped crying as she listened to Victor sing, but now she was upset again. Her mother reached forward to hold the princess in her arms, and her father did the same, causing Helena to wince slightly. Nobody noticed the awkward exchange, except for Ursula. Ursula noticed a frown line appear on the mortal queen's forehead and immediately knew that the rumors were true. Her judgment was not a matter of vanity. Since Helena possessed the immortality ring, she also possessed the magic that came with it. Seeing a frown line was like seeing a crack in the mirror. Soon enough, that tiny fracture would spread until the mirror shattered. That and the fact Brutus's child showed no indication of magic made Ursula certain that what she believed was right. The mortal queen now held her daughter in her arms, her face as flawless as marble. The young princess was now distracting herself by playing with her mother's long golden hair. As a gracious host, Helena addressed Ursula, who had remained silent. "How did you find the journey here?" Vladimir chimed in before she could say a word. "We didn't even know if Ursula would join. She is always so busy," he teases. "Is that so?" Helena asked with a curious expression. "Yes, we have been very fortunate she joined us," Vladimir said, joking again. "It was so kind of her to join us," she said genuinely, no guile in her manner. "Helena could not be more different than her husband," Ursula observes. She was all sweetness, while the Sea King had nothing but sharp edges. "My wife is the most magical witch in the 7 seas," Vladimir brags. "Her dedication to her craft is par to none. She is working on a new way to summon. Once she breaks through, it will greatly help all mermaids." Vladimir was repeating what she had told him. It was partially true. Ursula just hadn't told him what else she was working on. Helena smiles, giving no indication she knew of Ursula's magic or that the sea witch was the one who had made the immortality ring for her. It was most likely Brutus kept it as a secret from her, judging by his guilty expression. "What made you change your mind?" the Sea King asked, leaning in to hear Ursula's answer. "I was curious about something," the sea witch replied with a wicked smile. "Consider my curiosity satisfied." Even Vladimir was puzzled by her response, but she didn't elaborate further. Ursula sensed that Brutus knew what she was hinting at. "And what were you curious about?" Brutus asked, with a hint of anger in his voice. The sea witch ignores his question and addresses her husband. "Vladimir, it might be a good idea to let the other court members meet and greet the young princess," Ursula said airily, glancing at the queue forming behind them. "How astute of you to suggest that, my empress," Vladimir responded with a bow. Ursula gives him a grim smile. Showing concern had merely been an excuse. In truth, the charade of pretending to care about the event was becoming exhausting for her. Vladimir and company bid their farewells quickly and entered the grand ballroom, where the rest of the birthday celebration were taking place. The festivities carried on through the night, but Ursula no longer paid them any attention. Brutus had lied to her. He lied to her by saying that Helena had agreed to be with him and that her whole heart was in it. This meant that the immortality ring would not function as it should, and all of Ursula's efforts had been in vain. She felt anger towards the Sea King, but also something else. For the first time, she felt sorry for Helena. The mortal queen would fade away. Helena would be lucky if she even lived long enough to see her daughter's 10th birthday. Then Brutus would receive the punishment he deserved. If the sea witch's plan came to fruition, his destruction might even come sooner. Chapter 22. Ever since attending the princess' birthday celebration, Ursula's efforts to collect the pearls redoubled. Her obsession had reached a fevered pitch and consumed her entirely. She devoted so much time to searching for the dark pearls in the dead realm that her vision became limited to just one color, gray. Ursula rarely spent time with her family anymore, despite her husband's attempts to entice her back. "Victor and I went to Jellystar's field today." "And?" Ursula asked. No one got stung? No one got stung, Vladimir declared happily. That's great, Ursula said half-heartedly. Our son couldn't believe we first danced together under the lights of the jelly stars, Vladimir said, but he had a smile on his handsome face as he reminisced. Ursula finally smiles. I still find it hard to believe, she said. Let me remedy that now. Vladimir takes her into his arms and waltzes around the room. They take a few turns before Ursula reluctantly pulls herself away from his embrace. Not now, Vladimir. I am so close to a breakthrough in this spell. You work so hard, Vladimir said, kissing her forehead. I just wished we spent more time dancing together. Ursula nods briefly, but remains silent. Another day, another opportunity missed, and so the tale continued. When Vladimir returned from another one of these fun family excursions, he remarked, We missed you today. I was working on the spell, Ursula automatically replied. This phrase would become a common refrain for her throughout the following years. Victor had a great time. He loved seeing the whale's new calf. I think he really bonded with this one, Vladimir said. I wished you had been there. Perhaps we can go back soon? That would be nice, Ursula replied half-heartedly. Perhaps when I am not busy. They would have this same conversation repeatedly, but even Vladimir eventually gave up hope and stopped asking her to join them. Years passed quickly, and it was not until a decade later that Ursula came close to gathering the amount of power she needed. Even her spell was on the verge of completion. All she had to do now was test it. The Sea King had once again summoned her husband for a mission. Lately, Vladimir had been receiving such calls frequently, but unlike before, he hadn't been resisting them as much. He appeared to be content being away from her, but Ursula couldn't muster the energy to prevent him from going. Her dark secret was taking a toll on her, both physically and mentally. Ursula spent her days locked up in her room, obsessively working on her spells. When she wasn't at home, she was in the dead realm, tirelessly searching for more dark pearls to add to her collection. She hadn't yet revealed to Vladimir the crown she had created, unsure if she could ever show him. Vladimir possessed too much integrity and selflessness to understand her unyielding desire for power and control. He had never experienced the helplessness she had endured under her mother's tyranny. The deterioration of their relationship had initially been subtle, but it had become impossible to ignore. However, Ursula had to admit that she was partially to blame for their growing distance. She had been keeping secrets from him, and their growing disconnect was likely a direct consequence of her actions. Or perhaps, right from the beginning, the two of them were too different to be compatible. Even the greatest of passions couldn't mend what was fractured between them. Vladimir had reached the exit, but unexpectedly he turned to face her. Ursula's heart was beating fast in her chest. There was something about the look on his face that made her wonder. Was Vladimir finally breaking up with her? Had he realized how different the two of them were and wanted to end their relationship? Perhaps it was better for Vladimir to leave now rather than when she takes over the Sea King's throne. At least then, he wouldn't have to torture himself over where his loyalties truly lay. She should probably ask him to know where his thoughts were. What is it, Vladimir? Why are you looking at me like that? Have I told you how much I love you? Vladimir asked, his voice tinged with the strange sadness. His reply was not at all what she expected. Only 1,000,000 times since we first met, she replied slowly. I feel like I haven't said it enough lately, Vladimir confessed. Ursula wasn't sure if he meant it as a criticism or if he genuinely regretted not expressing his love more often. She chooses to believe that it was the latter. Echoing a shadow of her former self, she playfully teased back, saying, You have an eternity to make it right. Perhaps, Vladimir replied, sounding oddly distant. In case this is the last time we meet, I love you, Ursula. I will always love you. Ursula couldn't understand what had gotten into him. Ever since she started collecting the dark pearls, she had become almost emotionless, yet she still felt the impact of these words. Was he saying goodbye to her, or simply expressing his love? I will be here when you return, she said in a firm tone. Ursula refused to let herself be swayed by emotions that made her feel vulnerable. Vladimir gives her one last lingering look before leaving the room. When I succeed, you will no longer have to answer to the Sea King. It is him that will answer you, Vladimir, Ursula thought. The day had arrived when she would cast her spell and seize control of the Dark Sea army. Vladimir was away, and she had already told Victor to remain within the fortress. Today presented the perfect opportunity. It was her day to rise as the Empress of the Seven Seas. The Sea Witch locked herself in her room and had ordered the servants to stay away from her section of the fortress. If they entered, it would be at their own peril. She wears the crown of dark pearls on her head, now finally completed and powerful enough for what she was going to attempt. She begins the incantation. Dark magic, dark voices, hear my plea. Bring forth your creatures, your power and choices. Give your dark army to me. Ursula felt the strain on her powers, but held on firm. At first it seemed to be working. She could almost sense the dark creatures converging, listening intently to her voice. However, they abruptly turned against her, demanding an even greater display of her powers. The situation was becoming overwhelming for her to manage. She heard a familiar cackle that sent a shiver down her spine. Wishing it not merely enough, a voice similar to the Siren Queen's hissed at her. You must give up all that you love. You must give up your entire soul. The images of her husband and son flooded her mind, and Ursula found herself unable to surrender everything. Completing the spell required taking that final step, and the longer she delayed, the more toxic the aftermath of the failed incantation became. She watched in horror as the tips of her fingertips blackened, reaching up to her arms. Ursula could not feel any of her limbs anymore. Ursula had no choice but to let go of the wish she had clung to for so long. She would not and could not seize control of the siren's dark creatures, as doing so would mean completely abandoning her own soul. The spell breaks, and Ursula is violently tossed across the room. She struggles to lift herself from the ground, with rivulets of blood trickling from her nose and the edges of her mouth. The Sea Witch felt wetness on her cheeks and catches a single teardrop on her fingertips as it fell. She looked at it with almost fascination. Ursula hadn't cried in over a century. The shed tear wasn't the effect of the failed spell she cast, but something else. It was the realization she had made the biggest mistake of her life, and it had cost her dearly. Magic always comes at a price, but the cost of dark magic is the steepest one of them all. The Sea Witch didn't know what she had lost until it was too late. His father was away on a mission, and his mother was busy, locked away in her room, feverishly working on a new spell. This was Victor's chance to explore the oceans. His curiosity was precious to him, even if forbidden, as it allowed him to see things that no one else could. Where should I go today? He thought, filled with excitement. Maybe I can go back to the Jellystar field Father showed me. Or I could go as far as the Siren Sisters Lagoon. Victor might even venture into the floating kingdom if he was feeling brave. He liked Queen Helena because she was kind to him and enjoyed telling stories. The young Princess Ariana did not speak a word, and simply blushed every time she saw him, which he found rather strange. What surprised him even more was the fact that Ariana had no magical abilities, despite being the Sea King's daughter. Still, the princess sparked his curiosity. As soon as he thought about going, the image of his mother, angry, flashed in his head, making him hesitant about his plan. Victor imagined the consequences that would follow if he went through with it, ultimately deciding, maybe not today. The oceans were his playground, and he desired to explore a place he had never seen before, the Sirens' Citadel. As the sirens had dwindled in numbers, the citadel had been abandoned for a long time. There were no sentries at the doors or anyone to protect the crumbling structure. It felt haunting, and Victor swore he saw something moving in the corners of his eyes. Victor continued on, arriving at the domed hall. Here he closely examined the marble statues of the sirens, comparing them to the siren sisters. These statues felt intimidating, seeming more powerful somehow, especially the one of the siren with the scar across his back. Lost in his observations, he suddenly caught sight of something shining on the ground. Victor picked up the object and discovered it to be a golden scale, fallen from the body of an ancient siren. Immediately after he grasped it in his hands, a foreboding energy took over him. Victor heard an unsettling hiss in his mind, along with the distinct sound of a giant snake slithering on the floor. Startled, he quickly dropped the scale and hurried out of the citadel, putting as much distance between himself and it as possible. There was nothing remaining in the Siren Kingdom except for ghostly memories of its past inhabitants. Victor had felt a protective ward as soon as he entered the Siren Kingdom, and only now realized that nothing was lurking in the corners. It was merely his imagination playing tricks on him. "Well, that was a disappointment," he whispered to himself. Perhaps it was a blessing in disguise. Victor had experienced enough excitement for one day and longed to get back to the safety of the fortress. As soon as he caught a glimpse of his home, he sensed something was amiss, and the feeling was even more unsettling than the one at the Siren's Citadel. When he had left his home, the surroundings had been empty, allowing him to slip away unnoticed. Now it was teeming with creatures, but ones he had never seen before. Who were they? Their menacing growls and snarls carried to his ears even from a distance. Only upon drawing near did he come to notice their eyes, which resembled dark, bottomless pits. His father had warned him of these creatures before, but he had only considered them as one of his horror stories. Regrettably, it was too late for him to turn back, as he found himself completely surrounded by these monstrous beings. The dark creatures lunged at him, their faces a petrifying sight, as they were no longer concealed by shadows. Victor quickly twisted to one side, narrowly missing their razor-sharp claws. He tried conjuring a fire spell, like he had seen his mother use, but it only came out as a feeble spark. Victor was in deep trouble now, and there was no way he could ask for help. More and more creatures closed in on him, seeing him as being vulnerable and completely defenseless. Hunger gleamed in their eyes as they wanted to snatch his very soul. "I should have never gone away from home," Victor thought, feeling helpless. "If I die right now, no one will know what happened to me. I will never see my parents again." Unknowingly, Victor summons his father, a level of magic he didn't know he possessed, but had tapped into, in his need. "Victor, is that you? When did you learn to summon?" There was a hint of pride in his father's voice. Victor was relieved to hear him. "Father!" His father sounded more concerned now. "Son, what's going on?" "I need help." "Where are you, Victor? I am coming." "I am in the fields, just outside home. Father, I am scared. Please hurry." Perhaps it was only a matter of minutes, but it felt far longer when his father finally reached him. With his spear, Vladimir fought his way through countless creatures to reach his son. "Are you all right, son?" he asked. Vladimir took his son in a one-arm embrace and felt the poor boy trembling. "It is okay. I am here. You were very brave, Victor." He shielded his son's body with his own as the dark creatures relentlessly attacked. Sensing the general's powers, the creatures got into a frenzy, trying to harvest it for themselves. "What will happen now?" Victor asked tearfully. He noticed his father slowing down while the number of creatures continued to multiply. "Listen to me carefully, son," Vladimir said, his brow glistening with sweat and his breathing heavy. "I will create a path for you. You must reach your mother." "What about you?" Victor asked, his voice trembling with fear. "I will be okay," Vladimir reassured him. "Don't worry about me. When I give you the signal, swim as fast as you can and don't look back." Young Victor sensed his father was not telling him the whole truth, that something terrible was about to occur. He didn't want to leave his father alone to face all these creatures. His father must have sensed his thoughts, for he pleaded, "Please, Victor, do this for me." Reluctantly, Victor nodded, knowing that once he reached the fortress, he would seek his mother's aid. Vladimir felt a surge of relief. "I love you, son," he said, as he pushed off another dark creature. "Leave when I give the signal." Victor swore he saw his father's hands, and then his entire body glowing faintly. He wanted to see more, but his father's urgent cry broke his reverie. "Go, Victor, go! Hurry to your mother!" The young merman swam with all his might, as his father had cleared the path for him. Victor does not dare look back, but he sees a brilliant burst of light in the corner of his eye and hears the haunting screams of countless dark creatures that he leaves far behind him. Ursula had picked herself off the floor, wiped her blood and tears, and settled back in her throne room. Her sea snakes circled lazily around her arms, unaware of the change that had occurred. Ursula had failed to take control over the Dark Army, but so what? She had defeated a greater foe using her cunning alone, and she would do it again. Queen Helena's health was deteriorating, and Brutus was vulnerable because of it. If she can't attack the Sea King from the outside, she would crumble his kingdom from within. Not all the kingdoms were happy being under his rule. She would enlist them and start a rebellion within. The Sea Witch still wore her dark crown, with no attempt to conceal it. She would no longer hide the stone statues, and had already ordered the servants to take them out from the secret room and prominently display them in her garden. Ursula would no longer hide what she was doing. Victor stumbled into her throne room, his body covered in scratches and deep cuts. His lip was bleeding, and fear flickered wildly in his eyes. "Father!" he cried. "You must help him!" "What happened?" Ursula asked. "I was outside when the dark creatures attacked. There were so many of them. Father came to save me. But... The young boy burst into tears. "The dark creatures took your father?" Ursula asked, her voice void of any emotions. Victor nods his head. "You must go, Mother. You must go and save him," he begged. "It is too late to do anything," she replied slowly. "What do you mean?" Victor asked. Ursula could feel his heart shattering, but she already sensed the truth. Her mother had said dark magic had a price. Today it came to collect and take away what Ursula loved the most. "You won't help him, Mother?" His voice breaks. Victor was in shock, but she knew the futility of trying to make him understand. She shakes her head. "Your father is gone," she said, her face showing no more emotions than a stone statue. Vladimir was no longer with her. She felt his absence down to her core. A chasm had erupted inside her that had no end. That would never end. As soon as she knew, Ursula stifled her screams deep inside so it could no longer reach her. Gazing at her son, the only remaining tie to her lost love, Ursula said, You will not leave the fortress without my permission again." There was a vicious chill to her voice, an emptiness. The tears of his grief had not yet dried on his face, yet he did not complain against the cruelty, the coldness of his mother's tone. The boy had lost his innocence, snatched away the instant the creatures had taken his father. "You will not defy my orders again," his mother said, her heart a block of ice. "Is that understood, Victor?" Her son, who was barely 13 years old, steeled his broken heart. "Yes, mother," he replied solemnly. His mother never spoke of his father again, and leaving Victor alone in his agony, bearing a terrible truth, it was because of him that his father was gone. It was all his fault. The brave general, Vladimir, had died protecting his only son from the dark creatures, and now all that remained of him could be seen from far across the fortress, a bright light over the horizon, keeping the dark creatures at bay. To be continued. This has been an audio production of The Sea Witch's Debt, a prequel to The Stone Mermaid, written by Aisha Urooj, narrated by Myriam Berger. Copyright 2024 by Aisha Urooj. Production copyright by Aisha Urooj.